The manhwa starts with us being on the border of a hunting area. We hear the sound of gunshots, and some men yelling about the direction their target is running. We see their bullets shooting into a cloud of smoke, and one of the men shoots a grenade launcher, creating an explosion. Another man says to stop firing, and they watch as the smoke clears up, and they ask what the hell they are fighting. One of the men says he's not sure, and there are so many monster types in this area. The red bandana man tells everyone to regroup and resupply. Since they just made noise, their target could appear at any moment. He calls out, saying it's here, and calls out for a man named Sung-hoon, who says he is ready. Bandana man says to hurry, and it's close, and we see Sung-hoon taking off his equipment. They begin to spray monster attraction perfume onto him, and tells him not to make a mistake in his routing, and he'll be seeing him alive, so be careful. Sung-hoon starts to stretch, and he says even though he does it often, he can't get used to it. We see a giant foot, as the monster slowly approaches him. He begins to sweat, saying it's here, and he readies himself, and watches the monster smell the air, saying it's got his scent now. Sung-hoon quickly turns around and begins to run. Sung-hoon begins to pant, as he escapes through the forest. He jumps through some bushes, landing on his feet, with the monster right on his ass. He sees this, and lets out a Minecraft villager sound. Then he starts to haul absolute cheeks. As he runs through the forest, he says he is almost there, but he trips over a tree root, and starts to roll on the floor. He lets out a grunt, and the monster burrows through the trees, straight at him. He watches it, saying today is the day he'll die. Then we hear the sound of a sniper being fired, and it flies past his head, hitting the monster, knocking it backward. Sung-hoon watches, saying he could have shot sooner, even if it's not enough to kill it. Because the monster is crazy tough, and it's still completely fine even after getting hit by the anti-monster rifle. Some men in shields begin to approach the beast, and a bald dude thanks Sung-hoon for his work, and the dude with hair says it's lucky the bait is alive. Some other dudes approach, saying his luck doesn't run out, and Baldy tells the rest to stop bullying him, and get ready. Chansik says he was joking around, and readies his sword. Baldy tells them to get ready for battle, and we see him use a taunting skill on the monster, which lets out a roar. A magician casts a fireball skill, and we see them fly in and explode. Sung-hoon looks over to see a woman casted it, and one of the men says nice hit. The monster runs straight at them, and Baldy blocks its path. He lets out a grunt while stopping it, and once he's come to a stop, he tells the rest he's got aggro, so everyone except Changzik should attack. One of the men quickly uses a lancer skill on it, piercing its side, causing the monster to cry out in pain. It begins to swipe its tail, and one of the men blocks it, while everyone else prepares for their counterattack, and the mage casts another fireball. Baldy asks Changzik if he's ready, and he tells him he was getting bored of waiting, then leaps at the monster, then uses a swordsman skill called lightning slash. We see him land, and then it's followed by a giant explosion. Sung-hoon watches, as the monster that tanked the sniper shot, was just bodied in one hit. The monster falls over in front of them, and Sung-hoon plops to the ground in relief, saying, finally they are done, and that he's hurting all over. Some of the group high-five, and they compliment each other. Sung-hoon watches and is slightly sad that he'll never be complimented for his work, because they are awakened, and he's not. Yoken, Blondie, asks Sung-hoon how long he's going to sit around for, and Changzik and the girl tell him to let him rest, and that there are other workers. Yoken grits his teeth, saying he got lucky. Sung-hoon watches him leave, sighing about how hard it is to earn money. It cuts to later that day, and he receives his payment, and begins to count it. Baldy compliments him, saying to ignore what Yoken said. Sung-hoon says he doesn't mind. Badly tells him the way Yoken treats him bothers him, and the kid needs discipline. Sung-hoon leaves, and explains that 10 years ago, disasters hit the world, and rifts opened up through time and space, creating countless monsters, and people who have awakened abilities to fight them. And they awaken regardless of age, gender, etc. As he's leaving, Yoken keeps ripping into him, and Sung-hoon explains how asshats like them are often awakened, and that Yoken was just a normal delinquent, but made a name for himself. And Yoken keeps flaming him as he drives away on his scooter. Sung-hoon says it's like they said, and he used to dream of being a musician. He studied music, and learned the piano. He graduated from college, and was in many bands to build his portfolio. And now he's 28 years old, making a very poor wage for his work, and his body is constantly covered in bruises, and if he breaks anything, he's out of work for a month. He makes it to the hospital, and says while the work is painful, he has no choice. Rapid, unconscious state. Rus is a symptom that appeared when the rift first opened up, and whoever fell asleep has almost a 0% chance of waking up, and is a vegetable, not like a carrot. Sung-hoon tells his mother he's here, and he explains she fell sick, and it's why he has to do this type of work, because he needs the money badly, and one day she will wake up. It cuts to the north-south demilitarized zone. We see a black ball beginning to form, and then it opens, creating a rift, and a monster's arm reaches through it. Then we see its big yellow eye, it stomps the floor, and we see the General Zod look-alike begin to roar at the sky. Sung-hoon has a negative Riz encounter, then says summer is here, and he puts his helmet on, and starts to ride, talking about how he can afford the hospital fee, and his living expenses, but at this rate, he isn't saving up enough to do anything. He grits his teeth, wondering what he is supposed to do. He starts to drink some water, explaining how there's so many awakened players, and since it's near the hunting area, there aren't many ordinary citizens, and even though they are 50k hunters, a lot of them get paid a ton due to how much monster parts sell for. He starts to talk about his dream of being a pianist again, then says it's time to focus on reality, and ignore the depressing thoughts, and focus on the money he can earn, because it's his mother's livelihood. So he can't hesitate here, and he Kobe's his bottle, saying it's time to go. He sees he's low on gas, and starts to fill it up. He asks if kids these days are just brave, or dumb because a normal girl is working here, so maybe it pays well. She finishes, and he pays her, and she walks away. He comments on how energetic she is, saying he wishes he felt like she did, but he says that he needs a large sum of money to cure his mother, and an A-rank mandragora is a plant that is considered a cure-all, and is the only known cure for her disease, which is why it costs so much. He hears a weird sound, and looks over to see a tank flying through the air. He quickly starts to drive off, wondering why it's falling out of the air. We hear the sound of it crashing into the gas station, causing a massive explosion. Sung-hoon gets caught up in it, and loses the grip from his scooter, and calls out to his mother. He opens his eyes, asking if he died or not. He wonders if he's seeing things or not, as a giant dragon says it's amazing a human has reached his level. He says he thinks its name, and says it's the black dragon Akaluman, and how amongst the dragons it's stronger than the demigods. Akaluman says transcendence is possible for all beings, but for a human to do it is quite surprising, and it's entertaining that he's damaged her. Sung-hoon is confused, and looks over to see a man saying he's also entertained, but the fun times are over, and we see the man is missing half of his body. Akaluman says it's unfortunate, even though he's transcended, he can't defy death. The man says he still has a final trump card, and Akaluman laughs, asking if it is his reincarnation magic, then asks if he truly thinks he can save himself. The man tells Akaluman to stay alive, and he'll find her again. The dragon laughs, saying she'll look forward to it. The man is introduced as the Sorcerer King Kratraus. Akaluman prepares an attack, then shoots it out, destroying the area around Kratraus, and melting him too. Sung-hoon fades into the man's consciousness, and says it's weird, he doesn't really feel dead, and starts to get a headache, and he opens his eyes to see an explosion, and then his bloodied hand. He laughs, saying he's sure been wasting his time, and that he's reincarnated after all that trouble, but living like this, and he slightly smiles. He starts to remember to describe the fight against the dragon, and it's odd to think his past life was the great sorcerer. Having his memories mixed is weird. He sits up from the wreck, saying it doesn't look like he broke any bones. He says it's good he didn't break anything, but the bleeding was bad. Either way, he's just been living his life pathetically. He starts to walk, and says it's time to get his mana to flow first. He lets out some breath, and says he got lucky with that, his mana is flowing without any issues. He says good, and a giant blue light appears. We see 2 blue strings begin to form, and a status window appears saying, establishing a connection to the Akasha system. Beginning awakening. Welcome, player Lee Sung-hoon. 10 years ago, when the rifts appeared, the being known as the director of the Akasha began speaking with humanity, randomly picking people to awaken them. Leveling up with experience, and being able to use skills, it was just like a game. But humanity quickly adapted to fight the monsters. Sung-hoon says it's strange it happened to him, mentioning how it's a difference in soul and physical body. And how the Akasha director isn't from Earth originally either. He calls out a status window, something catches his interest, and he wonders if his mana increased from starting the flow. He also notices he has no job, so he's an irregular, but it's not like it's important right now. And that he should gather some mana, since he's not sure what will happen. We see a silky aura form, and then bubbles begin to gather toward him. We see it gathering around his heart, and then it makes a circle. He says it's finished, and he's acquired the skill of magic. He says he expected nothing less from a god, being able to analyze his status immediately. Another pop says he's now an apprentice magician, and he says it looks like it doesn't know everything, such as his past life memories, but now it makes him unsure of if it's a god's ability, or just a godly ability. He swipes the window down, saying he'll gather mana as he moves, as it shouldn't be too hard for him. A window appears, saying his mana has permanently increased. He's glad the results are instant, then sees the wreckage from earlier, saying it looks really bad. The tank is destroyed, and he realizes the line has been broken. He explains how the demilitarized line was created between the North and South in the past, but after North Korea was ratioed by a monster, it's been called the final defense line. And the players help the normal military with holding off invasion. If it truly has broken, then it means that the monsters are strong. He sees a dead girl, and closes her eyes, saying it's impossible, and it's not like he can revive the dead, and it's time to get going. Something catches his eyes, and he sees monster cores, saying it's a good size, so it should sell well. He guesses a transport vehicle was caught up in the explosion. He tries something, and we see the core begins to glow. He explains how they were magic stones in his past life, and it'll be useful for him as someone without much mana. He says it should be good, and he'll make use of them all, and does some quick math. He looks around for his scooter, then finds it, saying he guesses expecting it to survive an explosion like that was too much. He begins putting the cores down, saying it may be a waste, but he needs transportation right now. The circle is complete, then he puts his hand on it. We see the scooter begin to break apart, and float into the air. He's acquired the skill of magic circle now. He watches as the scooter repairs itself, and he acquires the magic for restoration, and for mana usage. He smirks at the brand new whip, saying it looks good. He looks over at all of the notifications from the system, and is surprised by it registering every skill individually. Even though he's the one using the skill, the Akasha director, AD from now on is providing him with energy to activate the skill. So he can use however much magic he wants, without worrying about it. He feels the ground rumbling, and he looks over to see some players inside of a magic barrier. Then he braces himself for the shockwave. Once it ends, he says it was close. He wonders what's going on, then sees a tank player, and another one, saying it looks like there's quite a few alive. He says now he won't need to hurry with escaping anymore, but then realizes that's dumb because if it broke the line, they won't be able to stop it, and he should leave now because he has a bad feeling. He looks up to see something in the air, and then shivers, realizing what it is. It crashes into the floor, and he begins to form his mana into a shield, blocking the debris from the monster. He acquires the skill as projectiles bounce off it, and the smoke begins to fade. He says it looks like an ogre, or a mutation. Then the derpy ass thing roars. Sung-hoon says it's massive, and it's too much for him currently. So it's time to run. As he begins to run, he hears a girl asking for help, and he sweats, asking if he heard that wrong. And he turns over to see the gas station girl, asking for help, all bloodied. He sees the players fighting, saying they are going better than he thought, but he guesses it can't be helped, and he does have some spare time. Some debris flies by him, and he clears his throat then runs off. The worker girl begins to zone out, and sees Sung-hoon speaking enchantment table, AMD. He realizes she's slumped, and bleeding heavily. So he needs to lift the debris off her. He orders the mana to give him strength, and unlocks another skill named power. He then uses another skill to make the debris weightless, and unlocks it too. He says good, then begins to lift it. He gets it up a bit, then yeets it far away, and makes a pose, but realizes there's no time. He carefully moves the girl, and begins to order the mana to heal her, and we see the mana flowing to her wounds. He unlocks the skill, of course. Her breathing becomes stable, and since it's a low level, he can't heal her completely. He picks her up, then looks over at the situation, and sees something that is getting closer to him. It crashes directly at his feet, sending stuff through the air. We see he turned his back to block the debris for the worker girl, saying he would have died if he was a little later. He wonders what fell, and he sees someone kneeling over, coughing, and that it's a woman. The girl begins to vomit blood, and then she faceplants. He sees this and instantly recognizes her as Sung Yarum. She's one of the highest level players in the nation, and she uses physical enhancement and flame magic. She's got the nickname of the Flame Princess, and is working as a celebrity. He says her wound is quite big, even for an awakened, but decides to help since she's alive, and he doesn't want to think about how much havoc the ogre would wreak without her. He holds some cores, and activates heal on her, and the mana begins to envelop her wound. He sees a status window saying he's used the skill without the system, so his proficiency is increasing. Then he wonders if healing her with the system skill is better than his own magic, and he activates it. He instantly comments on how quick it is compared to actual magic, so it's convenient. He notices something, and sees the wound is self-healing, so he begins to spam heal on Yarum, and the wound finally closes. He says it's more useful than he thought, but even then, it was mostly because of her Regan skill, and then he says it's not every day you get to see a celebrity up close, and comments on her being pretty. She wakes up, then quickly jolts upright, asking him about the situation with the ogre. He says she scared him, and asks why she's talking like a drill sergeant. She then realizes he isn't who she thought, then asks who he is. She starts to blush, then looks around. He says she's quite cute. He tells her the ogre is jungle diffing her teammates, and he's been healing her, even though it's low level. She says ah, and says now she remembers the attack went through her defense, and stands up, thanking him. She asks for him to contact her later, then says if he's a low level, he needs to run now because of the ogre being fed, and she walks off. He says, of course, then she begins to fly like Iron Man, and he says it's impressive she is using her flames like that. And it's fitting of a high-level player's ability. He picks up the worker girl again, and tells Yarum to defend the best she can. We see the players bombarding the ogre, and then it cuts to the worker girl thanking Sung-hoon. He tells her not to worry about it, and that it's a good thing nothing bad happened. Her parents quickly enter the room, and the mother cries while running to her, saying she told her not to work somewhere so dangerous. Sung-hoon smiles and sighs in relief. As he cries, he takes this chance to leave. On the news, it's talking about how the ogre is level 80, and it's unsure where it appeared, and then it begins to show the situation. We see Yarum pelting the ogre, and the news reporter starts shoutcasting the fight. Sung-hoon sees it on TV, and walks away, saying he needs to worry about himself first, after he heals his mother, and recovers his strength. It'll be his true beginning. Speaking of his mother, we're taken to the hospital, and we see his mother. He looks sad looking at her, then grabs her hand, saying he knew it. that she was struggling with mana disorder syndrome. It happens when someone is exposed to a lot of mana at once, the body cannot handle the exposure, so the person falls unconscious. The cure is quite simple. He needs her body to adapt to the mana. The process of doing that is rather difficult. The mandragora is a guaranteed method, but there are other methods. The easiest is for a high-level mage to extract the excess mana in their body. It's not possible at his current level, and he gets angry because he needs to be a third circle mage. He sighs and grabs her hand again, saying he'll wake her up before this weekend, so wait, and he'll definitely do it. It cuts to his house, and he's holding a core in his hand. His mana begins to increase, over and over. He says he knew this works. The core disintegrates, and he explains that he can extract mana from a core 3 times before it breaks. While it feels wasteful, it's the most efficient way. He spams this over and over again, and we see he's reached 15 mana. He says it's time for the next stage. He pulls some paper from his inventory, and puts them down on the floor. Then fills it with cores, saying it's time to begin. He orders his mana to sharpen, and enhance his chisel, unlocking the skills. He says it's good, but he has to be careful, because if he cuts his finger with an enhanced blade, he could lose it. We see a pile of core dust form on the floor, and after a bit, he says it's finished. He throws the chisel and a core onto the floor, and lays down out of exhaustion, saying this kind of work isn't for him. He looks over and says time really flew by, and it's time to finish up, since he needs to register himself as a player tomorrow. He begins to hold something, and we see it's a cube. It begins to fade out, then starts glowing. He says it looks good, and then starts chiseling onto it again. He looks at the cube, saying he thinks it looks good. Then says it's time to move on to the next stage. He orders the mana again, acquiring the mana energy skill, and then does it again, putting amplification on the cube, unlocking another skill for crafting an item. He says the mana cube is the most basic weapon for mages, but also the most efficient. At the player registration center, Sung-hoon asks the receptionist if working as a transporter counts as having experience, and she says yes, and then tells him that support classes get treated well, and congrats on registering. And hand him his ID card. He heads outside smiling that he's a player now, but without equipment, nobody would think he's a player. So he should buy some cheap equipment, and see if there's a party he can join. Even though he doesn't need anything because of the mana cube, nobody else knows about it. He makes it to the Hunter Mall, saying he didn't think he'd buy equipment here, even though it's going to be the cheapest one. He walks into one of the stores, and the woman welcomes him to the Bradlin Armory. He's surprised by how expensive it looks, and she says not to worry as they have equipment of varying budgets. He says he doesn't really fit in here, and starts sweating. He asks if she can show him the equipment for supporters, and she says to follow her. She shows him a lightweight set that isn't suited for battle, but it's really cost-effective. It catches his attention, because it has protective magic on it. She tells him they come with mana recovery magic. He thinks about how it seems to be a little odd, that most of the equipment has the magic of a similar level. Then wonders if it's the Akasha system or not. He asks for equipment in a specific price range, and she starts to interrogate him, and he answers many questions. Then it cuts to him carrying a lot of bags, wondering if he perhaps bought too much. The girl tells him there are no refunds, and he says she's the final boss of saleswomen, but he's glad she got him all the necessary equipment. It cuts to him meeting his party for the first time, and the leader Park In-soo introduces himself. Sung-hoon explains that he's the party's tank, then they shake hands. In-soo tells him if he gets injured, not to worry as they have a healer. He looks over to see the girl vibing to some lo-fi beats, and she says unless it's important, leave her alone. He says she's something called a noble healer, and In-soo is capable of having recruited her. Another man says it should go smoothly with a supporter and a healer, and another man named Kim Hong-gu says the same. In-soo tells them Sung-hoo is a newbie, but he has great skill, and to prepare for the briefing. We zoom through the briefing, and Insu tells them if anyone has questions, then ask, but they all donawall him. He tells them it's time to go, and to board up in the trucks. Sung-hoon speedruns climbing into it, and says it's the beginning. The truck drives off, and Sung-hoo looks at the healer girl, but also notices they passed by the demilitarized zone, saying she looks too relaxed. She's pretty carefree, but it's time to get ready, even though he can solo hunt with the mana cube, and he shouldn't burden his body too much until he recovers his original strength. He begins to rapid fire the buffs off, unlocking a skill for each one. The healer girl feels her mana moving. Two of the men, Honggu, and the no-name, asks if he just used his supporter skills, and if it was 4 at once. Sung-hoon tells them, yes, since he's preparing. They compliment his skills, while Honggu looks depressed. Sung-hoon explains how it's because supporters get treated really well. He tells them he'll buff them now. He begins to order the mana like usual, and we see rings form on his arm. Then everyone is amazed by all of his buffs. One of them says he feels much stronger than usual. Then they open their stats and are shocked. The healer girl says this is impossible for a level 1's buffs, and Sung-hoon smirks, saying their stats should have increased by 20%. The truck comes to a stop, and one of them says to get ready. Insu is looking at a map, saying he's found the spot, then tells them they'll be parking here. They all dismount from the truck. Sung-hoon is excited because it's his first time hunting after awakening. Insu says their target is just the big monster, and like the briefing, they'll use scent to bait it out. Even though the healer and support won't be part of the battle, they should be aware of their distance, and if need be, then trust in Insu. As for the damage dealers, get ready as soon as he grabs aggro. One of the DPS says that they are excited to try Sung-hoon's buffs. Insu tells them to be careful and not do too much damage. The DPS says don't worry. Insu says it's time to start. Then he puts the scent on the floor, and then starts to pog out over Sung-hoon's buffs, asking if he's really level 1. Sung-hoon smiles, saying he just got lucky, and Insu says he's glad to have him watching his back, then asks if he can debuff enemies. He tells him yes. But he's able to cast, not able to debuff, but he can do it all because he's a sorcerer. Insu notices something, and tells them all to get ready. We see a giant foot appear from the forest. Insu tells them it's here, and everyone begins to prepare for the fight. We see a cute lizard thing, and it squares up with everyone. It opens its mouth, turning not so cute. Sung-hoon says why would anyone give that ugly thing the name of something cute like salamander? Can't believe I caught a stray like that. He sees the healer girl shift back a little, and he wonders if she's scared. He breaks the ice saying it looks scary. She starts to blush and mumble raps. Sung-hoon wonders if he should debuff it, but decides to observe their teamwork for now. Insu taunts it, causing it to look over at him. We see from its eyes that it's being drawn to Insun, and Sung-hoon pulls a nudge explaining the ability in depth. He proceeds to parry its attack, and smacks it with his hammer, saying he has its aggro, so attack the legs to cripple it first. Sung-hoon watches, saying they are good, because he knows how to utilize his shield, and the DPS might not even need a healer, but then says nah, and you never know what might happen in a hunt, so it's good to have. Then he wonders about starting a party as both the healer and the support. Since he can find DPS anywhere, he'll just need to deal with the unpredictable factors on his own. He gets upset that he's not a third circle yet, but notices something. He pulls out his mana cube, and a second monster appears. We see another salamander. Insu begins to yell, asking where it came from, and Sung-hoon starts to ASMR cast a spell. Insu calls out to him, but watches as Sung-hoon casts a spell on the lizard, causing it to halt. Everyone is surprised that it stopped moving, and Sung-hoon says he'll hold him here, so let's deal with them one at a time. They get off-screened, then Insu calls out to Sung-hoon, throwing a bottle at him, thanking him for the smooth clear, then asks how many skills he has. Honggu also asks, saying he's curious. Sung-hoon tells them he used 3 types. One of them asks if he's really a level 1, saying his adaptation is on par with an expert. Insu says he agrees, and he's glad his mistake wasn't costly. And he should have prepared better. Then he bows, while apologizing. Sung-hoon tells him it's fine, and he just wants to test his skills, since it's his first hunt. In-soo says hearing that makes him feel better. Hong-gu says he's a bit jealous since the ranking guilds will want Sung-hoon. The healer girl listens as they explain more to Sung-hoon, and he asks if they didn't know that he's worked as a transporter for a while. In-soo says he doesn't need to explain any more then, and he assumes he has a plan. In-soo tells everyone they finished early, and asks if they have mana left still. They begin to say their percentages, and then he asks Sung-hoon. He tells them he has enough left still, and they begin to wonder how much mana he has, and the poor healer girl has just been waiting for a chance to talk to him. Sung-hoon wonders why she's glaring at him. She's unsure of what to do after telling him not to talk to her. Then she decides to say hi to him. He talks to her first, asking if she has enough mana. She nods her head. In-soo says in that case, let's continue the hunt. And they'll go as far as their mana allows. It skips to later in the night, and a monster butcher is talking about how clean the corpse is, because there's only one wound on it. He asks if they did some shooting practice or something. In-soo says it was hard to get clean, so pay a little extra. The man agrees and asks about their hunting method, and tells him he can give 15% more. In-soo is surprised, and the two keep talking while Sung-hoon lurks. He smirks, saying he could tell if the butcher was lying using moral sensor, but it's currently too much for his level, and he needs to hurry and become a second circle mage. In-soo waves bye to the man, and Sung-hoon says he's experienced enough not to get scammed. In-soo says it's time to split the payment, then starts counting it out, saying there's a gap in the payout, and he tells them how much they made due to the clean corpses. Hong-gu pogs, and another guy says it's surreal. Even the healer girl is shocked that they made 4x as much as usual. In-soo says it's an amount they can go home happy with, and they'll pay the healer 40% since it's their average. Hong-gu says he wishes he was a healer, and the girl shakes her head. In-soo continues by saying 20% for the damage dealers, and he'll be taking 30%, but he'll give Sung-hoon 10% of his payout, for 20% total. Hong-gu and the other DPS both say they'll do the same, and they give him a portion of their payout as well. The healer girl watches all of it anxiously, then puts her headphones on, yelling she'll take 10% total, since she didn't do much. Everyone is confused, then he sees that she's blushing. He smirks, saying he thought she'd be a loner, but she's just a shy lady. The DPS ask if they could split the 30% with Sung-hoon, and they all agree on it. It cuts to 15 days later, and we see Sung-hoon talking about how he bought land, and paid for construction on a house, and now he just needs to wait for their call. He explains how mana and electricity are compatible. He can gain mana faster by converting electricity to mana. The electricity would be high, but it would be self-sufficient if it were a passive home. He looks at his stats, and says he didn't expect his mana to be split into two groups, but it's because one is his own mana, and the other is the Akasha system. He says the house will take 2 months to finish, and 20 days until he's a third circle, so 3 months until he can cure his mother, or maybe sooner. He looks at the clock, saying he's going to be late. It cuts to a cafe, and we see a man named Lee Gijuk waiting for him. He's part of a hunter management agency, similar to an entertainment agent. They support players, but the one thing that is different is that the companies who endorse a player at the top. Gijuk says that they've observed his history and abilities, and saw that he's newly awakened. They've heard about his mother as well. Sung-hoon says their intel is correct. Gijuk says they'd have gone bankrupt if they couldn't spot good talent. And there's something extra everyone who has hunted with him has said, and that is he can use the paralysis skill, and the company believes it's a high-value skill. Sung-hoon smirks, and says that it's easy to hunt monsters without casualties, and with skilled players, they can capture them alive. Gijuk says that's right, and the difference between a dead monster and one that's alive is over 10 times. He hands Sung-hoon an iPad with their offer, telling him to look over it. He quickly skims it, then says it's a large sum for a rookie. Gijuk says that for someone with such a bright future, it's not a large price. He thinks he's almost got him. Sung-hoon keeps looking at it, then puts the pad down. Asking if he can have some time to think, Gijuk is lost in the sauce, saying he thought it was a great offer. Sung-hoon says that it is, but he has other offers just as good. He says it seems all the good ones have stopped by then. Sung-hoon starts to humble brag about how he's a Giga Chad, and these companies all want him, and regardless of the company, he has the advantage in the negotiations, so they need to do better. It cuts to the hospital, and we see a hazy view from his mother's POV, of Sung-hoon explaining to the doctors how he got the mandragora. She mumbles, and the doctor says she seems to be waking up. She opens her eyes, to see Sung-hoon. He calls out to her, and she asks if it's him, and reaches out to him, saying it looks like she's collapsed again, asking how many days it's been. And that she's sorry, but she's awake now. He begins to cry, while holding her hand. She asks what's wrong, and he says he's so glad she's awake. The doctor asks if he can step aside quickly for them to check on her. She's confused, but they check all of her vitals. The nurse says it's such a fantastic item, and it's almost as if she's gotten younger. Then we see her reaction to being told she's been slumped for 2 years. We're taken outside, and he's pushing his mother around in her wheelchair. She asks if it's true, and he says yes. She says she heard how expensive the mandragora was. Did he do anything shady? He tells her, she knows he isn't like that, then shows her his hunter license. She's surprised he's awakened, and he tells her that it's a rare kind, and he gets a bangin' salary. Not only enough for the hospital, but he is building a house too. She begins to cry, he quickly sees it, then asks if everything is okay. She cries about him giving up his dream of being a musician, so how can she not be sorry? He tells her not to worry, and that the people that recruited him are a national conglomerate. So now they can live comfortably. She cries, asking what if he gets hurt. He tells her he's a support class, so he's pretty safe. But it's time to go back in, since she needs to stay for a few more days. She asks where he's going. He tells her it's his first day of work. He'll be back when he finishes, so rest well. We're quickly taken to downtown, with Sung-hoon getting out of his Bugatti. A man approaches, asking why he's here. Sung-hoon tells him he's a player, who has come to see Lee Gijuk. Sung-hoon heads inside, and a man tells him it's been a while. Sung-hoon agrees. I'm sorry, but I don't remember the guy. He hands him his guest pass, telling Sung-hoon they've made a team of super rookies, and that they want to help them grow from the start. Sung-hoon says the idea is cool, but is it possible? He explains how for players, their skills are their money, and managing high-level, or rare skills is hard. The man says it's only possible because they are desperate. Sung-hoon asks what he means, and he tells him that money isn't his first goal either, right? Sung-hoon says yes, and the man says what if he needed money to achieve that goal, and that is how the management team convinces them to join. And many skilled players are in this situation, which is why they are able to get them. Sung-hoon says it's smart, then asks if he'll be on their team. The man says yes since he also needs to level up. Sung-hoon thinks about it for a second, then says it sounds good, and he's looking forward to it. Sung-hoon is told there are 3 teams, and he says he's ready to meet them. We see inside of a room, a man is asking if the super rookie is joining them, and Gijuk tells him yes. The man asks if there's a need for a second support. His name is Shin Sangjin, a support class. Gijuk says that he's not a simple support class, but a multi-class. A woman raises her hand, saying she's heard the rumor, but is it real? Her name is Min Yo-young, she's a healer. She asks if he can really use all of those different abilities. Gijuk says she can look at his information herself. She's in awe, and the tank Kim Doo-jin says he should be here soon. Sung-hoon enters the room, and says it's nice to meet them all. And he's heard their teamwork is great. He hopes they look out for his mistakes. Yo-young says speak of the devil. Doo-jin introduces himself, and Yo-young does too, and says they were just talking about him. She gets close, and asks if she can call him Oppa, and that it's amazing he's a multi-class, and she hopes they get along. 2 more people enter the room asking if they are late, and the damage dealer, host of the party Park Jin-shook, introduces himself. They shake hands, and Yo-young introduces the other as their youngest, Lee Jin-shu, also a DPS. Sang-jin glares at Sung-hoon, then introduces himself. Sung-hoon notices the man's hostility, and wonders if he's afraid of him taking his spot, but says it's unwarranted since their skills are different. Gijuk says since they are all here now, the briefing will start, and Taehyung will explain it. Taehyung starts to tell them all about the dungeon, and Sung-hoon comments on how things are all systematically planned here. And they tell you in detail about any issues you may face, so the rookies can easily adapt. The team's communication is also great, with them all sharing ideas around. They are much different than a raid group of strangers. It cuts to them driving to the spot, and Yo-young is saying her mother is too much, her father collapsed with cancer, and she's lucky to have awakened, and cries. Dujin says to stop it, he's heard it too many times. She says it's Sung-hoon's first time. The two begin to banter, and Sung-hoon comments on how he's never been called Oppa before, or well, he wasn't close to any woman before. Then he says, NVM, remembering that Akaluman was a baddie, but was the only woman he remembers. Jin-shook says he's pretty humble for a super rookie. Sung-hoon tells him he used to work as a porter. Jin-shook says that explains a lot. He then asks the rest what they did prior to awakening. Dujin says he was a transporter too, and was one for 4 years. They start to talk about it, then the truck comes to a stop, with both Jin-shu and Sung-hoon noticing something. Jin-shu yells that something is coming. Sung-hoon comments on how Jin-shu noticed it. They hear the sound of an animal, and Jin-shook recognizes it as a blind bull. Dujin says even if the trucks are reinforced, they'll flip at this rate. Sung-hoon says he'll go first, and uses his mana cube to halt its movements. Then casts paralysis on the monster from inside the truck. We see it hit the monster, causing it to keep momentum and crash forward. Jin-shu says no way, and is in awe of his CC skill, saying it's amazing. Dujin steps out, asking if it's for real. Jin-shook says it's real, and Sung-hoon says that it'll end in 5 minutes. Jin-shook says his existence alone will change their hunting dynamic. Jin-shook says he'll finish this one, then stretches his hands out, summoning his weapon, the demon spear Zeknark. Sung-hoon asks if it's class specific, then wonders how strong it is. Sung-hoon says it's a mix of a summoner and close quarters DPS, and the energy is quite formidable. Jin-shu says he's jealous of his spear, and Yo-young says it's cool, and asks if it's that strong. Jin-shu says it's not that, but rather, it's a free weapon. Jin-shook says that a spear is better for penetrating armor. He readies his spear, saying he'll finish it one strike. His spear begins to have a wind-like aura, then he activates his ability. Thrusting forward, we see he completely pierced the bull. Sung-hoon is surprised, saying he knew of penetration skills. We see debris from the attack, and he says it's not just his weapon that's strong, but has a good skill to back it up. He says he'll level up quickly with this. Dujin says as expected, and Jin-shook is humble, saying it's all up to Sung-hoon. Yo-young asks Sung-hoon how their team is, and he tells her it's better than he thought. She laughs, saying if they keep leveling like this, they'll be able to compete against other high-level teams. Sung-hoon explains how with a high-quality team, they can properly scout, and even make use of the drones. And unlike a transporter being bait, they can use the drones for it. The drone pilot tells someone she's putting the drone recordings onto the main screen. We see a giant ant bug thing, and Dujin recognizes it. Yo-young asks if they are typical in this area, and Dujin says it's probably just a scout. Taehyung says if there's a nest nearby, then they could hit the jackpot. Drone Girl says that according to the database, the monsters just recently came here. Sung-hoon asks if they are like ants. Yo-young explains yes, and they have underground nests. And queen ants. He says it's not like the A-rank ogre that blew up the resting area, right? She says no, but there are a lot of them. Dujin says it's time to get ready, and they could be making good money, right? They both agree with him. We see their little ant feet moving, and a drone carrying meat. The ants are chasing it. Jinshu says he found them. And Dujin tells him to aim at whichever appears first. One of the ants appear, and Jinshu says he's gonna shoot. Then activates a triple shot skill. We see the arrows flying toward the ant, blasting through it. Taking its head off, he's surprised, and so is Dujin, because it should have withstood his skill at least once, right? Then he wonders if Jinshu leveled up without them knowing. Jinshuk yeets his spear, one-shotting it too. He says he needs to control his strength, then says it's incredible, Sung-hoon. He asks what, and even Yo-young asks what's incredible. Jinshu explains that their damage is much higher, because of Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon says he's just doing his job. Dujin says these buffs, along with Sangjin's, the hunt might be too easy, and they won't even need the tank. They get told that 7 bugs are approaching them. Dujin tells them to prepare for the second battle. Dujin tells the DPS where to go, and that he and Sangjin will deal with the other side. He also tells Yo-young to be ready to heal, and for Sung-hoon to be prepared to cast paralysis. Then says it's time to begin. Jinshu sees the monsters, coming from around the corner, then launches an arrow, hitting one of them. Jinshuk quickly takes care of one as well, and Jinshu tells them their side is clear. We also see one of the ants getting absorbed by Jinshuk's spear. Drone Girl notices something, and yells how there's more. Taehyung tells them all to leave quickly. The Drone Girl says there are over 8, and counting. Taehyung tells them they found the entrance. We see Dujin running, and Sung-hoon asks if there's a problem, and Jinshuk says they'll tell them if there is. Taehyung tells them that Dujin's team is being chased, so prepare for retaliation. Jinshu says he can see them, and Yo-young, gonna call her Yo, asks where. Jinshu compliments how well they are aggroing the mobs. Jinshuk tells him he thinks they are just being chased. Yo says that seems dangerous. Jinshu pulls some arrows out, saying they need to lower the count. He and Spearbro start going to town. Sung-hoon wonders if they are lucky, since they found it so early. Then comments on how he can see Dujin's skill above his head. He watches them fight while saying it looks like it has a decent area of effect. Sanjin casts slow, and we see he's getting tired. Sung-hoon says it's interesting, and similar to a magic skill he knows, and decides to make his move. His cube glows, then he casts paralysis. Dujin says good, and to focus on the paralyzed ones. But then we hear Sung-hoon start rapid firing it off, surprising everyone, and he just repeats it over and over. Dujin stops running entirely, and looks over, asking if he's always been able to paralyze multiple. Sung-hoon asks if he didn't mention it, and everyone is in awe at how much crowd control he has. Sung-hoon tells them it only lasts for 5 minutes, so kill them in time. Dujin says at this rate, they are just going to be carried by Sung-hoon. He says nah, and they are all helping out. Dujin says time to pull his weight, and they start going to town. It cuts to later, and everyone is in the shower. Jinshu says today was great because they earned so much. Sung-hoon says not only that, but they also leveled up a lot. He earned a good bit of money, and went up 7 levels. You can see some of his newly earned abilities from the increased mana. He wonders what the AD is hoping for, in return for giving out these abilities. Jinshu says they should go for drinks. Sung-hoon says they can't, and he only came due to the schedule being decided so abruptly. He needs to get his mother out of the hospital, and find a place for her to live until the house is completed. It skips to a few days later. Gijuk is exiting his car, telling Sung-hoon that the house is as he's requested, and the interior is done as well, so all that's left is for him to look at it. His mother asks if it's really their house, and he tells her yes. We see the house has solar panels on the roof in any spot they could fit it. There's a koi pond in the front yard too. His mother talks to Gijuk, and Sung-hoon says it's his time to take up the filial duty. He explains how the first floor has a living room, kitchen and guest area, the second and third floors are residential, and the basement has 3 floors. The third level is where they should have his stuff installed. Gijuk says to call him if there are any problems. Sung-hoon thanks him. Then his mother asks if he's spending too much money. He tells her it wasn't that much, and it was 10 million won. She gasps, and he explains it's fine, as he's earning a ton currently. Just in his last hunt was over 1 million, so don't worry. She begins to cry and hugs him. He tells her it's a happy day, so don't cry. Later in the day, she invites some of her friends over, and Sung-hoon decides to leave quickly. He says it's not to avoid them, but that's cap. He goes downstairs and opens a door, revealing a magic circle on the floor. He says it looks good, and it's made out of pure gold. He explains that when he leaks some mana into the electricity from the solar panels, he can convert electricity to mana. We see a giant cloud of mana forms, and he says he needs to just absorb it. He orders the mana to be consumed, and it starts to flow into him, increasing his mana permanently. He smiles, saying good, then it skips 15 days later. He's glad with the current technology. We can see his mana has increased a lot. He says he'd have a hard time in his past life, and he's gained 32 mana during the time skip, which is why knowledge is key. So it's time to move on to the next stage. We see a circle forming around him, and he says it should be enough. He begins to compress the mana flow, and rotate it. Stabilizing the circle, he sighs, and we see that he's now a tier 2 mage. So he can dual cast. He thinks about how if he ignores the electricity bill, he can become a tier 3 in a month, and he can start solo hunting from then starts to explain too much stuff, but stops himself saying it's a bad habit from his previous life. Since he plans to live this life relaxed, he should eat good food, and play some games. He receives a phone call, and it's Tae-hyung, who is scheduled his next hunt in 5 days. Sung-hoon decides to absorb as much mana as possible in the next 5 days. We time skip again, and he greets Dujin, who asks if he's leveled up or something. Sung-hoon says just personal training. Dujin asks if he was hunting, and he says no, just a method he knows. Then asks Dujin how he could tell. Dujin says one of his skills can evaluate an opponent's strength. Sung-hoon thinks about how it's a useful skill, and says it's definitely the power of a god, since no other entities can freely lend power like this. But wonders how it works, because even with unlimited power, it'll affect the earth. Then wonders if it's related to the gates. Yo arrives saying she is first, then sees the rest and realizes she isn't first place. Everyone begins to greet each other. Tae-hyung begins to debrief them on their hunt. While he explains, Sung-hoon talks about how nobody else noticed he's gotten stronger, and for them not to realize that his mana has tripled, is a bit worrisome. Inside the forest, we hear them yelling about him having a new skill, and Sung-hoon tells them that using paralysis is still much better. Jinshu and Yo are pogging, and Dujin says he was going to ask previously. Then asks him the cooldown on paralysis, and how often he can use it. Sung-hoon tells him it's once a second, and around 10 times. Even though he can use his mana cube to do any skill an infinite number of times, they don't need to know that. Jinshu wonders how much mana he has, and Yo says the normal amount of a skill usage is only 50 times. Dujin says he also wanted to know about his mana recovery, and Sung-hoon asks him back. Dujin says his is about a week. Yo says that's quick, and he asks how fast hers is. She says it takes her about 10 days. Sung-hoon says it makes sense why 2 to 3 hunts a month is normal. He says he saw it often when he was a transporter, but he's different. He can recover his man in 3 days, but by using his circle at home, it only takes him a few hours. They continue walking, and Jinshu says that if Sung-hoon uses paralysis, they don't need to use their skills often. Dujin says they can test it out. We see a dog-bear thing, and Dujin is in front of it. Sung-hoon says he'll be starting now, then paralyzes it. Dujin says it's as he thought, and they don't need to do much. Jinshuk says they are just escorting Sung-hoon. Jinshu jumps off the floor, over the monster, landing on its back. He puts an arrow onto his bow, then begins to draw it back, releasing it into the monster's head. It begins to lean forward, then drops to the floor, and Jinshu says this is awesome. He should be able to shoot a few hundred shots a day, and Sung-hoon's back must be heavy. Sung-hoon tells him he's flattering him, and it's just his job. Jinshu says no, and that they are thankful for him, since he's the rising star. Sung-hoon is surprised he's the rising star, but says the offer was pretty good, and now he knows how much they are expecting of him. They decide to deal with the corpse, then continue their hunt. We see some guy in a car being told their target has moved. The man has a scar, and says it's time to move quietly. Back to the hunt, the corpse-moving people tell Dujin their truck is full. He's surprised since it's so early, and they finished before lunchtime. Yo asks if they can fill up another truck, then Dujin asks how their mana is. Sung-hoon says he can continue, and Dujin decides to regroup with everyone, so they can return after dealing with the corpses. They all agree. Sung-hoon says that money is good, but leveling is better, and it's going great. The truck driver tells Dujin his radio isn't working, and Dujin asks if their communication is being jammed. The man says yes. Dujin wonders what's going on, then we hear gunshots. Sung-hoon and Dujin are quickly alert, and Dujin begins to block arrows, but the corpse movers get mowed down. Sung-hoon says it's black hunters. Dujin tells everyone to hurry, and Sung-hoon says things are getting dangerous. Dujin calls out where the gunfire is coming from, and Sung-hoon says he can't afford to lose Dujin here. He orders his man to make a shield, because with this kind of gunfire, they can't pierce his shield, and he has plenty of time. He then orders the mana to make lightning, and a magic arrow, unlocking both the skills. He combines the two, unlocking another skill, and reading them behind his shield, then says it's time to go, then stretches his hand outward. We see the mana lighting arrow flying through the air, hitting the vehicles and exploding them. Sung-hoon says everyone they are destroyed, and they are 200 meters away, so prepare for combat. Jinshu readies his bow, then unleashes a skill called Storm Arrow. We see it flying toward the Pkers, and one of them stretches his hand, easily blocking them. Calling Jinshu a brat, saying it's not enough. Jinshu says it was his strongest attack, and wonders about their levels. The corpse movers begin to unload toward the enemies, only having their bullets be blocked. Dujin realizes they won't last, and at this rate, they will all die. Sung-hoon clicks his tongue, telling them they are unlucky. Dujin wonders what he just said, and they all watch as he orders the mana to dig a hole, creating a massive crater, under the enemies, causing them to fall into it. This surprises everyone in Sung-hoon's party, as he approaches the hole with the enemies in it. He says they are still alive, and Scar Dude asks what type of cheap trick he prepared. Sung-hoon tells him he's too dumb to understand, and take a nap. Then casts a hibernation skill on them. Dujin calls out to him, and Sung-hoon starts laughing, saying, thankfully nobody died. Dujin asks what that was. He asks if he means dig, and Dujin asks about hibernation too. He tells him it isn't anything special, and dig just does as the name says, and the explosion was just the dirt moving aside when being dug. It's effective against people, and hibernation is just a CC skill like paralysis. Yo asks how many skills he has, and looks at him. He looks back, then smiles, saying it's his secret. Jinshu says he's full of mystery. Sung-hoon thinks about how dig was much more effective than his lightning arrow, but it makes sense, due to how useful terraforming magic is. He then says that later he's going to use a massive O skill for damage, but then says he shouldn't think about it now since it's probably their first time. He asks Yo if she's okay, because she's shaking, and she says she was hella scared, and that she cannot stop shaking. He puts his hand on her head, then orders the mana to stabilize her soul, of course unlocking 2 skills because he's overpowered. She asks what happened, and he tells her he calmed her down. He then tells everyone to gather up, and he'll cast it on them too. Yo asks if there's anything he can't do, and he smiles. Sung-hoon says nowhere is safe, to think he'd be attacked after reincarnating, and not only does he have to worry about monsters, but now humans with the Akasha system's powers. He then talks about how he wouldn't have let them live in his previous life. He receives a phone call, and Gijuk says it's been a while, and that he's the director. Sung-hoon wonders when he got promoted, so it's proof they were expecting a lot of him. He congratulates him on the promotion. Gijuk tells him it's thanks to him, but the reason he is calling is about today. Sung-hoon asks if he means about the Black Hunters. Gijuk says yes, since it isn't a normal occurrence. Sung-hoon asks who they were since they don't seem like random third rates. Gijuk says they were probably their competitors, and it happens sometimes. Sung-hoon says it's not surprising, and that the enemies were higher levels and numbers. If not for his magic, they would have been wiped out. Gijuk tells him they will be managed, but it isn't why he called him today. But he heard about the fact he used a new skill, a skill to change geographic settings. Strategically speaking, it's a high-valued skill, not to mention the CC ability of it. Sung-hoon says it's a bit annoying he's interested, but it makes sense due to his skills being irregular. Normally Awakened only have at most 10 skills related to their class. A rare class with the prefix of unique or legend has different classes skills, but it's usually only 2 at most. Extremely few people have access to skills from 3 different classes, but it's too rare to be relevant. Gijuk says being able to use skills from 6 categories, he might be the first Hexa ability user in the world. Sung-hoon laughs, saying if he ever found out those aren't all his skills, he'd die. Gijuk then asks if he's hiding anything else. He replies by saying he's not sure, and he'll find out when he levels up. He knows he's calling about the contract, but don't worry. Gijuk asks if he was being too obvious, and apologizes if he made him uncomfortable. He'll visit and talk in person. Sung-hoon says it sounds good, then says it looks like the situation is turning out fun, hanging up the call. He makes it back home, saying once he recovers his magic, he should learn combat engineering, and broaden his knowledge. Semiconductor tech is amazing, but he wants to learn about other stuff too. He wonders if nobody is home, then says the requested shipment should have been delivered by now. He was told they delivered it to the basement, and although there's a magic circle, for those who don't know magic, it just looks like an insignia. He smiles, saying it's here, and we see it's full of magic stones. He says they are heavy, which is perfect. Then says it's time to get started. He quickly uses them to create another magic circle, becoming a 3rd tier. He exhales, then says it's way too fast compared to his previous life, and that the next stage is to craft an item from the magic stones. He casts spells on his chisel again, then orders the mana to bind and fuse, and combines 2 cubes into 1. Acquiring the skills, he watches them fuse together, and we see a window saying he's crafted without the system, so his proficiency has increased. Now object fusion is included in his crafting skill. He's surprised by this, then decides to test the skill. He decides to combine his current cube with the new one and casts his new skill on it. Turning it into an artifact, we see his levels increase multiple times, and he says one more time and then fuses the staff with the cube. We see it floating to the tip of the staff, and then a bright light appears. It cuts to the HD Holdings office, and it's where Gijuk works. He's been called in for a meeting. The president, Park Dae-suk, asks if Sung-hoon is really a Hexa user. Gijuk tells him, yes, and they've already checked for mistakes. Dae-suk asks his manager Kim what he thinks, and the man says that Sung-hoon is on par with nuclear missiles, and there's a good chance he'll be among the top 5 in the future. Dae-suk asks if he's saying it's a worthy investment. Kim says yes. Dae-suk asks Gijuk what he thinks. He says he agrees with Kim's opinion, and he didn't add it to the post since it's his assumption, but there's a chance that he's a Hepta user. This surprises Kim. Dae-suk asks why he thinks so. Gijuk says that he has an item that cannot be purchased. It's called a man cube, and nobody knows what it does, so he probably has a crafting ability. Dae-suk asks if that's all. Gijuk tells him there were 2 more suspicious findings, which would be the ridiculous amounts of jewelry and magic stones, along with a room he has constructed in the basement. I'll give you guys the rundown. So Gijuk got promoted, and Dae-suk goes to leave, But Gijuk stops him, saying they can't keep Sung-hoon by normal means. Somehow Gijuk convinces him to spend an ass load of money, and then Gijuk and Kim talk about believing in Gijuk. Now that's over, it cuts back to Sung-hoon, driving, saying it's useful. We see he's talking about the truck he bought to solo hunt, because hiring porters would be hard since he'd have to hide his abilities. Something catches his eye, and he decides to start here since it's an open field area. He begins to lay out the bait, casting a sensory skill, and some other skills, that buff him. He says good, and that it should cover any unexpected variables. He sees a blind bull, saying it's a perfect target, and decides to pull out his mana cube staff. The bull begins to charge at him, and he extends his arm charging his staff. Then casts a lightning arrow, hitting the monster. He seems satisfied, saying it was a success because his arrow got multiplied. But the monster is too crispy to be worth anything, saying even if it's annoying, it's best to paralyze and kill the monsters cleanly. But quickly decides to just level up today, since he can't ignore their warm welcome. So it's time to power level. We see his monster corpses being scanned, and he says he got quite a lot. A machine says there's 25. Then he talks about how he leveled up 10 times, and solo play is the way to go. He starts to explain how most people use their stat points without thinking, but he feels uneasy since it isn't his own. He has 7 points to use, and we watch as they all drain, and he says good, while we watch him put them all into his mana. Windows appear, saying that his mana utilization and recovery have upgraded. He says this isn't shabby. Then a man tells him that they've calculated his payout, and it'll be worth a lot of money. Sung-hoon thanks him for his work, saying it's a shame he couldn't have hunted more due to the limited space in the truck, along with the time of traveling back and forth. He needs to hurry up to cast a penta spell. So he must be a tier 5 wizard. He talks about how he transcended the universe multiple times in his past life, yet he's powerless now. At Gijuk's office, someone telling Gijuk they need to report something. Gijuk's alerted that Sung-hoon went hunting again. The man tells him that he's currently moving toward the hunting area. And the GPS has him moving to the hunting area. We see they are tracking him with the satellite. The man tells Gijuk that others will be able to see if they record him. Gijuk says don't worry about it, and if anything is worth reporting, let him know. Gijuk SGHS, saying Sung-hoon might be an Octa, or even a DECA skill user, so they need to keep him no matter what, since his existence will be beneficial to them. It cuts back to Sung-hoon's mother trying to feed him, and he tells her he's not a kid anymore. She tells him to hold L since he doesn't eat his meals properly. He asks how he's meant to eat when on a hunt. She ratios him again, saying she told him to take the lunchbox, and he tells her he will next time. He thinks about how he doesn't need to eat due to his magic. She says he's making an old man's face again, then asks when he's going to get married. He spits out his drink, saying people avoid him wherever he goes. She says that people are pretty well off after getting married. He asks if they can change subjects, and she barks at him, and begins to nag. He says he used to miss this, but now it's annoying. A window appears, saying not enough monsters have been slain. Sung-hoon is confused, and asks what it is. A follow-up message saying the world will now progress, and then a deafening ringing sound gets sent through the area, as a portal begins to form. We see a zoomer kid take a picture with the portal. Then gets munched, and the monsters are weird little dino nuggies. We're then shown that it's happening all over the world. Sung-hoon says that this is troublesome, and asks if it's a portal he's looking at. He snaps his fingers, saying his mother will be fine with sleep magic. He then shields his house, saying he just built it, so he can't have it damaged already. The dungeon says it's a tier 1, and only level 50 or under may enter. He watches as a mantis comes out of it, and he says they are looking down on him, by putting a portal on his front porch. The mantis starts to attack him, and he casts lightning, making it scream. He covers his ears, wondering if lightning was too much, because he killed the koi too. So he decides to use psychokinesis instead. Mantis is confused, Sung-hoon starts to lift his hand up, ripping the mantis's head off, saying if he just rips the head off, the body is still valuable. More begin to come out, and he says how dare they invade his territory without any fear, they'll be turned into materials. It briefly cuts to another gate outbreak, and we see some other people have cleared the dungeon outbreaks, and one of the men says if he wasn't on vacation here, he wonders what would have happened. The other man says there's still a lot of awakened, and the man says sure, but not many can fight like he can. Then asks what's going on, and what the system said previously. The other man asks how long it has been, he tells him 20 minutes, and they both say they are done. Also that, it's sad their vacation was ruined, they pay respects to someone who got clapped by debris, and it cuts back to Sung-hoon, finishing up with the Mantis group. He says they finally stopped after an hour, then wonders if he will need to close the gate, deciding that since it's his mother's house, he can't leave the possibility of danger here. So he begins to pull some main character stuff, and acquires some new skills. Saying whether they like it or not, it'll close, then makes a bad one-liner. He begins to close the portal forcefully, and obtains an achievement for being the first to do so. He gains some additional stats, and a notification saying the system is watching him. He's a little alert to it, then laughs, asking if he wasn't interesting before. Then he says it's not as good as he thought, then tries to open a subspace. But the system says failure. Then it combines the skill with his inventory function. He puts his hand on his head, sighing, saying it's his own subspace, so it shouldn't care about it, and that subspace is his own magic, so don't combine them. The system gives him a reward box for acquiring the skill. He decides to go in, and restores the land that was destroyed, saying he'll add the koi back later. He wonders what the reaction from the system means, saying it should enjoy it while it can, because once he gains his power, he will track down its source. On the news, we see that they are discussing how the portals are no longer opening in secluded areas. Sung-hoon watches them speculate on what's happening, saying it's amusing, then casts some magic to find out more about the golden reward box. He can't find anything out, then wonders what's with the Akasha system, and even if it's a god, there will be a consequence because of this. He then starts to wonder about what grade of item the box is, but decides he'll find out when he opens it. He opens the box, and we see it right in front of Sung-hoon. We see that it's a support ring, that has some juice stats for mana recovery, while doubling the spell that is cast, and removing casting time for spells under tier 3, but also increased overall casting speed. Sung-hoon says it should increase his damage by 2x, and he doesn't need to worry about tier 3 spells anyway, but smiles, saying it's good, and he equips it, binding the item. He says it'll allow him to hunt more. His phone rings, and he answers it. It's Gijuk, and Sung-hoon congratulates him on his promotion. Gijuk laughs, saying it's not important, asking if he's seen the news. Because a portal appeared in the middle of the city. Sung-hoon says he knows, then tells him a portal appeared in front of his house, but not to worry because he took care of it. Gijuk asks what he means. Sung-hoon tells him he closed it. Gijuk asks if he's serious, and if he went inside by himself. Sung-hoon says no, he just used an ability to close the portal. Gijuk sighs, saying there's no end to his surprises, asking how this is possible. Sung-hoon tells him that it's a unique skill he has, but it's only possible while close to his home, so he cannot close the other portals. Gijuk asks if it'll be possible in the future, asking if it's due to his level. Sung-hoon says that's right. Gijuk calls him incredible, saying that's one more reason for them to support him, and that he has something to ask. He asks what his current level is, then it cuts to Sung-hoon getting out of a car. We see he's in the city, near one of where the portals appeared. He looks at some of the monsters, wondering if the other places are just as chaotic. Gijuk waves to him, and we see his hunting party. Yo-young greets him, and she tells him they've all heard the story. Gijuk tells them he'll explain during the briefing, but it's time to move. Inside the brief area, Gijuk tells them portals will now be called dungeons, due to the status window that appeared during their appearances. He begins to talk about how other countries are sending strike forces into the dungeons. Yo-young asks how he knows all of this. Gijuk tells her they are an international company after all. They also haven't kept it a secret. But there's a problem. The government has issued an order. Dujin asks if it's mandatory, and Sung-hoon says it is. Gijuk says he's right. Briefing begins, and Gijuk says that, as they know that Awaken receive regulations from the government, but they can't pick whoever, so that's why there are not many people. Sangjin says there's someone from each class. Gijuk says right, and that the HD group needs to close 12 dungeons, but there is a problem. Sung-hoon says level restrictions, and Gijuk says he's correct, then explains how monsters spawn every 3 hours, and, if left alone, will continuously spawn. He continues explaining how there are a lot of dungeons in Korea, then tells them that they need to be careful because nobody knows how to close the dungeons yet. A tense atmosphere exudes around the room, as Gijuk tells them nobody has returned yet. Jinshu yells out that's reckless, asking if they are out of their mind. Yo also yells, asking if they are just asking them to die. Sung-hoon raises his hand, saying he has a question, then asks what the rewards are. Gijuk says that the government isn't asking for nothing in return, and the hunters who participate will be exempt from taxes for 5 years. Sung-hoon says that's good. While thinking about it, he asks if there's anything else. Gijuk says yes, that the government will provide them all with special equipment. Sung-hoon says that's interesting, then says he assumes they'll all be given full ownership of the equipment. Gijuk says he's right. Yo says that's still cheap considering their risk. Gijuk tells her that the government will completely pay off their debts. Everyone is dumbfounded besides Sung-hoon. Gijuk tells him he's aware it isn't a good offer for him, and Sung-hoon says that's true. Then asks Gijuk if there's any penalty for going in. Gijuk says there isn't. Sung-hoon thinks for a second, then says he'll do it, but let him see the equipment first. Gijuk shows them that it's in the back of a truck, and some workers begin to unload it. Everyone begins to pog out about their equipment. Even Sung-hoon says it's pretty good. The stats are pretty good on his new bracelet. Sung-hoon wonders if the stats stack from his other equipment, then sees they do, saying it's good. Dujin asks if it's time to go, and Gijuk wishes them luck. Inside of the dungeon, we see a heavily forested area. Yo asks if it's really a dungeon. Even Jinshuk says it's like a new world. Sung-hoon tells them it's an inferior dimension, then begins to explain to them how it's the same concept of a new dimension, but it just imitated it. Jinshu says he kinda understands, and begins to talk about it, but quickly sees an attack, then some blood spurts. We see that a barrier was formed around Jinshu, then when the rest turn around, we see a spear launches through the air, piercing a monster in a tree. They ask if they are surrounded, then Jinshu thanks Sung-hoon. Dujin tells them to prepare for combat, and he'll pull aggro. He begins to shout to activate his skill. We see the monsters begin running toward him. Sung-hoon says his taunt skill is strong, as the monsters begin to surround Sung-hoon. Jinshu prepares his bow, saying they've also leveled up, then pierces some monsters. Dujin also smacks some of them. One of them hits his barrier, and he backhands it. Then raises his weapon into the air, smushing it. Jinshuk exhales, then we see a massive attack behind Dujin, launching the monsters off like Team Rocket. Jinshuk tells him to be careful where he aims. They continue farming the mobs, and Jinshu says this is light work, and Yo cheers him on, while they say this is clearable. Yo notices a strange shadow, then slowly turns around to see a great ape. Jinshu tells her to run, and Dujin yells, saying he'll block it, so fall back. He begins to scream while charging it. Jinshu asks how it snuck up on them. Sung-hoon says it's probably a boss monster. The great ape raises its fist, then slams it into Dujin. But he blocks it, and begins to sink into the floor. He lets out a scream while bleeding, but his wounds disappear, due to Yo healing him. Jinshuk starts to dash in, telling Dujin he'll get its legs first, to slow it down. But his spear doesn't pierce the ape. Sangjin yells for him to watch out, and we see it about to smack the piss out of Jinshuk. But Sung-hoon casts a shield, the attack still creates a dust cloud, and shatters Sung-hoon's shield. He says this won't be easy, as Yo casts heal on Jinshuk. Dujin barks at the ape, taunting the boss. It begins to roar angrily. The roar begins to shake Dujin, causing him to bleed again. Yo says her heals can't keep up, then asks Sung-hoon what to do. Sung-hoon looks serious, saying he's heavily buffed, yet still having this much trouble, saying no wonder people didn't come back. Sangjin says he hopes this works while closing his eyes, then opens them, casting fatigue on the boss. It looks confused, and Sangjin yells out that the defense debuff worked. Jinshu prepares another attack with his bow, then releases a massive shot called Galewind. The arrow soars through the air, hitting the monster's arm, slightly damaging it. Sangjin tells him to continue attacking. Sung-hoon says it's good, but his attacks eat too much stamina, and it barely damaged the ape. If anything, it just pissed it off. It grabs a tree, then rips it out of the ground. Dujin asks if the ape can relax. We see the attack, but no sign of Dujin. Yo yells out to him teary-eyed, and Sung-hoon sighs. The ape yeets the tree directly toward Jinshu, but he realizes he can't dodge. As it gets closer to him, Yo closes her eyes and screams. Jinshuk and Sangjin watch in awe, and Jinshu stares at the edge of the tree. We see it covered in a purple aura, floating in the air. The ape is lost, and Yo slowly opens her eyes while Sung-hoon says it's heavier than he thought. She sees him floating, and calls out to him. We see him move his hand to the side, and the tree follows the movement, flying back at the ape. It hits the ape, sending it through the air as it yells. Then slams through the forest. Jinshu calls out to Sung-hoon, and Sangjin asks what's going on. Sung-hoon explains it's a skill called psychokinesis, and it's something anyone can do with enough training and aptitude, and to focus on saving Dujin first. He tells Yo to heal him, and she quickly waddles her smooth brain over to him. He makes a wholesome remark to her about calling him Oppa, and Sung-hoon smirks, saying his shield was the goat for eat in that attack. And it was actually dangerous. Sung-hoon says that it's acting weird after taking damage, commenting on how its red eyes indicate it's about to go berserk. The ape leaps off the floor, quickly closing in on Sung-hoon. He says it's definitely in a berserk state. Even with the added speed, its movements are too simple. He flips it in the air, changing its trajectory and causing it to slam into the floor, saying he only needs to change its direction slightly. The party is shocked, and Yo asks the rest what they think Sung-hoon's class is. Dujin says it's definitely something unique. Sung-hoon then casts lightning, deep frying the ape. Sung-hoon asks if magic works on it. Then we see the ape charge through the smoke attacking him, but Sung-hoon dodges it. Then continues to dodge its attacks while talking about how it has high magic resistance, and then he smiles. Saying it doesn't mean he can't kill it. He flies away, saying analysis is complete. Then vines begin to tangle around the ape, restricting its limits. He says it's time to start the hunt, and we see a circle begins to form at the tip of his staff. The ape is confused. Then a purple miasma begins to form. Everyone else is wondering what's going on. Then they all start to hold their nose due to how bad it reeks. Sung-hoon says it's called Toxic Cloud, and it smells like shit. He explains the plan is to cast a spell that converts the oxygen in the air to something else, then to use psychokinesis to guide it, making a helmet for the ape. The ape begins coughing, and Sung-hoon asks how it can survive if it can't breathe. The ape falls to the floor, and Sung-hoon watches it from above, then gets spammed with level notifications, and he realizes it's over now. Dujin is lost in thought, and Jinshu is surprised that Sung-hoon soloed it. Jinshuk says he's glad it's over, and Sung-hoon gets an achievement for being the first person to clear a dungeon. We see he gained some stats and inventory slots, and a copper box. He's a little disappointed that it's not a good reward, and he looks down at the rest, asking if they should return. Yo runs over to him, asking how he did it, saying psychokinesis is a super rare skill. He throws her the box, and she asks what it is. He tells her what it is, then Dujin thanks him, saying he wonders what his class is. Sung-hoon awkwardly laughs, Then we hear Yo hit Dujin, telling him he can't read the mood. Dujin asks if she isn't curious, and Yo says he handed the reward box already. Dujin realizes now, and they head to the exit. They leave the dungeon, and Sung-hoon and Yo notice something. It's a group of reporters going crazy. They instantly begin to broadcast it, saying they are with the hunters who cleared the dungeon, and it's a nation first. Gijuk quickly runs over to Sung-hoon's group, and Yo greets him. Gijuk's men stop the reporters, and he asks them if they are okay. Dujin tells them with Yo, they won't have any casualties. So they cleared without a problem. Sung-hoon decides to hide for a bit since it's annoying, so he'll let Dujin handle it all. The reporters ask Dujin what happened inside of the dungeon, and how they cleared it. Dujin tells them they are exhausted, so they will summarize the important information for them. So he'll make a recap. When entering a dungeon, you have to hunt the boss, and until the boss is dead, you can't exit. Dujin tells them he'll answer one question and then will end the interview. He picks a reporter named Jinjung, and he asks about the interior of the dungeon. Dujin says it was a different world, and the area they were in was akin to the Amazon. There wasn't a sun, nor clouds, and it felt artificial. Gijuk says the interview will end her, and one of the reporters aggressively yells, asking what kind of monster the boss was. Dujin tells him it was a monkey like the ones that escaped the portal, but it was similar in size to an ogre. The man realizes it was a rank, and Gijuk quickly tells him to keep moving. Jinshu says he expected more reporters, and Yo, the smooth brain, says she just wants to chill. Gijuk tells them reporters are at all of the dungeons, and for them to all rest up, at the hotel they reserved nearby. Jinshu says he's glad they all made it back safely, and comments on how Yo looks burnt out. We see a hologram of Sung-hoon's mom chewing him out for going into a dungeon. He tells her it's his job. She says it worries her, and he tells her not to worry and asks if she can't trust him. She barks, saying it's not about trust, then sighs, saying she's worried, and just afraid of what might happen to him. He tells her he'll be careful. She says it's stressing her out, and they continue talking for a bit. Sung-hoon eventually makes it back to the hotel Gijuk reserved, and we see everyone is gassed out, just straight asleep. Yo asks Sung-hoon if he has finished his call, and he tells her yes. He wonders if he should help, so he begins to recover her mana. She begins screaming that it tickles, then falls off the bed. Jinshu looks over, asking if she's okay. We see her with a flushed face, saying yes. Then notices that she's not fatigued anymore. Sung-hoon asks how it is, and she says her mana is back. He asks if it was mana recovery. Sung-hoon says yes, and Yo tells him that it was sexual harassment. Jokingly, of course. We see Dujin is also awake now, saying he's not surprised. Jinshuk says they are lucky to have Sung-hoon, and cuts the TV on. We see Jinjung, the reporter from earlier, explaining from the scene of the dungeon they closed. We learn they are the world's first to close it, and Sung-hoon realizes that there might not be many players with good skills. Jinshu comments on being the world's first, and Yo asks if this means they'll be famous. Dujin, watching the news, says they are crediting them too much, because it was Sung-hoon who soloed the dungeon. Jinshu agrees. Then Gijuk enters the room and asks if they are all resting comfortably. Dujin and Jinshuk tell him that Sung-hoon healed them. Gijuk wonders if he has another skill, then tells him he's seen the report, then asks the rest if they've seen his report. Yo says they have, then Gijuk asks if he can speak to him privately. We see them sitting down at a table, and Gijuk downs his coffee, then immediately asks how many abilities he has. Sung-hoon says there are too many to count, explaining how magic can accomplish many things, such as controlling time, and distorting space. Skills akin to a god, but without knowledge, just leads to an incomplete being, and a sorcerer's wealth lies in their knowledge. He tells Gijuk he cannot give him an answer currently, since he's still developing, but if he compared it to other player classes, he's a DECA ability user. Gijuk puts his hand on his head, saying he sees, then sighs, saying he'll be honest, and he believes Sung-hoon's potential seems infinite. Since he's the world's first DECA ability user, Sung-hoon says that would be the case, but humbles it up to the viewers by saying it's only because he's a reincarnator, and even though he's heard of others having memories of their past lives, he was the Sorcerer King. Name drop. Gijuk opens a suitcase saying they've never dealt with anyone like him before, so they want to improve the contract, but they want to extend it by 10 years. Sung-hoon thinks about it, and how there's probably not a single other player like him, and even the system is curious. Gijuk tells him how much the offer is, saying they'll also do a 10-0 split. Sungon says they'd get zero profit, then asks how he managed such an offer. Gijuk says just employing the world's strongest will bring profit to their company. And it's the first contract of its type. Sung-hoon says he understands that they'll be using him to increase the company's stock value, which means they are expecting a lot of him in the future, enough to bet everything on. Sung-hoon says 10 years is too long, and instead, how about 5? Gijuk says they don't have a choice, and he accepts. Sung-hoon says nice, and they shake hands. We see on the news that Dujin is being interviewed, and the woman asks him about the boss. He tells her its hide was extremely tough. Sung-hoon says it looks like Dujin is doing a good job with the interview, as he doesn't want to reveal his capabilities. Even though he's strong already, he needs to be at least a 5th circle to live without worry. He calls out to his mother, and she runs at him, and we hear a slapping sound. We see she just ratioed him. She dares him to go out again without telling her. He saw Zhao, then asks what happens if he doesn't. She tells him she won't let him out. It cuts to a news broadcast, which is pretty much just the HD group's power being publicly revealed, and they talk about how strong the raid group is, and some other things about level restrictions in dungeons. With that out of the way, we see having a flashback telling Gijuk he has a question, then asking if anyone has researched the Akasha system. Gijuk says there isn't, but that they've tried to form research groups to look into it, but weren't able to discover anything. But just like how they are unsure of the truth behind the Earth's creation, it's the same with the system. And he asks Sung-hoon if anything is bothering him. Sung-hoon thinks about the question while he cultivates his mana, saying at first, science filled him with surprises, but without knowledge of magic, there hasn't been any research on space or time. And it's quite impressive by how advanced the civilization is without the use of magic. We see his mana has increased quite a bit since last time, and he resolves himself to hurry. Because the message last time has him worried, due to the world's change, he needs to be a 5th circle already. Because then he can guarantee his safety, and his mother's. And if more dungeons were to appear, the end of the world is inevitable. The planet is already knocking on the door of annihilation, but he says he's lucky that the materials that would have taken months of time to gather in his previous life, took 1 day now. This means he can shorten the time it takes to recover his strength, and he needs to rush even if it strains his body a little. His previous estimate was 20 years until full recovery. He inhales as his eyes glow purple, then says he needs to do it in 5 years now. It cuts to a snowy dungeon area, with something flying through the air. We see a man sliding along the ground, yelling to stop attacking. He asks if they want to die, then taunts a monster, causing it to leap at him, creating a cloud of snow. The man grunts after being pushed into the floor. Some of the monster's fur begins to glow yellow, and the tank yells to watch out. And another powerful attack happens. We see a blonde woman click her tongue and jumps over the attack. The monster prepares a breath attack, and then launches it at the tank, sending him flying. He begins to cough up blood. Then, he gets healed by his teammate. He says he thought he was going to die, and now it's his turn. He leaps at the monster, but it dodges his attack. The blonde girl from earlier appears at its back, then slices it. We see another man playing PUBG, starts unloading on the monster, but the bullets just bounce off. A man says he didn't want to do this, and the healer tells him to hurry up. He tells her to get ready, and he turns emo and cuts himself on the blade, then repeats Harry Potter at the monster. The monster begins to bleed, and the tank says good. And he attacks the monster. The blonde girl from earlier raises her weapon, cutting the monster's hand off. And it drops onto the floor. It begins to scream, and the Heartskipper calls out his skill, then fires the shot piercing the monster. Blood begins to pour everywhere, and the blonde girl looks a little afraid, then screams as the monster falls onto the floor beside her. The tank sits down, then asks if everyone is okay. Everyone says no problem, and the healer nags the emo guy. The blonde girl says no, and it's cold as hell here. The tank says he can't help with that, and it's time to dismantle the corpse, and if they burn its fat, they can stay warm. He orders them to start dismantling it as he looks for shelter, and he looks over towards some mountains. It cuts to later, and we see a smoke trail. With the blonde girl saying it's warm now, then asks if they think they'll make it back safely. The tank says he regrets coming, and the blonde girl asks him what the plan is now. He tells her he's not sure, and it wasn't even a boss. And they got bodied by a minion. Then asks how much mana they have left. They tell him, it doesn't seem very good for them. Emo guy says he thinks they can get out, and they all run over to him. He tells them his spirit familiar told him they need the core of a monster they killed. The tank tells them to quickly gather all the loot, and they begin to search, and they uncover a hearthstone. They are prompted with a message to return. They all accept it to leave the dungeon. It cuts to Sung-hoon tinkering with an ornament, while rapping to himself, and he finishes. We see it's a necklace, and he once again praises modern technology, saying he can only make this item due to it. He gets really excited, then wonders how the Akasha would rate this. He casts a praise on it, to show what its abilities are, including the fact it generates its own mana to use the abilities, and it's from otherworldly knowledge. He's happy with the appraisals, and the fact it records the recipe as well. He starts to go upstairs, saying it's been a while since he's seen sunlight, and he sees his mother eating fruit. He holds the necklace up, telling her to wear it. She says it's pretty, and asks where he got it. He tells her he made it, and she says she's never seen a jewel like this, then asks if it has any sort of power like the ones on TV. He tells her that's spot on, and she's a little confused. He tells her that she should always wear it because of how dangerous the world is. She begins to tear up, and he starts to feel guilty, telling her not to cry because of that. She says she hasn't done much for him, and he tells her she's been crying a lot recently, and then they get a ring at their doorbell. He asks his mother if she ordered anything, and she says no. He wonders who it is, then asks, and we see that it's Gijuk. Mama Sung-hoon hands him some tea, saying to stay as long as he wants. He comments on how much healthier she's gotten. Sung-hoon says it's because of the mandragora, and he's thankful for it. Gijuk says it was a deal after all. Sung-hoon, the humble chad he is, says he really does appreciate it, then asks if something has happened. Gijuk hands him a file, and Sung-hoon says they are requests to close Tier 1 dungeons. Gijuk says that's correct, since he shouldn't be level 50 yet. Sung-hoon says that's right, and he just hit level 35. Gijuk says he should be much stronger than others on the same level, but on the topic of dungeon closing, even Tier 1 dungeons are dangerous. And without Sung-hoon, even the HD group would have gotten bodied. Gijuk says they've tried many things to close dungeons, and even other groups, along with the military, weren't able to do it. Sung-hoon sees a hearthstone in the file, and Gijuk says it's an item that allows one to leave a dungeon without clearing it. Sung-hoon asks how it was found, and Gijuk tells him that it's found within the dungeon, and without a location type ability it is hard to find. Sung-hoon looks at it and begins to think, and says it makes sense because the Akasha system is benevolent to humanity. It wouldn't just let them die. Gijuk tells him that the existence of hearthstones was reported 3 days ago, so now sensor ability users are required in dungeons. Sung-hoon asks if it's so they can escape, and Gijuk tells him yes, and due to the dungeon situation, a world summit has been called. Sung-hoon asks what it is, and Gijuk tells him that it's when all the world leaders group for a meeting, so just a conference. But the important thing is that if the dungeons are left open, there will be significant damage, especially the ones in the middle of cities, which would ruin the economy of the areas, or even the nation as a whole. Sung-hoon asks if the government is looking for their team. Gijuk tells him yes, since they are the only ones to have cleared a dungeon without a casualty. Sung-hoon asks if the HD group wants him to do it, and Gijuk says yes. Sung-hoon says it's an opportunity after all, so he will state his terms and form his own party. He asks for magic cores from the government, and then he will clear the dungeons. It cuts to Gijuk in the whip, thinking about Sung-hoon's crafting ability and how you can embed mana into an object to increase skills or stats of the user, and they are much rarer abilities than combat awakened skills, which makes their value high. Although they aren't as valued as the top combat classes, he gets a phone call, and we see it's the president. He asks Gijuk if he could strike a deal, and Gijuk tells him he requested something additional. The president asks what, and Gijuk tells him he wanted magic cores, which will probably be used to craft items. The president asks how he thinks the government will respond. Gijuk tells him they have no choice. Because he's the only one who can close the dungeons, they keep talking about how beneficial it is to the government, and the politicians, and the president says he'll deal with them, then tell Gijuk they need to have a meeting later. Then the call ends. Gijuk sighs, then takes out his earpiece, saying it's good things are going well, but it's tiring. Then he continues down the road. It cuts back to Sung-hoon, and he tells his mom he's going out. She says she's going somewhere too, and he asks where. She says she's going to see someone called Mi-suk to invite her over. He asks his mom if she called for someone to pick her up, and she tells her she's going to just ride the bus. He tells her to just call them, or else they are paying the man for nothing. She laughs, and realizes she won't do it, so he calls him for her. Then he gets on his ducati, and starts driving off. He thinks about how he talked about making his own party, and we see he's asked the current members of the HD group to meet him tomorrow, and he told them all where to meet up. He makes it to a cafe, and we see Yo and the rest waiting for him. Sung-hoon apologizes for being late, and Yo tells him he isn't late, but they are all 10 minutes early. He says it's good, but a little embarrassing. Dujin, the pig, asks if they can start ordering food, and they do. Sung-hoon says he wants to make them all an offer. Yo asks what it is. Sangjin says he knew Sung-hoon wouldn't call just to hang out, and everyone else agrees with him. Sung-hoon apologizes, then pulls his staff out of his inventory. Sung-hoon tells them it's an item he crafted, making them all pog. Yo says the stats are impressive. Dujin quickly asks if the offer is related to him crafting items. Sung-hoon says he'll help them gain new skills and items, but it'll cost them something. Yo asks about the cost, and Jinshu thinks it's a good deal. Sung-hoon says he'll have a failsafe. He has a skill that creates a contract between two people, and when someone deviates from the contract, they die. So he will have a contract with each of them for a skill. We see Yo faceplant into her bed, then rolls over, wondering what to do. She gets a notification on her phone, and we see her mother is asking her for help, and she's a trend hopper. She tells Yo it'll be a jackpot this time, and she throws her phone, saying she was in a good mood, but her mother ruined it. She recalls Sung-hoon's offer, then decides to do it, and that she needs to tell her mom to stop being smooth-brained, which is ironic. It cuts to Sung-hoon cultivating, and we see he's gained a new skill called Eternal Enhancement, and Aura Point. It allows him to use otherworldly energy, and it can give permanent or temporary enhancements. He wonders why the explanation is so short, saying it has no idea what things aura can really do. He begins to explain how aura is akin to life force, so it greatly impacts one's body. There are multiple ways to train that allow you to create aura. He trained using one called Dragon's Heart from his previous life, which by creating a foundation in the heart, he circulates mana with his blood vessels to create aura, which forces his body to undergo refinement, and there's a big reason to learn this. As a sorcerer, their power comes from rings around their hearts, but with each increase in level, the density of mana increases, so when you go from level 8 to 9, your heart could just nope out. So he had the thought of using aura to evolve his heart, because the other option was to just become a spirit. But he had stuff to do before that, like reaching the 10th circle, and it's part of why he learned aura was so he could ready himself for the push to the 10th circle, and now he's doing it again. He says he didn't think he'd need to learn this from the start of this life, but there's still a lot to learn, and he decides to start planning for the future, specifically the 10th circle and all of the obstacles that are following. He gives examples like nations, governments, and other awakened. But the biggest one is how he can secure his profit, and the best way to protect himself is to create a group. This is why he picked the HD group, but they aren't enough, so he needs to start a business, gathering trustworthy awakened. But it's a hassle, so he created an army of golems in his previous life. He starts planning out the actual logistics of his business, such as selling crafted items. Then he procrastinates, saying he wants to relax and gather mana. But he can't keep doing it, and he decides the first priority is to continue strengthening his body. So he decides to secure some type of electric generation system, because that will allow him to get the most mana. As he keeps talking, he receives a call from Gijuk, who tells him he needs to tell him something. Sung-hoon asks what he means, and Gijuk tells him his request for magic cores was accepted by the government. Sung-hoon says that's good news, then thanks him for alerting him, and now it's time to keep grinding. It cuts to a reporter outside of the Capitol building, mentioning how the HD group will be handling the dungeon situation, and that the player who is solving it just arrived. We see Sung-hoon's feet, then he says something to himself, confusing the guard. The reporters begin to bombard him with questions about the dungeon, and he just stares at the portal while ignoring them all. He tells someone from the HD group to take care of his house, then he hops down the ledge and enters the portal. He starts to feel his skin being irritated, and he realizes now that it's poison, so now he knows why the other group never came back. Since it's a poisonous area, even the plants are poisonous, and every other animal that inhabits this area. He talks about how anyone else would die here, but he's built diff. Then he starts to use the ring he created using the magic cores from the government, and it opens another dimension, which is a type of storage. He equips one of the artifacts called the Archering, which is a survival type item. It's a very rare item that can only be equipped by high-level sorcerers. He's glad he crafted the items in advance. The other artifact in the dimensional storage is a spider bot. Spidey is a golem that he made, that uses mana as its fuel. He decides it's time to move, and starts riding it. He orders Spidey to scan for signs of life, and kill everything except intelligent life. Spidey is loyal, and Sung-hoon keeps monologuing about how important it is to be prepared as a sorcerer. We see Spidey open some tiny doors, and then lasers begin to fire out of them, just absolutely going to town on random things in the first. Even creating a firewall, Sung-hoon wonders if he should help a little. He casts Amplify Mana, then we see him forming a giant fireball, then launching it out, creating a massive explosion. He's happy with the results, and his levels begin to increase. He's glad just barbecuing them, gives exp still, and starts to yet again brag about being a sorcerer. He lays back while ordering Spidey to keep farming the mobs, then he receives a warning from his eye that warns him of some incoming mobs, and he gets excited to fight them. He tells his eye to prepare defense mode. We see it forms a shield, then tells him 8 to 10 seconds. He wonders what it is, and a giant centipede monster appears. He says it looks large, and is surprised by how large it is. It headbutts the barrier, and Sung-hoon says that it can't break the shield. Then Spidey confirms the attack, and responds with spider webs. It readies the webs, then launches them at the centipede. Wrapping it around, once it's fully tied down, Sung-hoon says rip it apart. Then the webs squeeze the life out of the centipede, sending its body parts flying through the air. He notices something behind, and sees a horde of centipedes running at him through the fire in the forest. Spidey sends out the webs again, slicing these centipedes like fruit ninja. Sung-hoon asks if this is it, then says they are weaker than they look. He begins to cast yet again, another new skill called Chain Lightning. The centipedes stare like a deer in headlights, then get zapped by the lightning, increasing his level 3 times. He's glad it was only fire resistance, then wonders why they are so weak. Then he realizes he fried their mob drops too, and it's the second time he's done it. so he should be more careful, then asking where the boss is. Inside of a cave, two giant eyes appear, then a ginormous centipede crawls out, rising into the sky. Sung-hoon hears it and then sees it. He says it isn't a good match for the golem due to the size, so he dismisses it. The boss launches at him, and as it gets close, he teleports far away, saying it's clearly stronger than the ape, and it could be the hardest low-level dungeon in the nation. Not only is the boss physically strong, but it has a wide variety of spells. A purple aura begins to form around it, and he realizes something. It shoots out a purple sphere attack, and it passes by Sung-hoon, as he says it won't work on him. He casts flight, then floats into the air above the boss, then he realizes it'll be a problem if he kills it, then goes above the level cap for the dungeon. He says he's unsure what the system wants because if dungeons are this difficult, how are players meant to clear this? Purple spiky things begin to form in the air. He watches as they all fly directly toward him. He casts a wind barrier, breaking the spikes, saying it's an interesting skill. The boss took this chance to clear the gap and bites at him. Its mouth closes, but Sung-hoon has already dodged the attack, saying it surprised him. Not only does it have ranged attacks, but it can also fly, and even though it's so big it's mobile as hell. He casts teleport again. The boss sees this and then quickly turns around. Sung-hoon says he'll fight it head-on, then casts a curse on the boss. It begins to have a purple tint to itself, and he says the debuff worked. He quickly notices it behind him, and he calls it stupid while teleporting again. But the boss predicts then, and when the teleport ends, he's greeted by the purple spike attack from earlier. He realizes it predicted his teleport. He says he needs to shield, but it's too late. He tanks the attack, hoping his armor endures it. We see it scratch his face, and then the rest of the attacks all land, creating a cloud of dust. The boss starts to get close, and we see Sung-hoon still standing, but covered in wounds. He says it was dangerous, and is lucky for his defenses. He crushes one of the spikes, and gets pissed that he got attacked, and prepares a whole array of circles, and launches an attack on the boss, bombarding it with attacks. He casts heal on himself, then begins to cast other spells like time acceleration, and physical enhancement. He starts flying in, then casts limit removal, and another spell in the form of a sword, saying he will end the boss. He quickly flies into it, then passes by it, slicing that baby like a log. As he's staring at the corpse, he realizes he's changed a lot, because, in the past, he wouldn't get provoked like this, and it seems like he has a bit of a temper. But it's not a bad thing. We see he's gained an achievement for being the first to solo, and he's happy with the rewards. Then looks at the boss's corpse, then says dismantling all of the corpses would be a hassle. It cuts to a news broadcast, and we see them talking about how Sung-hoon hasn't come out yet and to prepare for the worst. Doojin is the one watching, and wondering if he'll be okay. Yo affirms to him that he will be fine, even though she's a bit worried too. Doojin says he's out. She quickly runs over, asking if he's fine. Doojin says he seems unharmed, and Yo says they should call him, and it should be fine since Gijuk should be there. Doojin tells them they seem to be getting too comfortable. Since he soloed the dungeon, he won't need their team anymore. So they need to get stronger if they want to stay with him. The reporters watch as he exits the portal, and Gijuk quickly runs up to him, surprised he succeeded. Sung-hoon says he told him he would do it. Gijuk says it's amazing and then asks about it, but Sung-hoon tells him he'll tell him later. Gijuk begs him to answer since it's a historical moment. Sung-hoon thinks about it and decides that fame helps him, so he agrees to a press conference. Gijuk tells them all that he's exhausted, but will answer one question per group, and if the question creates too much drama, they will be forcefully removed. A man asks if he found any survivors. Sung-hoon quickly says no, but he found their mementos. Gijuk says they'll deliver it to the deceased families, and the next question is about what type of dungeon it was. Sung-hoon says it was a forest full of poison, and he briefly suffocated upon entering, so if the previous team couldn't deal with it, they insta-died. The reporter asks how he dealt with it, and Gijuk barks saying he already used his one question, but Sung-hoon says he'll answer it. Then he says he has something to say, then explains how from his experience, the hard part of a dungeon isn't the mobs, but rather the environment. He explains how the dungeon he just entered being full of poison means there's a wide possibility of extremely dangerous environments, so without information, the team needs to prepare for every possible scenario to survive. So at least take an astronaut suit if you would like to live. He then decides to end the interview, and Gijuk handles the reporters, trying to ask questions. At the car, Gijuk says he did great, Sung-hoon says he just did the minimum, and he'd like Gijuk to take care of everything else, because he is tired and would like to rest. Gijuk says he understands, and Sung-hoon starts to drive off. It cuts to a room of 3 men watching the press conference, and one of the men asks if it's really possible, and another man says if he is a Hexa ability user, it is. The old dude says there is no way he's a Hexa user, and the younger of the men says it's highly possible it's real, and they need to find a way to reel him in. One of the men starts to explain how he must have neutralized the poison, and enough combat power to solo the dungeon, so they can conclude that he truly is a Hexa user. The old man says it seems like a monstrous rookie has appeared, and the other guy starts explaining how Sung-hoon will still be ineligible for Tier 1 dungeons. We learn one of the men's name is Frank, and he's told to prepare Sung-hoon for immigration. Frank says it's on standby, and he'll put pressure on Korea using his connections. The old man tells Frank the codename will be First, so acquire whatever they must, and get him in New York. Frank and the other dude both say okay, then it cuts to Sung-hoon back at his house, and he starts to recap about the Tier 1 dungeons, or at least his conclusions. He says that human knowledge always prevails in the end, but the problem is time. And that it's such a valuable resource, and that it takes a sizable amount of time to clear the monsters, and large amounts of military forces have to be on standby. So considering the economic loss, it explains why they rush sending things to him. He's looking at New York, specifically Brooklyn Bridge Park. The current dungeon has just been munching on players, and according to the information, it's a hard climate to adapt to, and monsters spawn from the portal every hour. There's a chance that it's more dangerous than the last dungeon, since the monsters are spawning hourly, but it's too far to get to New York, and his mother's safety and his training take priority. His mother tells him it's time to eat, and he starts heading down, saying that eating with her is the most important thing for him. Probably because he didn't have a family in his past life, but also maybe because his current personality is different than that life as well. He continues talking about it, and how it was demonstrated during his tantrum in the centipede fight. His mother sees the TV behind Sung-hoon, and asks if it's too dangerous with the poison and stuff. He looks back and says it's fine because he has a powerful ability. She says she can't help but worry. Then talks about how her friend was mentioning a lady for him to marry, causing Sung-hoon to spit some water out, and he tells her he will take care of himself and date before marriage. She looks suspicious of him, then flames him for not having a girlfriend in the last 8 years, then he keeps catching strays from her, flaming him. He tells her he's young, and why would he not date someone else his own age? She says most girls his age have boyfriends already, and he says sure, but there's plenty who don't. Then someone rings the doorbell, and she asks who it is. Sung-hoon realizes he asked Yo to come, but the timing is a bit unlucky. His mother sees Yo, and he begins to feel embarrassed. Yo goes into Sung-hoon's room, and she tells him he should decorate it. He tells her he doesn't exactly enjoy decorating, and he didn't think she would decide this fast, then gets her to sit on the bed, saying she's the first to decide. She's surprised and says hung, like a Minecraft villager. He wonders if she wants emeralds. Then she tells him to talk casually to her, and he says it's not a good idea. She tells him that friendliness is important in partnership. He thinks about it and says it makes sense, and she quickly agrees. He says that was fast. Then she calls him an old man. He says, considering their age gap, he is old. She says it's weird he doesn't like being called Oppa, and he tells her some people prefer being called an old man. She calls him a pervert, and he asks how that makes any sense, saying it was just an example. She laughs and seems to be having a good time. Then he quickly gets to the point of asking if she's decided. She says yes. It skips a bit to Sung-hoon explaining oath magic, which is a form of curse magic that forces the contractor to never break, and breaking the oath will make that person lose their life. Sung-hoon asks her if she read the contract, and if she still agrees to do it. She quickly says yes, and he tells her to give him her hand because he needs blood. He pricks her finger, and gets her to bleed onto the contract, and read the bottom section aloud, or else it won't work. She asks if she really has to, saying it feels like she's summoning a dragon or something. He tells her to do it, then she starts to read it aloud, and agrees to the contract, and that nobody can interfere with the contract as their soul's protected. Sung-hoon stretches his hand out, and we see a yellow thing glowing. Then, he begins to pull on red strings, saying it's sealed. The system continues to watch him, adding a contract to the system, and also acted as a witness. He's glad it just watched, and then Yo says a weird message appeared for her. He tells her it means the contract was successful, then says it's time to go shopping. She gets super excited, and then it cuts to later, and her excitement is gone, because she thought he wanted to go on a date or something. He tells her unfortunately, there is no time for that, and she calls him an old man again. He says it seems like the contract made them closer, and she says she's the same as always. Then he asks what her stamina is. She tells him 50, and healers need at least that much, otherwise, people will talk about you behind your back. She asks how long they are going to run. He tells her that this is just preparation, and they will be running until they are gassed out. Then he will teach her what he mentioned last time, so be excited. She yells okay, then it takes us to later in the day, and she is laying on the floor asking for water. Sung-hoon says here, and she quickly raises up, and he tells her they'll take a short break, then move on to learning the skill. She drinks the water, then seems happy again, and he says he'll be teaching her a skill called Eternal Enhancement. He explains how she uses mana to use a skill, but the moment the mana is applied to the body and called life force. He explains how that is often called an aura, and it strengthens your body. But by how much is dependent on the training, and your defense can be more than the tanks, and the attacks can be more than a DPS. She seems surprised, and he says in her case, since she's a healer, once she learns aura, she can solo hunt. Because of being able to self-heal, she'll be a healing DPS. He says she can't be a tank, though, and she asks why. He explains how she needs a psychological skill, and she realizes he meant an aggro skill. He says yes, but it's time to start. Then he puts his hand on her head, and then casts knowledge transfer on her. Her eyes begin to shift to a purple, with text scrolling on them. She starts to lose her balance, and he catches her, and the purple begins to fade back to normal, and she jolts awake. She asks what just happened, and he tells her it's one of his skills, and it transfers knowledge from himself into someone else's head. She says this would be great for an exam, and he tells her it's no use, because if you don't continue studying the knowledge you gain, you forget it. He says since it's done, though, she should know what to do. He explains how the talent to learn aura, and how well it's utilized aura are different things, and he wonders how Yo will do. She acquires the skill for aura, and earns aura points, similar to a mana point stat. She's glad it worked, and he asks if she's checked out the system window. She says yes, asking if she's a multi-ability user now. He says yes, but that she needs to constantly train. He also tells her this room is more effective for training. She asks if it's just this room, then asks why that's the case. He changes the conversation by telling her to focus on her training, and what she's learned is just the basics. So she must learn martial arts that use aura. She says she'll do her best, and he says good, while thinking about how she needs to become stronger so he can become her ally. We also learn that while he's been training Yo, the others have contacted him, and he's formed a contract with each of them, along with teaching them aura. The contract conditions are just not teaching others the knowledge, and just maintaining a friendly relationship with him. And most importantly, and to never betray him. He will be teaching them the Dragon's Heart, which is a subtype of aura and is suited for martial arts. The system gives a notification about the Dragon's Heart, and Sung-hoon comments on how fast it is, but it pisses him off because he feels like he's being watched, but he can't help it. Because he needs to be a 7th circle or higher to avoid the system. We can see his stats have jumped up significantly since the last time we've seen them. We hear his ringtone as Yo saying to pick up the phone, and he calls it stupid. He answers, and we see that it's Gijuk, and Sung-hoon asks if the next dungeon is ready, then asks if there's any information available. Gijuk says that there were no survivors from the first group, and nobody else has gone in. Sung-hoon says they should go to America after the dungeon. Gijuk asks what he means, then asks if he's accepting the USA's request. Sung-hoon says yes, and that it's not but he'll only accept if they give him an ass ton of magic cores. Gijuk drops his iPad, and Sung-hoon says that they are one of the world's leading powers, so they should be able to do that at least. He thinks about how he's gotten greedy, but says it's whatever, and hangs up. It cuts to the gang in front of him in their training outfits. We also see all of their aura point levels, and Doojin says he's happy to have learned it, and that Yo is the strongest now. Sung-hoon thinks about how all of their aura points exceed 20 points, and it fits Doojin extremely well, which might make him grow into one of the best tanks in the world. Sung-hoon says that since they all have aura, he will be teaching them Dragon's Heart martial arts, specifically the steel shredding dragon technique. Sangjin says it sounds like something from Murim. Sung-hoon ignores it and says he'll be using knowledge transfer again, but it's important to experience it right away, so they'll go straight into field training, and it's time to start, so come one at a time. Yo says she doesn't like it, and it cuts to all of them groaning. Jinshu says it feels gross. Then Sung-hoon asks if they are alright. Jinshu says they are fine. Sung-hoon tells them the first thing they will learn is the dragon step. It's a simple concept of balanced, but swift movement. It relies on spatial awareness, and you must understand what he means. Spatial awareness is similar to finding a difference in two pictures. But in a real-life application, you are to locate the exact location of something within your space. Jinshu asks if it's possible, and Sung-hoon says to just trust in him. Sung-hoon opens a dimensional storage, and we see bamboo begin to fall out of it. Sung-hoon gets it to assemble, and everyone watches as it begins to self-construct into a building. They even say it looks like it's out of a movie. Sung-hoon tells them they need to pass through as quickly as possible, and they're not allowed to touch the ground no matter what. Yo asks if that's even possible, so Sung-hoon says he'll demonstrate it. He tells them his app is 223, but will restrict it to 20 for this. And to watch carefully, then he dashes in quickly, passing by the obstacles. Everyone is in shock by how fast he makes it to the other side. And he says it's easy, right? Yo makes a Bob Ross joke. Sung-hoon sits down, and says it would be difficult to train without steady footing, and it's the most effective way for them to get that, and getting used to their bodies. But he's not just idly watching, he's taking this time to train his mana capacity, and the bench is connected to the magic circle in his basement. We see his stats increasing, then he hears someone walking. He wonders who it is while closing his eyes, then casts a spell called Farsight and opens his eyes. He sees a blonde-haired girl in a suit, and she says it's been an hour since she's been walking, then asks someone if they can detect her location. She says she's just running in circles, wasting her time. Then wonders if she should have called Sung-hoon. We see a purple camouflage barrier, and Jinshuk asks what it is, and Sung-hoon tells them that it's to prevent people from watching their training. Then decides to go greet her. We see her sitting down, looking at her phone, saying it's bad that she can't escape, realizing that it's one of his abilities. Sung-hoon tells her that her attire doesn't fit here. She quickly says it's nice to meet him. He asks if she's here for him, and she introduces herself as Michelle Howard, from the CIA. He compliments her on her Korean, and she thanks him. He gets her some water, and sets up a little table, then asks why she's here. She tells him the higher-ups have requested her to recruit him, as they wish for him to immigrate to the States. They will give him tax exemptions, and double his salary, but in return, he needs to take care of all their dungeons in a year. He can also keep all of the rewards. He thinks about it, then asks about the international tax laws. We learn it's crazy high. He says that even America would have an issue going against them. She says don't worry, and there's a way to avoid the laws. He asks if she means tax evasion. She says no, and that the government will pay it instead. He realizes how dumb that sounds. She tells him that it's possible because the states are protected, and that China and Russia can do the same. She also explains how there are only two people who have this. One is the Titanium Titan, and the other is the Thunder Runner. One is a tank, the other is a DPS, and they are both at the top of the world, so it's surprising they are offering him the same deal. He thinks about how it's a fantastic offer, but he can't move with just that. He says she's being cheap, then asks if that's how they value him. She asks what he means. He tells her he cannot accept it. She says that it was unexpected, but they gave the best possible offer. We see she has an earpiece. She doesn't know he can hear the voice in her earpiece. He tells her it's a great offer, but she fails to realize his true value. He asks her how she thinks he soloed the dungeon. Beside the Golden Ape, what about the Poison Dungeon? How does she think he cleared it? She doesn't know anything, or the fact he requested so much for clearing one dungeon, but he believed it was still not enough. She says that's scary. He thinks about how he's well trained, since she understands so fast. He continues by telling her he refuses to immigrate into the States, and is willing to accept things if the rewards are sufficient. She says it's hard to understand where he's coming from. Michelle admits that their investigation could have been better, and she's satisfied with just introducing herself to him. She bows, saying she hopes to meet him again soon, and he says he feels sorry for her since it's all meaningless in the end. It's not their fault for underestimating his value, but even if they did grasp it, he wouldn't have accepted it. Since he has something more important than money or fame, his motive. We see she's having a good time with her friends. He asks why he would get his mom to leave when she spends her time with her friends, and he plans to accommodate her first more than anything. He looks at his phone, wondering if the next dungeon is decided on already, and decides until his companions are ready, he should handle it himself, then wonders if they are training hard. He deactivates the camouflage. He tells them they must have been training hard. Yo asks why someone came to visit him, and he says he's famous now, so people from all over are trying to win him over. But it's time for a lunch break, and they can continue training after. It cuts to Gangnam Station, and it's where his new dungeon task is located, and the real reason is the real estate, rather than the citizens, which is why he was called to clear this dungeon. The reporters start to spam and ask him questions, and he looks over and tells them all to be quiet. And that he will give an interview once he's cleared it, but before he goes in, they should know he will be clearing one dungeon a day, and then tells them where they will be. He says he'll clear a total of 5 dungeons. They are in disbelief for a moment, then erupt with questions. He ignores them and walks toward the entrance, and he reaches his hand out, saying he wonders what the place is like. He comments on the air changing, then opens his eyes to notice he's just falling through the air. He screams for some reason when he can fly, then says this is too harsh, and it's no wonder why people are dying. He says he can't even see the land, and if there's an aquatic monster, is he meant to fight and swim simultaneously, and that it seems like a major issue. He finally casts flight, and begins soaring through the air. He lands close to the water, and he says finding mobs will be a pain in the ass but comes up with an idea, then summons his golem like a Pokemon. He begins to ride it in the water, and he explains how he upgraded the model so it can adapt to any environment, and while it was a huge hassle, it allows him to be at ease during these situations. He tells it to scan for monsters, and insta-kill them. Spidey says bet, then starts to submerge, then swimming through the ocean. Sung-hoon says it won't have any problems killing the boss, but there is a bigger problem. And that waiting here is boring, so he wants to try a new form of training. He spreads aura onto his feet, so he can stand on it. Then begins to notice a wave, and we see a giant splash. Sung-hoon says it looks funny, Then it shows a goofy shark stingray thing. Some explosions appear beside the boss, then it lets out a screech, as we see Spidey soaring in the air, hitting it with something. Spidey says its shock needle is on standby, then it attaches to the back of the boss. The boss tries to do something, but Spidey starts going to town on his back. Electricity begins to form around the boss, shocking it, frying it. Sung-hoon gains some levels, then says it's problematic if he levels too quickly, and he should bring people with him to divide the experience, but quickly decides on something else, then wonders if he should lend Spidey to someone else, since nobody would have any issues clearing the dungeons with Spidey. He wonders what would happen if he mass-produced Spidey, and decides to think about it later. Due to how easy the dungeons are now, and they pose no danger to him, it's time to proceed to the next stage. The reporters begin again, and we see people are down bad for Sung-hoon in the comments, and that he's the biggest center of attention currently, inspiring others. Inside the car, he explains how it's annoying that the government is interested in him. We learn that they are requesting more of him, and there's a lot of text, but basically, he just convinced them to allow his group to come with him. On the way back from the government meeting, Sung-hoon thinks about how they seem to be in a rush, but it doesn't matter to him, as he's still far from his previous life's level, and things keep getting in the way. He doesn't want to be noticed, especially for having otherworldly knowledge, because it could change this world. Even the states have been interested in his abilities. And that he must be able to use an octa spell without the system, so he could handle the consequences of using his knowledge. Back at the training area, he talks about how he wishes his level was lower, so he should stop taking his time in low-level dungeons. Then he opens his status, and we see another significant boost, but Sung-hoon isn't happy with the progress. He has a lot of points available to spend, and since he doesn't want to dump them into mana, he decides to spam drop it into luck. Hardcore leveling warrior would approve. We see he's acquired a skill called Lucky Start. Sung-hoon says even if it's small, I think it's average. It isn't an exaggeration to call the system a godly creation. He talks about how nobody else would invest in luck, and they probably didn't think of the benefits. He smiles and says things are looking good on his end. And now, everyone can pass the obstacle course, but they aren't evading everything yet. It's good enough. He tells them to stop training, and then compliments them on their aura proficiency. So it's time to move on to the real deal. Dujin asks if he means hunting, and he tells them yes. They'll do some field hunting to test their skills, and like usual, Dujin will be the leader. He also tells them he'll help if they need it, but they are just testing aura. Dujin says if he isn't participating, they can just do what they usually do. Sung-hoon tells Yo not to let her guard down. Then he says the next step is ready. First, he has to establish a loyal relationship with his allies, because their strength is his, and now he can give the gift he's prepared for them. In space, we see a satellite spying on Sung-hoon and his team, and it watches them drive into a monster field. Dujin tells them they are here, and Yo begins to stretch, saying it's been a long time. Jinshu says it's because they've been training, and she asks how his new equipment is. Jinshu says it's crazy good. Sung-hoon says it's what he's prepared because they'll become the best in the world. Dujin says it's crazy that he crafted these all. Then Sung-hoon says to make sure they keep it a secret, and make excuses if people ask you. Sung-hoon says they'll begin to scout with the drone, but it'll be different because Dujin won't be pulling aggro. Drone girl immediately notices that there are wolves approaching them. Sung-hoon says good timing, and now it's time to test their skills. He casts a magic shield, forming a barrier around the truck. Taehyung tells Dujin to get ready, then Jinshu jumps atop the truck with Sung-hoon, saying he'll stay here too. Then says it's time to test his new skills. He readies his boy with aura, spots some wolves running toward them, then releases the arrow. We see a beam following the arrow, then it pierces the wolf's head. Jinshuk says that's effective. Sung-hoon says it's their turn next, and the wolves leap at Dujin, and he slices them in half. He wonders if they've always been this easy to hunt. Jinshuk says there's no point in falling behind Dujin, then thrusts his spear at one of the wolves, creating an explosion. He says he made a mistake since he wanted to show off, and now he can't see anything due to the smoke. The wolves close the gap with him, and he realizes he has let his guard down, but something comes to his mind, and he steps backward, then readies his spear, knocks one of the wolves into the air, and then quickly finishes the other one off while Jinshu supports. He says he panicked, but is alive due to Dragon Step. Yo says they really did it, and then asks Sangjin if they should even buff or heal if they are this strong. Sung-hoon drops down, telling them good work. While there was a small mishap, that's bound to happen without a tank pulling aggro, the fighters are always on the front line. Sangjin asks if he and Yo are needed. Sung-hoon tells him yes, and that they need more tanks. Then explains how if a mob could ignore an aggro skill, what would happen? The party would be disrupted, so he would like to prepare backup strats, and safety comes first. So it's necessary to have additional tanks besides Dujin. Dujin asks if he means a backup tank, which we learn is a role that reinforces the main tank, and is used to save the rest if the main tank does lose aggro. Sung-hoon says that it's not impossible for monsters to have aggro resistance, and that one of the reasons he taught them to use aura is to be prepared for the worst case scenario. So Jinshuk and Yo will act as backup tanks. Jinshuk says that's fine, while Yo thinks that things will be hectic with 3 tanks, so she needs to really think about her healing. Dujin asks if she thinks she can do it, and she asks what he means. Sangjin says, tank, and she screams and starts asking if they mean her. She says she's weak, and a healer, though. He tells her to calm down, then explains that he believes it's necessary, and if she does it, they don't need to recruit anyone new. And she seems to misunderstand. She isn't used to using her body due to being a healer, but she has the most aura amongst them all, and it's higher than his expectation, so be confident. She starts to blush, asking if he says so. Jinshu asks about Sangjin, asking why doesn't he act as a tank too, and Dujin says 4 tanks sounds like too many. Jinshuk says their roles seem a little unclear currently, but Sung-hoon reassures them that Sangjin will learn something different entirely, but he'll explain later. We see the old man from the CIA asking what the hell he's looking at, and the nerd emoji as a Manhwa character explains that it's a lizard man, and its number is rapidly increasing. The reason is that the environment itself has changed to stimulate their growth. The old man asks how, and the scientist says it's akin to dimension fusion. He explains how it's like when you overwrite a computer file with the same name, and it only changes rather than being overwritten entirely. The old man says it's a pain in the ass, and that it's problematic. Then he asks Frank if there's been any progress. Frank says Sung-hoon doesn't want to talk to their agent, and he told her to deal with the HD group instead. This angers Garp that things aren't going well, and he tells Frank that she should contact all of the members of the HD group, and find out everything there is, since Sung-hoon is the best chance to solve all of this. The other man from their previous discussion says he received a new video, and to look at the main monitor. The old man asks what it is, and we see them watching Dujin slaughter the mobs, and that he's a main tank who can one-hit mobs. They are surprised, but the old man notices something and says to rewind. They use some high-tech stuff to read his lips, and get the word aura from Dujin. Frank wonders what that is, and the scientist says they have intel he's learned from first, Sung-hoon's codename, and that it's knowledge, not a skill. Then somehow, he realizes it's otherworldly knowledge. The old man sighs and says to stop and gets him to find out what Sung-hoon is hiding, and that he won't tolerate any mistakes. They talk about some other logistical issues, but the too long didn't read, his poor resources into Sung-hoon. We get more backstory on Michelle. She's a CIA agent who happens to be a psychometrist. She's around level 70 and can gather any information within her radius. She's a little taken aback by her ability not working, but decides to dig around Sung-hoon's surrounding to find out about him. She feels something, and looks down to see a girl tugging on her pant leg, and she asks where her mother is, and they have a wholesome-ish conversation. Then it cuts to a flashback of Frank talking to her about reading Sung-hoon's thoughts. She tells him that he can block her ability, and with all of their current information on him, it's correct to assume that he's a sorcerer, and he's also said it himself. and he seems to have a lot of knowledge at his disposal, such as aura. Frank says that's good, and they will be moving according to her assumptions, and he'll relay her report to HQ, so go find out about Dujin. The flashback ends, and on the elevator, we hear someone in her earpiece talking about how he's home, and to go visit him. She says understood, and we see Dujin in his house with cup noodles, and he begins to eat, then hears the doorbell. He wonders who it is, and he answers it to see Michelle, who introduces herself. He wonders why she's here, and she reads his thoughts of him calling her a baddie, and wondering if it's a scam. He begins to sweat a bit, and she asks if they can talk for a bit. We then hear Sung-hoon's phone notifications going off, and he reaches over to pick it up, and we see Dujin messaged him saying that he just met a person named Michelle from the CIA, and she knew about aura. Dujin says he refused any talk of recruitment, then asks if everything is okay. Sung-hoon thinks that the CIA is being more aggro than he thought, and he blocked her ability, so it must be a satellite or something, but their actions are futile. Sung-hoon tells him that everything is fine, and to keep refusing recruitment attempts, and don't say anything. Dujin says he understands. Sung-hoon thinks about how they are smart for going after those around him, but it's time to move on to the next phase. He must secure more magic stones, so it's time to start getting them. Out in the city, he sees some news talking about dungeons and other random stuff, so Sung-hoon takes this chance to give us some lore on his previous world, in which discrimination was the norm. And thus, absolute power was a thing. Those with power were nibbles, and their strongest were royalty. All of this was natural, but the earth isn't like this. The digital era is crazy, and there's a vast sea of information, which has kind of made it a pain to keep up with current events. He again talks about how previous power, and how he needs to regain some of it, at least a fifth circle. On his phone, he asks someone what's going on, and they say it's important for him. He enters a restaurant and tells the cashier he has someone in room 3, then she guides him to it, and he opens the door apologizing for keeping them waiting, just to see Michelle just chowing down. He asks if the CIA lets her starve. She tells him she didn't think he'd arrive so quickly. He says he was coincidentally in town, then asks why she wanted to meet. She tells him that she has information from their spy to give him, and that China has begun to move. Sung-hoon asks her what she means, and she says after the appearance of the Akasha system, China put effort into weaponizing traditional martial arts. Sung-hoon thinks about it, and asks if it's like what you see in martial arts movies. She says yes, and he says that's cool, then asks if they've succeeded. She says yes, and that's the problem. He thinks it's interesting, since it's similar to the eternal enhancement he's been training, and trained previously. And if their power is similar to that, then that means there have to be some people with knowledge of the supernatural. Then he wonders why the general knowledge has declined, and she says in China, there's a group called Yokchan, then, explains how they learn martial arts and are strong enough to make their levels irrelevant, just like Sung-hoon. She begins to show him a video, of a specific example, and we see a purple-haired baddie, walk into the frame, and we learn her name is the Flame Fist Takoyan. I'll call her Toko, for short. Michelle says she's targeting him, and he asks if she knows why. Michelle says it could be to be friendly, or assassination, and since they value Sung-hoon so highly, she came to relay the information personally, and appeal to him once more. He thanks her, and she asks him again about migrating to America. He says it sounds good, but no. She realizes she didn't win him over again, then says it can't be helped. Even though they don't have much information on Toko, she is strong enough to slaughter a level 150 monster. Sung-hoon is level 49. He tells her that's interesting, and that he's in her debt, so he'll thank her kindly next time. Michelle says her job here is done, and she doesn't want to waste their time, and gets up. He asks if she's leaving, and she says that she forgot to mention it, and she doesn't even have the time to eat. He asks even if the main event is about to happen, and she asks what he means. She hears his thoughts of him saying the opponent is here, and she's confused why she can hear him now. She then hears Toko's thoughts, and we see her open the door. She asks if they are waiting. Sung-hoon says see. Michelle laughs, saying it seems like Sung-hoon knows precisely what her ability does. Toko says she'll confirm it out of courtesy, then she asks if he is Sung-hoon. He asks what will happen if he is? He realizes she must have a translation item, and she introduces herself to him, saying she'll have him give her some of her time. Michelle says so this is the result of a martial artist being weaponized, using ki. She arrives sooner than expected, and she adjusts her booby cam to record for intel. Toko immediately snatches the camera, saying that it seems they enjoy peeping, and she won't let her stick her nose into this. Of course, giving some more insight into the plot of the manhwa. Michelle blushes, and says this is just her job, and Toko calls her shameless. Sung-hoon asks for her to take a seat, since she came looking for her. Toko asks if he's surprised, then asks how he's okay after experiencing her ki force, asking what kind of tricks he is pulling. He tells her it's a secret, then thanks Michelle, telling her that he believes Toko wants a private conversation. She says understood, and she'll take her leave, since she can't tolerate Toko anyways. She then tells Sung-hoon he owes her, and she's looking forward to how he'll repay her. Sung-hoon says it won't be anything too crazy, and she leaves. He then releases an aura, asking Toko what she has to say. Toko compliments his skill, saying she's glad he isn't a pushover. He smirks, asking who is judging who, then says that Michelle was right, and she's rude for speaking casually. Toko sighs, asking why that's important, and explains that it's her earring's fault because it's a translation item, without a formal language option. She says she can address him formally, but is there even a point in that? He says he'll talk to her casually, too, then. He asks why she's here, saying that America has offered him citizenship, wondering if China is the same. Toko says the offer is better than America's. He asks what it is, and she says there are 3. She starts to list off a lot of stuff, like immunity, tax exemption, etc. Sung-hoon says it's a good deal, then asks how far their immunity reaches, and Toko says they won't punish him even if he killed someone. The only condition is to not be exposed to the media. He asks what they see in him for such an offer. Toko says she's curious too, and says she's going to find out now. Outside the room, some people who came with Toko explain that they evacuated all the citizens beforehand for this. Toko is surprised that she didn't grab him, and she didn't sense anything, but he's vanished. He quickly whispers in her ear, asking where she's looking. Outside the room, her assistants wonder why it's so noisy in there. Toko asks him if it was an illusion. He tells her to figure it out herself, and how is she meant to gauge his skills if she's panicking just from this? She calls him a bastard, saying if he wanted to provoke her, he did it. He says it's incredible, because he's rarely met people who have trained their bodies to this degree, and that martial arts must be incredible. She stomps off the floor, and he tells her to wait, but she hits him in the chest anyways, blowing out the side of the building. Her assistants realize she hit the other side, and try to fix it. And Sung-hoon tells her they are still in the middle of town, and things will be bad if they continue to escalate, so they should stop here. He tells her he's interested in her too, and she asks what he means. He tells her that her martial arts interest him, so to stop here, and do it later. She double checks he wants to fight her later, and he says yes, she can decide when and where. She takes a second, then agrees, saying she'll contact him later with the date and time, and if he isn't as good as she hopes, then he won't go home in one piece. It's real. He asks what will happen if he wins, and she says nothing will happen, because he'll ask for something unreasonable anyways, and she doesn't see a need for making promises in an unfavorable position. So she'll contact him later. Sung-hoon smirks, saying funny things sure happen around him. It cuts to him on the phone with someone telling them about Toko, and getting whoever is on the other end to report it to the government. He eventually makes his way to the HD Group store, and while there isn't anything crazy good, it'll work for now. So it's time to shop. He starts to explain all of his current equipment, which is stuff I've already covered previously, but basically, he only has 3 pieces of combat equipment, and even though his craftsmanship is better, it just takes too much time. Inside the store, a man tells him they've been waiting, then escorts him to the VIP room. He asks them to make accessories. We see one of them is a unique ring that decreases his mana cost. He explains how he can reserve his mana if he uses the mana from the ring, but he can't trust the Akasha system, so he'll use it for trivial things, until he replaces everything with his own crafted gear. His new necklace is 30 extra mana, but sucks with other stats, and his bracelet is 15% magic resist, which he says will be useful. The man from before asks how he's liking the items. Sung-hoon says they are good and hands him his card to pay. It cuts to after, and he's at the Chinese Tenjin group, Toko's group. Sung-hoon says it's an incredible building, due to all of the services it provides. He says China has a lot of money, and it's like they've created a town inside a single building. A man asks if he's Sung-hoon, then guides him to a training field, and Toko says he's late. He wonders if she's in her battle suit. She says he seems stronger, and asks what he's cooking. He tells her that he only came prepared, but it seems she needed to prepare more. She says that she's a martial artist, and she's always ready. He smirks, and she asks if he's making fun of her. He says no and asks if she's ready. She asks if there's a reason to wait, and then tells her companions, Chung and Hong, to create a barrier. They begin to form the illusionary barrier, and Sung-hoon is surprised by the barrier art. She tells him not to worry, and that it's just so, they can't destroy the building. Sung-hoon looks around to see what looks like a different world, and he asks what it is. He wonders if it's an illusion, because it's not magic. It says it feels so real, and it's interesting. Toko explains what it is, and asks if it's cool. Sung-hoon is definitely into it, and says that China has uniquely developed the system's power. Toko says the conversation is over, and it's time to start. He thinks about how she is 100% confident he is weaker than her, so he decides to hit her when she lets her guard down. He deploys his aura around his body. Toko says he doesn't know what he's getting into, and Sung-hoon quickly dashes forward at her with his fist drawn back for an attack. She blocks the hit, but gets sent flying away. As she slides on the floor, she stops herself, then dashes back at him. As she gets close, she slams into the floor, and prepares to knee Sung-hoon, but he blocks it, saying her legs feel like they are made of iron. Toko asks if he's having trouble keeping up with basic attacks, and kicks him away, saying he was all talk. He slows himself down, then concentrates aura in his hand, and dashes toward her, hitting her. But Toko blocks it. She moves her hands in a circular motion, spinning Sung-hoon. Then launching him at a floating rock, he crashes into it, wondering if close quarters is too much. She asks where he's looking, while flying at him. She says this is the end, smashing through the rock. Chung and Hong begin to panic. As the rubble begins to fade out, she wonders what's going on. As soon as she kicked, he vanished. Sung-hoon compliments the power. She thinks it's an illusion and asks if it's his specialty. He thinks about how he wanted to see how well aura held up, but CQC isn't his thing. He tells her he'll be serious this time. Toko says he's arrogant, but Sung-hoon scanned her body during their fight, and after analyzing her mana flow, he can improve his aura with this information. Toko tells him not to disappoint her this time, and she hates men who whine. He comments on her confidence, then he stretches his hand outward, and summons Spidey. It lands on the ground, and he tells her he made it personally, and it's within his ability, so it shouldn't be a problem. Spidey begins to assess the situation, and requests Toko to surrender. She asks if he's making fun of her. Sung-hoon warns her it's strong. She asks if it's meant to scare her. Spidey shoots a beam. Shocked, she does her taijutsu reversal, deflecting the attack. It destroys another floating island. She's surprised by how powerful it is, then she punches, sending a powerful shockwave toward Spidey, but Spidey does some evasive maneuvers. She's surprised it dodged. Spidey quickly launches 2 more attacks at her. Sung-hoon comments on how she's distracted, and decides to show her some of his abilities. Toko continues to tunnel vision on Spidey, and says she's got it now. Sung-hoon reverse unos her, and has lined up enhanced magic arrow to rain down on her. She turns around to see it. The arrows shoot at her, but she mission impossibles over them. She says it was a blunder to ignore Sung-hoon, then asks where his familiar is. She spots Spidey through the arrows, then punches Spidey's attack, blocking it. She wonders why it's so powerful, then disperses the beam. She begins to land on the ground, and Spidey says he's reloading. Toko is surprised to see that Sung-hoon has used Shadow Clone Jutsu. She says illusions were annoying, but this is just aids. Sung-hoon continues his attack, making her realize she can't hesitate. The attacks pass through her after image, because she used a movement skill. The arrows begin to redirect toward her. She says that's just cheating. She begins to turn around, deciding that instead of running, she'll just crush them. She begins to rapidly punch the air, exploding the arrows with her attacks. Hong and Chung say this is the first time she's struggled, and wonder if she will lose. Sung-hoon says Toko is much stronger than he expected, and even if it is just a basic magic, normal people can't break them like that. We see her fist punch through one of the arrows, making her realize it was an illusion. She clicks her tongue, because she can no longer hit it with her fist. She evades the attacks again, creating some distance from Sung-hoon. She does her circular hand motion again, deflecting the arrows behind her. She begins to roar, as one of them cuts her face, while continuing to deflect. Sung-hoon comments on how it's a useful skill, as if it's distorting space. The smoke begins to settle, Toko is gassed out, and Sung-hoon asks if she wants to continue. She realizes she's going to lose, because he will get her if she keeps playing defensively. Even if she approaches him, finding the real him will take time. She tells him it's a pain, and Spidey requests she surrenders again. She says she can't help it, since it's incomplete, but she has no choice except to gamble with this next attack. Sung-hoon sees she hasn't given up, then Toko says she admits that she should have done more research, and she'll show him this as an apology, and if he's still standing after this, it's her loss. He asks about her final move, and she begins to get into a stance and exhales with her eyes closed. She then opens them, creating a shockwave, sending Spidey into the air. Toko quickly dashes into Sung-hoon, and he creates another array of magic arrows. They launch directly at her, but pass through an afterimage, and he looks up, saying it's time to see what her final attack can do. While she's in the air, the arrows begin to close in on her. As they fly in, she bounces off the arrows, gaining more height, then flips in the air, using some geppo to fly back in, using another movement skill called Void Step to avoid arrows. She claps her hands, then makes her circular hand motion to prepare her final attack. Sung-hoon comments on how the energy is worthy, while her assistants say it's dangerous. They watch Toko dive bomb into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Hong and Chung prepare their barrier, containing some of it, but the attack still destroys some of the area. The spectators are in awe of the power, and wonder where Toko is. In the wreckage of the attack, they survive that Toko has survived. She begins to cough violently, saying that her key center is disrupted, but it's fine because her victory is assured. Sung-hoon tells her it was a fantastic ending. She looks up to see him floating, saying it's impossible, then asks how many abilities he has. He touches back onto the floor, saying she's curious now, but before, she didn't care at all, and she's probably never had to fight someone stronger than her, and there's a proverb for that, frog in a well. She grasps the floor, and he asks what's wrong. She hisses or something, then vomits blood. This shocks Sung-hoon, but for some reason angers Toko. Hong and Chung finally make it out of the debris to see Toko on her knees, so they quickly run to her, saying they warned her about using that attack. Sung-hoon hears their conversation, realizing that they must mean her ki is disrupted while the other spectators see she's been defeated. Sung-hoon says he didn't expect her to self-harm, and it's not the result he wanted, so he decides to leave before it gets noisy, and he vanishes. It cuts to a man named the Elder, being informed of Toko's loss, and how she got absolutely ratioed by Sung-hoon. The elder asks if he toyed with her, and then is shown a video of their fight, then compares Sung-hoon to a shaman. The elder's assistant tells him he's not a shaman, but rather a mage or something of that nature. The elder says he heard the West has been trying to use magic, then asks if they were successful, and decides to investigate every detail about Sung-hoon. The assistant says they are doing that, but the elder says to make it faster since they will need Korea to fight the states. Back at Sung-hoon's house, he's reviewing his analysis of Toko, such as how chi is more efficient than aura, since it's directly in your bloodstream, and he'll need to research more about controlling and managing chi. Jarvis tells him that Yo is here, and he wonders why she's here. Yo asks him to train her, and he's a little lost, but tells her to come in first. He tells her tomorrow is their next training, so why the hurry? She says she's a bit worried since she'll have to act as a tank and a support. But she doesn't think both can be done currently, since she's never actually fought monsters, unlike everyone else. Even if she has the system's mercy, it's too hard for her to do something new. We learn that Akasha's mercy is that the more a person uses the system, the calmer they feel, and it's a psychological manipulation that enables people to fight monsters even if their personality isn't suited for it. So it's something like a shield for humanity. Yo summarizes it by saying she needs special training. Sung-hoon says she's right, and it's good thinking. He tells her that because everyone else is familiar with their weapons, she'll have a lot of catch-up to do. She asks if he's going to teach her, and he tells her sure, since he just finished crafting training gear. And that the bamboo obstacle course was too primitive. Yo says it was definitely old school. But considering him, he'll probably make a virtual reality thing while sighing. He tells her she knows him well, and he says that's exactly what he just made for them to train. As they go down his long-ass elevator, she says it's like a villain's hideout. He tells her she's the first to visit this area, so be excited. She looks surprised, asking if this device he's showing her is really for virtual reality. He tells her it's more like a virtual space generator. He tells her to get changed and that in the back room, there is a cabinet with her name on it for clothes. As she runs off, he says it can't be helped, and he'll need to get ready too. He places his hand on the system. It confirms it's truly him, and he orders it to generate a level 1 virtual space. It confirms the order and begins to load it. We see a blue water egg thing form, and then the AI says it's complete. Yo comes back out asking if this was the right clothing, because it feels skimpy, like something from an online game, or a swimsuit. He tells her it is a swimsuit. She asks if he's thinking of something lewd. He tells her it wasn't intentional, but she'll need it. She asks if he's sure, and he explains the science behind it. She says, besides that, the size is perfect, so how did he know? He says he saw the team information on the company file. She changes the conversation asking about the virtual reality water bubble, and he explains that 1 hour outside is 3 hours in. She asks if she'll be able to breathe, and he tells her yes, then hits her with a wall of text explaining it all. He tells her she'll understand once she experiences it, and makes her raise her hands. He then lifts her shirt off, causing her to panic, then uses his telekinesis to move her into the bubble. She looks out to see him telling her to train hard. The AI recognizes who she is, and begins the simulation. He says now that she's already started, it's time to find out what to do with the others. She begins to open her eyes, seeing outer space, and is in awe of how pretty it is. The AI welcomes her, then analyzes her aura. It recognizes she's learned eternal enhancement, and tells her to pick a weapon. She looks around, and decides a sword would be best, but sees some gauntlets that catch her eye. She picks the gauntlet up because it's cute. Then the AI says she's chosen the gloves, which shocks her. She says whatever, and decides maybe it's a good thing. It continues analyzing her, then begins to form the scenario around her. It blinds her, so she covers her eyes, and then opens them to see she's inside of a tent. She's impressed, then someone opens the tent, telling her to come out. She realizes it's some kind of military scenario, and she exits, saying the weather is realistic. And that if she's a private in the military, the lady in front of her must be a drill instructor. She follows her, wondering where they are going. The lady introduces herself as Mas Hasada. She then tells Yo she's just a hatchling with 200 AP, and it's too early for her to fight, and that it's shameful to call her a soldier. So they'll begin training now. She opens a gate, and once Yo goes in, she informs her that mobs will be summoned and it's perfect for her to train, and that she'll be forced to do this until she reaches 50 points into her Dragon's Fang proficiency. We see a Discord mod spawn in, and it freaks Yo out. She looks up to watch as it slams its club down onto her. It causes her to scream and panic, but she opens her eyes to realize she dodged it. Then she remembers Dragon Step, which is what Sung Hoon meant about her subconsciously using it. It happens again, giving Yo confidence that it's doable. She sees an opening, then uses Dragon's Lunge, ripping off the orc's arm. She's surprised that it worked. She says it's easier than she thought, then gets munched on by the orc. She opens her eyes, and is back in the tent. It says she'll restart her training. Hasada enters, repeating what she did the first time. Yo says if she just revives, she can be as reckless as she wants. She smirks, saying it's time to do it for real. It cuts to Sung Hoon on the phone, telling Dujin to hurry to his house so he can begin training, and that he'll be seeing him soon. Sung Hoon thinks about how they'll have 20 days of training, and that they'll be able to progress rapidly. Jarvis tells him that Michelle is here, and Sung Hoon asks what she's doing here. She says that it's rude, but she couldn't help it, and she doesn't have much time, so she'll get straight to it. She asks for him to quickly come to the States. Sung Hoon tells her it's too sudden, and he thought the States were handling the dungeon situation, so something must have happened. She says an anomaly occurred, the monsters have changed, or rather evolved. But the problem is what comes after. We see on a video there is an ice troll. Sung Hoon asks what the problem is, and Michelle tells him that according to the hunters, the dungeon, along with the mobs, have changed into a tier 2. So they dispatched a raid team with an average level of 70, over a week ago, but there's been no change to the dungeon, but the monsters aren't spawning anymore, so the raid team is still alive. He then understands why she's here. Michelle tells him they'd like for him to rescue the survivors inside of the dungeon. He says there must be someone important inside of the raid team. She tells him that since it's of high importance, they already have a jet planned, and it'll take 3 hours for him to make it there, so decide quickly. He thinks about it, then says he'd like something in return. He asks for twice as many magic stones, then he'll get there faster. She's surprised, as he explains that he could use some of his abilities, and he believes it's a fair trade. He says it feels off-putting negotiating with people's lives, but with the stones, he can guarantee himself to be on par with a fourth circle. He also asks for the payment in advance. She sighs, saying she doesn't understand him, but the deal gets approved, and he puts the teammates inside a virtual reality, then quickly goes to the airport. He tells his mother he is going on a business trip, then hangs up. Michelle begins to rizz him up, then guides him toward the hangar. The pilot says he'll deliver him with care, and introduces himself as Tom. Tom asks Michelle about Sung Hoon and his abilities, but Sung Hoon just asks Tom if he can really reach the States in 3 hours. Tom says to trust in his ability. Tom asks if Sung Hoon can make it faster while putting mana into his ship. Sung Hoon says he'll see his ability while they are in the air, and they begin to take off. Sung Hoon says the plane is hella fast, and it's much faster than he expected, so he underestimated the world's creativity. They make it off the runway, flying into the air. Once they make it a good distance, Tom asks Sung Hoon if he can make it faster. Sung Hoon confirms he'd be able to handle the speed. Tom asks if he's joking, but Sung Hoon says it isn't a joke, as it'll come down to if he can handle it or not. Tom laughs, saying he's a pilot, to his core, and there's nothing he can't fly. Sung Hoon says he'll trust him, then snaps his finger, accelerating the plane, and removing its friction. Tom yells Jesus, as they obliterate the sound barrier. Some people, I honestly forget who they are, or if they've been introduced, they joke about how it can't be shot down. They make it to Brooklyn. One of the CIA agents hands him a briefcase, thanking him for his cooperation. Sung-hoon says to save, thanks for when he finishes his job, but looks around, saying it's strange there's no journalist, but rather just military police, but finds it odd how relaxed it is. Sung-hoon begins to equip his equipment, and the spectators pog about it. Sung-hoon tells them he'll be back, then goes through the portal. He takes a step and sinks into the snow, and begins to walk around, saying that it's cold, but it makes sense that ice trolls spawn from here. He decides to look for survivors, and summons his arcering, which begins to control his temperature. He begins to whirl his staff in the air, and casts a detection spell, that begins to spread out through the dungeon. He notices that there's nothing within his spell's radius, and there's no telling how big the dungeon is. He decides that if magic can't find them, he'll use technology instead, pulling out the CIA's briefcase. He flips a switch, and we see the radar technology activates. He picks up their signal, then tells them that he's on his way to them. We see there are 9 survivors total, but there are also many trolls around them. Sung-hoon thinks about it, explaining how trolls and ogres can sometimes grow horns when they evolve, and after 9 horns, it's on the level of a demigod. And while ice trolls are weaker than other trolls, it's still annoying to deal with. We see that the trolls have sensed his presence, and begin to go toward him. He wonders what to do, and begins to float, saying he'll deal with them before he leaves. Since they'll follow him if he doesn't, he spots the 3 of them going toward him, and one of them begins to roar. He says its voice is annoying. All we see is a massive explosion. Then it cuts to the survivors' POV, and they wonder what the vibration was. One of the men says the rescue team is fighting the monsters, but they'll probably lose. A girl in the party tells him not to speak like that, and another girl agrees with her, saying to believe in the rescue team. They hear it directly above them again, and they wonder if it's friend or foe. Then Sung-hoon radios that he's coming in. They are surprised he's already here. One of the girls ready her weapon, hoping they didn't lead monsters to them. Sung-hoon says he wouldn't do that as part of the rescue team, and he's here to save them, and he introduces himself. They are surprised he's alone. Sung-hoon asks where the tank Miller is, and the supporter Jessica says that she's the leader currently. Sung-hoon recognizes her, because she didn't have her last name on the list. Jessica angrily informs him of the situation, then asks where the rest of the team is. He double-checks that she's the supporter, and she says yes and asks if he's the only person on the rescue team. He says yes, and that Hess alone, but he enough is enough to handle it. She says she knows who he is, and that she's Jessica Rothschild. She's heard some information about him from the CIA, and he's the first to solo a dungeon. While she thinks highly of his skill, but he made a mistake coming here solo. He asks if this place is meant to pose a danger, then he opens his inventory, and throws some troll corpses onto the floor. Everyone is surprised that he soloed the monster, and that it's only been a few minutes. Sung-hoon tells them that if they needed to hide just because of these mobs, then it's a skill issue. Jessica clicks her tongue, then sighs, saying she knows he's strong, but she won't tolerate the insult to her party members, because they can deal with trolls too. They just failed on the boss. Sung-hoon scratches his face, then apologizes for making her feel bad, but he'll treat her team first then discuss it later. He begins to recover the healer's mana. Jessica says she thought it was impossible. She starts to explain her origin story on how her family is a financial powerhouse, and she's been raised with proper education, but once she awakened, she received even more responsibilities, but not for free. While inspecting the corpse, she continues her inner monologue about how she's here in this dungeon due to politics, and then she looks over at Sung-hoon, talking about how he has hella skills, and defeated Toko, who has been called the Hand of China, and he soloed the trolls with ease. So she must know what kind of man he is, and she cannot estimate how much he's hiding. The troll corpse also spawned in, so his inventory must be huge, something like a space and time ability. Sung-hoon feels her glare, saying she's doing too much, without even trying to hide it. Since it's not hostile intent, he can't do anything. He finishes up basic treatment, then asks if anyone else needs healing. The other girl says they can trust his skills, even though he's a little sly. Sung-hoon returns the troll corpse to his subspace, and after, it vanishes. He opens it again, saying they must all be hungry, so he'll grab them some food. He pulls out a stove, and a wok, and begins to cook. They tell him about the boss, and that it's a naga. He wonders if it's the one he knows, half snake, half man monster, and gets stronger as it grows. Those with 4 and above arms are much stronger than normal. He asks if it had 2 arms, and they say that it is only 2, but it is a giant. Sung-hoon is concerned about the size of the naga, then asks if it has any special abilities. Jessica says she'll talk about it, and explains how it screams to create shockwaves, and fires beams from its eyes. It also created a blizzard, which was the most problematic ability. Sung-hoon sighs, and wonders if it's even the same monster type. He says good, then tells them to wait here. Jessica asks if he's going alone, then tells him he shouldn't act brashly. He says it's good she's worried, but he'll show her if it's an act or not. He makes it out of the cave, saying it's the perfect time for the weather to clear. He tells Jessica he'll leave food and stuff here, so just wait, and to close the entrance behind him. She pulls his hood, and he asks if there's something else. She asks if she can go with him, because her ability will help him. He asks what it is, and the other girl says that Jessica can increase an ally's stats by 20%, and she can guarantee her ability is good. Sung-hoon thinks about it, and Jessica continues to plead her case, saying she can use ancient magic that's separate from the system. Sung-hoon is intrigued, and decides that he should learn it like Toko's martial arts. He tells her she can come, just listen to his orders, and he decides it's fine to show some of his abilities. We see Spidey flying through the air, with Sung-hoon atop it. Jessica is surprised, and asks what this is. He tells her it's a golem he created himself. Jessica said she recognizes it from the Toko fight, but it wasn't this big. He tells her that was the scout model, and it's meant to be small and agile. She begins to bite her nail, and wonders how he made this. He says she looks awfully curious. She says, of course, and so are many other people. He tells her there are things he's curious about too, so why not exchange information? She says fine, and asks what he wants to know. He asks about the magic she thought of. She says it's called ceremonial magic, and by performing a ceremony, the caster can use a specific magic type, and the magic strength is based on the length of the ceremony. He says it sounds like shamanism, then she says it's her turn, asking about the source of his power. He makes the Roblox death sound, and decides to tell her a bit. He says it's knowledge of a foreign world, or rather another dimension, that cannot exist in this world. She asks if he's joking, because this isn't fantasy. He says it must be hard to believe, but the world has monsters and abilities. He then asks more about the magic, saying if it's from England, it's safe to say other countries have it as well, and he'd like to know which country's abilities they have. She struggles to answer, and he says that if it's too hard to answer, they can stop here. She says that she can do it, and then tells him the other countries that they've secured so far. He's surprised by how many it is, saying he guessed this world didn't lack any supernatural abilities. But for some reason, mana declined, and the number of supernatural people decreased too. He says this must be the power of only her family, and asks if she's learned the magic. She says it's her turn to ask. He says all right, but they quickly get ambushed by trolls. Jessica screams, then as they get close, we see Spidey already shot a web around them, ripping them into pieces. Their corpses fall onto the floor. Jessica asks what kind of weapon can do this, especially a mere wire. He asks if that's her question, and she decides that since their weaponry doesn't work, if she can find this out, it'd be huge intel. He says you just need to empower the wire until it can pierce the monster's defense. She says they already knew that, and just asked how it's possible. He says if she's expecting something grand, it's just part of his abilities. She gets angry, and Sung-hoon says that's the end of questions for now. He tells her they are here, and they are outside of a cave. He tells her it's where the boss is. He asks if she didn't know it was here before. Jessica tells him no, because the boss approached them first. They find their comrades' corpses, and she says, seeing as there's no movement from the boss, it doesn't know they are here, so what will he do? Sung-hoon says before they enter, he needs to know what magic she can use. She reluctantly agrees. She says she can use 3, excluding buffs. First, inextinguishable flame, second, deteriorating wound, and finally, a skill that induces nerve damage. She says they are continuously applied until her mana runs out. He says just by hearing it, her magic is fundamentally different than his, and that it actually seems useful to learn more. They keep talking, then he asks about her buffs. She casts one on him, and he begins to glow a purplish hue. She says it'll last for 30 minutes. He says it's better than he expected, and it'll be a huge help. He tells her he's going to lure the boss, so get ready. We see him break part of the cliff. The boss begins to pick up on this, and starts to move. Jessica speaks enchantment table, then casts her spell, but it fails, then asks if Sung-hoon just analyzed her magic. He tells her yes, and she says that it made it fail. He apologizes, and finds that confusing since the magic is fundamentally different. Jessica tells him to be careful, as she doesn't take kindly to people invading her privacy. He wonders if she failed on purpose so he wouldn't use his magic, and they spot the Naga below them. Jessica puts her hands together, and starts to cast her spell again. It hits the Naga, causing a purple flame to hover around the boss, causing it to scream and writhe in pain. Sung-hoon says that's useful. He wonders what it's going to do now. The boss turns toward them, and Sung-hoon says it looks like it's found them. He tells Jessica to keep her spell up, then the boss begins to float up toward them. Sung-hoon jumps off from Spidey, and Jessica calls out to him. As he begins to summon his spear, he opens his subspace, uses some magic Bluetooth, and begins to cast a spell called Orb of Explosion. He says he can support it because of his mana pods. So he's going to defeat the boss with strength alone. We watch as fireballs fly past Sung-hoon, and start to get close to the boss, then exploding on the boss, creating a crater. The boss spits up some monster goop, as Sung-hoon mansplains how sorcerers are strong because they can attack from afar. He then begins to order the mana to converge into a single point, and begins to form something, but it's too bright to see. Causing Jessica to say this is crazy, Sung-hoon lets out a sigh, and we see a giant mana spear above his head. The Naga sees this in the sky, its throat begins to bulge, and Sung-hoon wonders what's going on. Jessica screams, telling him it's the sonic wave. He says it's a simple fix. As it prepares the attack, he simply stretches his staff out and casts silence on the Naga. It chokes up, then is confused about what is going on. Sung-hoon says it's his turn, then yeets the spear at the boss. Its face turns blue as it gets close, then we see it land, followed by a massive shockwave. Jessica is in awe by how powerful the attack was. Sung-hoon says it's cute that the boss has escaped from the attack after having its arm severed, then wonders where it ran off to. He asks Jessica if she's maintaining her flames. She tells him yes, since it's draining her mana. He says that's good, since it'll be forced to come out eventually then. He talks about all of the damage it took, saying that it's not a satisfying result. He turns around and is surprised by something, and that the boss is going on the offensive rather than escaping. He says it must be because of Jessica's flame. He wonders if it has the ability to control ice. He says the boss is inefficient since it's wasting mana. But he doesn't want to underestimate the power if it can control nature. Jessica warns him the blizzard is getting larger, and we see it beginning to ramp up. He sees the snow, and gets an idea. He begins to prepare his spell, saying he has a good one for this. He summons a miniature sun, and we see a bright yellow ball appear inside of the blizzard. Sung-hoon says it doesn't matter if it can control nature, but it doesn't matter if it's all evaporated. Jessica is surprised by the miniature sun. Sung-hoon extends his hand, saying expand, and we see the miniature sun doubling in size, evaporating the blizzard, causing the Naga to be exposed. He says there's nowhere to hide anymore, and it's time to end this. He can end it with magic, but this'll be enough. Jessica looks over at what he's going to do next, and the boss prepares something, but gets a massive hole pierced into its chest, causing it to vomit blood. Then it begins to fall over. Sung-hoon says it's all over now. Jessica wonders if he threw a javelin, or if it was his staff, making her realize that his physical abilities are on par with other melee DPS. As the boss falls over, Sung-hoon's levels begin to spam increase, causing him to reach level 55. So he can no longer enter tier 1 dungeons, but he is a little disappointed by the amount of levels he got, wondering if it's because of how many people are in the dungeon. Jessica asks how he's so strong, because it's ridiculous. He tells her ratio, and it's time to regroup with her companions, and that the exit has appeared, so they should leave. He wants to just rest now. We see after the dungeon, they carry out the deceased, and salute their graves to show respect to the players. Michelle thanks Sung-hoon for his work. He tells her it wasn't hard, and that he likes how they respect those who got jungle dip. It cuts to the old CIA dude watching the clip of Sung-hoon, and says it's unbelievable, after seeing the boss get clapped. Jessica tells him it's all she could record. The old dude asks Bill what he thinks. He tells him that even a level 200 plus cannot attack him, even though he is only level 49, and it's crazy to think about his power. Jessica says he's an irregular that uses powers that aren't in the system, as if there's no end to his mana. Bill says he can also craft his own items. Even with otherworldly knowledge, his growth is absurd, since it's only been half a year since he awakened. So how strong will he become? The old man says it's a good theory, then something clicks. He says there are large-scale generators at his house, right? Then he wonders if he can convert electricity into mana. Jessica thinks about it, and it cuts to a beach. We see Sung-hoon just vibing, and he hears Jessica say it looks as if she has no worries. He looks over, saying he's surprised she is here, since it's a private island owned by the CIA. She says it's just to relax, and it's actually her family who owns the land. He says he's sure this isn't a coincidence, then asks if she's here to see him. She says there aren't many coincidences in the world. Sung-hoon agrees with her, asking why she's here. She brings up his ability to convert electricity to mana, asking if he has it. He says her intuition is good, then tells her she's correct. As she's assumed, he can convert electricity to mana, and vice versa. She then asks if it's possible to learn it, and starts to say if it is, but Sung-hoon interrupts her asking if it's the state's request, or hers. She thinks about it, and he tells her it's not good to talk here since they are being watched, so he'll end his break here. Jessica turns over to see Michelle, then Sung-hoon whispers something into her ear, and walks away. Jessica sighs, saying that she knew it would be difficult, but this seems impossible. Sung-hoon begins to talk with Michelle, who asks Jessica why she's here. Jessica says it's just a coincidence, then it cuts to Sung-hoon back at his house. He notices some empty bags, saying she must have gone out. Then he wonders how his team members are doing, and how strong they've gotten. Since he was gone for 3 days, it's been 12 days for them inside of VR. He asks Jarvis for the logs, and then begins replaying Yo's experience thus far. He sees it, and is surprised by how far she's come in only 3 days. We watch as some goofy night dudes run at some orcs, then Yo smirks, and we see an orc fly into the air, and she's the one who kicked it. She says this time she'll beat it. She continues to body the orcs, and seems happy with her progress, saying she's used to eternal enhancement now, and that something should show up around now. We see some fireballs fly in at the orcs, and Yo leaps out of the way. Some mages begin to rapid fire, to not leave any of them alive. Yo happy. She says it's slightly different in each run, and this time they had great timing, and that she can probably beat it this time since she feels good. And while aura is strong, it gets used so quickly, she always has to think about using it efficiently. She hears a screech, then yells out that it's here. Some soldiers begin to run in, as a rock flies past one of them, smashing his allies. Yo is surprised, too. The man begins to run in, and she wonders why he's trying to solo it. The man tells it to get fucked, then that's exactly what happens to him. She takes this opportunity he created, and uses an ability called Dragon Shock. She hits the ogre's knee, blowing it out, causing it to fall onto the floor. She says it's good, and now the first phase is cleared. Some knights rush in, and Yo says that she used a lot of aura with that move, but sealing its movement is beneficial. Then she's a little confused as to why the NPCs are just inting into the boss. She begins to recover her aura, and decides to kill the boss in one shot while they distract it. She sighs, saying it bothers her they are dying, even if it's just a program, but she doesn't think she will lose, then decides on a headshot. We see the ogre still slapping the knights away. Yo steps on one of the NPC's heads, leaping toward the boss. She lands on his shoulder, and he turns over to see her. She smiles, saying game over, then does the dragon shock attack on its head, causing its think juice to start to drain from its head, then it falls over. The knights are glad, and Yo begins to shake, saying she did it, and that she's finally cleared it. She sees a pop-up that says disconnecting from the server, and she's confused since she just cleared it. She begins to cry, asking where the admin is, begging for it to save her data at least, saying to stop it. She returns to reality, and is crying. Sung-hoon is confused. He says the rewards were just to make it game-like, and that's part of the reason she is crying, because she was about to get them. It cuts to a little later, and he hands her a drink saying it will warm her up. She looks at him, annoyed that he forcefully logged her out. He says he didn't think she'd get so immersed into it, but he understands on why she is so angry. He explains that even though it's virtual reality, her body will remember that experience, and the magic will directly impact her nervous system, so it's the best training tool. But that means everything is synchronized. He looks at her, saying she definitely got stronger. And considerably stronger at that. She says she just needs to train her aura, and he agrees, saying that she seems to be tier 3 at aura utilization, so it's not wrong to call her a genius. She asks what he means by tier 3, and he explains how it's divided into 10 levels, and the higher the number, the better. And considering the time she's put into it, seems she's very suited to use aura. She says she isn't sure if it's a good thing or not since she doesn't have anyone to compare to, so when will he take the rest out? He says when they get to her level, which should maybe take a few more days. She starts to feel proud, that she's maybe a genius after all. He asks if she's ready to get going. Since she's tired, she should go home and rest, and that her family must be worried. She thinks about it, then says yeah, and it's time to get some food, and she missed Coca-Cola, and she understands why people like it so much, since eating was harder than the actual training. He realizes she's changing the subject, and doesn't want to talk about her family, so he goes along with it. It cuts to later in the day, and he explains how magic is omnipotent, but takes forever to get the basics. Knowledge and spells need a lot of time and resources to support the two. He's prepared something, and it's time to start it. He says that now his mana capacity has reached the maximum for his class. His body won't be able to handle any more mana. So he must increase the circle to the next tier. He says it's time to go. And we see the rings around his heart, and that he's sitting inside of a giant magical circle thing. And he exhales with his eyes closed, then opens them, as a large amount of mana begins to go into his body, creating an additional circle around his heart. A window appears, confirming that it's added it, and now he's tier 4. Sung-hoon says this is good, since he's now a 4th circle, which means he can make a clone of a living body, and while making it close is tier 7 magic, the technology allows him to do it at tier 4. He begins to order the mana like he usually does for his spells, and to observe the flesh, then starts to rapid fire off a ton of different spells while holding his staff. They begin to form into something, and calls it clone life. We see an eruption of mana from in front of him, and he says the cloning is successful, as he sees a brain inside of some grimace goo. He continues by putting the brain into a box, and we see it has some permanent effects. He lets out a sigh of relief, saying it's been a while, but he's glad it's done. He explains how it's called a brain box, and it's a straight clone of his brain. He then forms a connection with the brain, and he says he can now feel his thoughts getting faster, and his head getting clearer. With this, he now has all of the basics of a sorcerer, and that it's the ultimate skill only a few sorcerers were capable of in his previous life, called extra brain. An easy way to think about it is like a cloud for a computer, and by chaining them together it increases the efficiency. The more, the better, but they are hard to make, and too many of them is too much for the brain to handle, and the human body isn't a machine, so he needs an adjustment period. Another window says the system is watching him. Sung-hoon says it's as he thought, it's probably one of the strongest godly beings. It cuts to later, and Jin-shuk says it's been a while since he's been to a hunting ground, and Dujin says he agrees, asking how long it's been. Yo says he sounds like a boomer. Sangjin says he's surprised he's not nervous. Sung-hoon says it's part of their training, and they'll feel more confident too. They continue talking into Jinshu asks if they will be safe here, since it's a place for level 100s. Yo says since Sung-hoon is here, there won't be any issues, and that they've all improved. Jinshu looks at some technology thing on his arm, showing where some trolls will be. Sangjin says orcs also show up here too, and they are ambushing the soldiers to steal guns. Jinshu says that's weird, and asks what kind of orcs they are. Sangjin says they are intelligent. We hear the drone girl say she's lured the mob, and the target is a stone troll. 8 to 3 minutes, so be ready. Dujin says understood. Taehyung tells them they'll hunt it one by one. Sung-hoon tells everyone they heard it, so don't go overboard. Yo and Jinshu make some puns, and Sangjin is disappointed. The troll begins to appear over the hill, and Dujin tells them to get ready. Sung-hoon explains how he's never seen this type of monster before, wondering if it adapted to its surroundings after coming out of the gate, saying it makes sense, due to how high their adaptability is. Taehyung tells them what to look out for, and be careful when hunting them. He also tells them they have high defenses. Dujin says understood, and tells the rest where to go. He leaps off the ground, flying at the troll. Dujin strikes down, hitting it in the head. Then drops below it, saying he only damaged its hide, but is happy with his progress, and how he can damage it. It charges at him, but he blocks it while we see an attack from its side. Jin-shuk is there to support him. The troll looks confused. Sangjin begins to debuff it, but takes aggro. Dujin says he can't let that happen, so taunts it. It turns back around toward him. Dujin says he is aggro, so damage it. We see an arrow fly through the sky, piercing it in the head. Jinshu was the one who fired it, and the rest continue their attack. Jinshu thinks about something, and Sung-hoon says that everyone is doing well despite it being their first time fighting the monster. At this rate, everyone will be fine. Jinshu tells them he'll get it this time. Dujin says he'll handle the aggro, so do it. Jinshu fires his arrow. It flies across the field, hitting its knee, creating a hole in its leg, causing it to drop onto its knees. Jin-shuk says it's time for the kill, then cuts its arm off. Yo runs in, then leaps into the air, beginning to empower her foot, kicking a hole into it. We see Sung-hoon timed it, and that they were barely over a minute. Yo looks happy, saying she got experience for last hitting it. We see inside the city of Pyongyang, a robed figure appears, saying it's been a while since it's seen sunlight, and undead begin to crawl out of the floor around it while it says God promised this land, and that the other competitors will be here soon, so it must hurry. We see it's a skeleton, and it tells everyone to quickly arise, as it's time to move for their master, and kill every living being. The undead begin to run as the skeleton commands, then it cuts to Seoul. We see a dash in the air, then Sung-hoon appears, saying he commands Mana to create a way stone, so he can teleport back. He says he's done this in 4 other locations, and now that he can teleport long distances, he should save some important spots. He checks if he's missed anything, then decides to go back, but suddenly feels a powerful aura coming from the north. He comments on how it's dark and filthy, saying it's familiar. He begins to try and think about what it was, then he has a lightbulb moment, remembering it's an undead monster. Or rather, a powerful one. He decides to check it out, saying even though he didn't record any coordinates up there, He can just use some mana to get there. He opens an instant space portal, then flies through the air. Back to Pyongyang, we see some humanoid hyenas are fighting with the undead. One of them tries to tell the chief they need to fall back, but the chief says he will not abandon his headquarters. The other one tells him they cannot fight on the cursed ground, because even their allies are becoming undead after dying on it. The chief tells everyone to retreat, then feels something, looking down to see undead are grabbing onto him. They begin to eat him, and dogpile on him. Back to Sung-hoon, he says it's been a while since he's seen the land of the dead, then explains how it's when the shadows of the dead surround an area. Anything that dies on the ground becomes undead, and it will keep expanding, but after a bit of expanding, they experience a power-up. And they evolve by consuming living creatures, so simply, even if they don't do anything, they will receive some goated buffs, and the biggest issue is the land doesn't appear by itself. It requires shadow magic, a rather powerful one. He pieces it together that it's a lich. He decides to see how far it's expanded. He casts a detection skill that spans across the land. He says it's much wider than he thought, and it won't be easy at all. After the fall of North Korea, everyone who died will return. He wonders what to do. He explains further about how powerful undead are difficult enemies, since they are powerful sorcerers, and they can create their own environment to their advantage. He says in his previous life, he'd have brought a high-level holy priest, but he cannot find them here, so it can't be helped. He pulls out his phone, and starts to take pictures of the lich in the area, saying it was a good picture. He says even though he's reincarnated, he's a 21st century. There's no reason for him to do it by himself, so he'll let the government handle it. It cuts to the government, and they are talking about the undead army rising. To keep it simple, the government guy thinks that they don't have enough people to deal with the invasion, and then, of course, it goes back to Sung-hoon. We see Gijuk was the one who fed the government the intel for him, and Sung-hoon is happy about it, saying that's expected of Gijuk, and his work is always good. He says it'd be nice if he could get Gijuk to work for him, since getting all of his rare materials is getting difficult. Sung-hoon says since powerful monsters have appeared like the lich, he needs to increase his power, even if it costs a ton of money. What he needs the most currently is time, and today he'll be creating a powerful supporter who can create that time itself. He puts his palm so the system can read it, then tells the system to shut down as he'll upgrade it tonight. As it does, he says he's been waiting for this, then begins to summon the foundations to a magic tower. We see a group of them form around, as he begins to plant his ego within them. Purple aura begins to swirl around the tower, and he says the tower admin is born. We see Sung-hoon standing before it, as a little blob appears. It says, "Please choose a name." Sung-hoon names it Aina. Aina begins to float around him, then he holds it as Aina greets him. Sung-hoon is really happy, and screams it's done. We learn it's an ego artifact that will be his personal secretary, and his companion. Aina asks Sung-hoon for some orders, and Sung-hoon asks Aina if they can search through his memories. Aina says correct. Sung-hoon says to begin using his memories as automatic learning, and that Aina is allowed access to the internet. Aina asks for the direction of learning. Sung-hoon says since it's difficult for Aina to aid him, to learn as much as they can, including scientific knowledge. Aina flies back into the tower, starting to surf the web, to master the knowledge in the world. Sung-hoon begins to stretch, saying that's one thing out of the way. Then sees his mother and Gijuk. Sung-hoon says he's surprised Gijuk stopped by without telling him first. Gijuk says he has some good info for him, and Mama Sung-hoon makes them tea. Gijuk tells Sung-hoon the National Hunters Association has recognized him as an origin ability user, new rank. And it includes people who had unique abilities prior to the system, such as witches, martial artists, things such as that, but the rank will allow him to have top secret information. Sung-hoon says, "That's nice." Then Gijuk slides over a file regarding origin users. Sung-hoon sees it's about an Indian cleric. Gijuk says that the person becomes stronger based on her beliefs. Sung-hoon grins, wondering if he can bring her to his side. Inside of a forest, We see Yo punching a hole through a bird, then saying it's the last one. Jinshu and Songying watch, while talking about how scary she's getting. Dujin tells Giju they are finished here. Yo says this zone wasn't as bad as she'd thought. And we learn that she's level 62 now, and Dujin is 65. They begin to take away the monster corpses. And Jinshu tells Yo good job. Ti-Hyung comes out and tells Dujin he needs to see this. We see it's a video of the undead at the line. Yo says if they are at the line, isn't that close by? Dujin says yeah, then asks where they came from. Ti-Hyung says they came from a dungeon near Pyongyang, and HQ wants them to return immediately since there might be a mandatory call to action. Yo and Jinshu begin to walk away, and Dujin says that the amount of mobs would be a problem even for Sung-hoon. We see they are even talking about it on the news. Then Dujin asks Yo what Sung-hoon is doing. She says they haven't talked in a while since he's cooking right now, and he'll probably show them something crazy again. It cuts to Sung-hoon sneezing. Ina asks if he's sick, but Sung-hoon says it's just someone talking about him. Ina says they don't see a connection, and Sung-hoon says it's just an assumption, then asks how production is coming along. Ina says after combining magic with engineering, a 3D printer that uses magic power was made, and that it can engrave detailed magic circles that are hidden from sight, and, if tried to be taken apart forcefully, will self-destruct. Sung-hoon says that's good, so it's time to test it out. The printer instantly creates a ring with a triple spell engraved onto it. The ring will allow anyone to survive in any environment, without eating or sleeping. It's perhaps the best support item there is. Now he just needs to sell it and make a lot of money. It makes him excited thinking about it. He then asks Ina how long it would take to start mass production. Ina says 2 weeks. Sung-hoon says that's good, but to get it up ASAP. He also tells Ina to contact Ti-Hyung if there are any issues. Then asks how the learning process is going. Ina says they are gathering intel on nuclear and atomic development. Sung-hoon says good, and they will probably be able to build a nuclear power plant. Back at the undead area, we see the liches still summoning more things, and the souls begin to fly into a hole in the sky, then says open. A giant beam forms, as the lich says death transcends all, and he begins to open a door to hell. He calls out for some general to join his side, and we see as a death knight walks out of a portal. We learn the leech's name is Calypso, and the DK is named Paelton. Paelton asks if the army is ready, and Calypso tells him how big their army is. Paelton compliments his work, and Calypso says they must hurry, and that the other god is interfering with them. Paelton tells him not to worry, as everything will unfold as Master wills it, and that they will march north, to demonstrate to the living that the dead will walk forever. Back to Sung-hoon, he's explaining how he made a deal with Jessica, to teach the other players how to use aura, mainly the ones under her, and now after the first month, they are ready to graduate. He enters the VR room, and tells Ina to disconnect everyone, and wake them up. He explains how Ina has grown a lot, and even chosen her form. She tells him that some couldn't make it to the goal. He says it doesn't matter, the contract was only to teach them for a month. Ina flies off, and begins to disconnect everyone. Their VR bubbles pop, causing them to wake up. Some of them are confused, so Sung-hoon claps his hands, telling them to pay attention. He tells them it's been 30 days, and while everyone's training has been different, they all should have learned how to use aura. He reminds them they aren't allowed to teach anyone else the knowledge, and if they go against the contract, they are more than welcome to find out the consequences. He tells them they'll skip the ceremony, then snaps his hand, teleporting them out. He sees Jessica, then says not bad. He asks if she has something she wants to discuss since she resisted the teleport. She says she has an offer for him, and that her family wants to contract with him. He asks why, and she tells him that they want him to be an exclusive player of her family. He thinks that he'll probably reject it, but decides to hear her out. She puts her finger in his face, saying that they'll give him their share, 10% of their business revenue. Sung-hoon says this is an extreme offer, then asks if she has the authority to make that decision. She says before coming here, The elders approved her. He asks on what basis she's making this offer, and she says that based on what she experienced in VR, his ability to transfer the knowledge of aura is amazing, but it wasn't anything special compared to tricking the flow of time. Because to experience 1 year and a month, a sorcerer who can create that must be recruited no matter what. Ina says that's because he's an amazing sorcerer. Jessica stares at Ina, saying she couldn't help but notice. Then asks if it's a fairy. He says she can think that. Jessica then says the offer is too good for him to reject. He thanks her for the offer, but rejects it. She asks why. He tells her amongst what he knows, a sorcerer is always preparing for what is next, and he's a firm believer in that saying. She says that she has something to say too, and that is if you are not an ally, you are an enemy. She says that she doesn't know what he's planning, but how can she accept such an excuse? Sung-hoon says well, he's already been preparing, you cannot subdue me with force, since it's already too late. She sweats, awaiting his reply, then realizes the negotiation has failed. He asks if she'll face him as an enemy. She says no. He then tells her she can deliver his greetings to her elders. She says that she hopes they don't perceive him as a threat, and order for his elimination, because if they were to fight, everything he owns would be destroyed. He laughs, saying he's looking forward to it, then snaps her away. He asks Ina what her opinion is, and she says, according to the data she's hacked into, he cannot win against them in the short term. However, you wouldn't lose either, and if the fight was stretched out, he could win. Sung-hoon says yes, and ever since he completed her, that's the undeniable truth. He explains how she's the embodiment of the magic tower itself. Since she grew, he's already gained enough power to take over the world. He even compares her to Skynet, then asks what she's doing. She says she's hacking the CIA, and he asks why she's dressed up like that. Ina says that it's her work uniform, and that wearing a uniform increases work efficiency. He then asks why she's using a keyboard, when her thought alone is enough to access the internet. She laughs, saying that it's just to make it look as if she's working hard, or else it would look like she's being lazy. He blankly stares at her, and she calls out to him. He quickly changes the topic, then asks how many of the 3D printers are ready. She tells him 817, and he says it's good they are ahead of schedule, so it's time to begin production on the actual items. Ina says to leave it to her, and it cuts to Dabi Palace. Some soldiers see a portal forming, and they radio over to escort the VIP. One of the men tells his chief to look, as we see some feet sticking out of a portal, and it's revealed to be some kind of succubus woman. She goes to the chief, and begins to enchant him with her plot, draining his life force. The other man shoots at her, but the bullets aren't effective. She calls it a primitive weapon. Some more succubi come out and start to swarm the other soldier, and his life force begins to drain. The succubus says it's time to show this world what true pleasure is. We see the news covering this, and how the portal is a tier 3 dungeon, with a 150 level restriction. Luckily, there weren't many casualties. We then get taken to the White House, where we see that a portal has also appeared at the Blue House in Korea, and they seem to be appearing randomly at the main buildings of governments, and it's something they can't overlook. Chuck asks what's going on, and Bill explains how they can conclude the monsters have similar goals. Chuck asks who he is, and Bill introduces himself. Chuck asks Bill what he's trying to say, and Bill tells him that they've been trying to communicate with the systems director, because if they can end up doing it, they should be able to get further assistance. They begin discussing if it's a god or not, and Chuck asks if the director is meant to be an opposing force to whatever entity is creating the portals. They tell him yes. He sighs, saying he's not even religious, then asks what their plans for the portals are. Harrison tells Chuck that if they wait, the impatient countries will get some information for them, so all he has to do is defend the perimeter so the public doesn't freak out. Chuck says they're already on that, but if they want, he can contact someone named Sloman and his team, since their defense is perfect. And they both agree that time is crucial here. Back in North Korea with the undead, we see Pilton holding a gun, saying it's exceptional, and while their technology is magnificent, there is no mana. he says it's strange, while destroying the gun. Calypso tells him the mana has yet to develop, the translator mixed up their names, and that, due to their technology, they will become stronger in a short time frame. Paelton says that if a great wizard like Calypso is saying that, then he is underestimating them. Then asks how their army's morale is. Calypso says that due to Paelton's efforts, the morale is good, and everyone is hyped about the new army, but soon the humans will retaliate. Paelton asks why he thinks so, and Calypso says that due to the living having poor mana control, they develop technology to see things that are far away, and they won't just let them idly increase their army size. We see a flame thing far away in the sky, and Paelton asks if that's the enemy they've been expecting. We see it's actually a phoenix, and it lands directly in front of them, and shifts into a human. We learn it's a level 246 shapeshifter named Jin Rung. Rung asks if they are the ones who changed the land, and Paelton says that's a stupid question. Rung says it's no surprise that a monster with intellect would be able to speak. Paelton asks if all the other monsters till now had no intellectual ability, and Calypso says yes, since they were rushing their preparation. But he cannot feel any of the other gods' powers currently. Paelton says there's no time to waste, and since they made their move, the other gods' followers will too, so it's time to get rid of this human. Rung asks if he thinks he's a third-rate, saying he'll fold him like a lawn chair. He begins to morph into an azure dragon, and Paelton says he's just a budget Shenrong. Rune begins to fire a breath attack, but Calypso prepares a shield. We see Rung's attack devastating the land, and the undead. Then a slash flies through the air, slicing Rung's neck. Paelton says he's much stronger than he thought, since he wanted to take his head off. Rung says that's impossible because even artillery wouldn't damage him, and that he got surrounded quickly, and it all just feels strange, so he begins to fly away to get off of their cursed ground. Paelton says he let his guard down, then calls for Calypso, who says leave it to him. In the air, Rung says that if he just destroys the soldiers, he'll get some juicy XP points. Calypso raises his staff into the air, and casts a gravity-controlling spell, causing Rung to quickly fall into the floor. Calypso casts a binding spell, and it ties Rung onto the floor. Rung wonders what's going on, because his mana is being absorbed, making him unable to shapeshift back. Paelton approaches him, saying it's unfortunate, that he's a fool for coming here by himself. Rung watches as Paelton walks beside him, readying his sword, saying Rung's body shall join their army. Then swings his sword down, creating a massive aura from the attack, that generates a large explosion. The aftermath shows Rung's head on the floor. His final thoughts are that it's unbelievable that he's lost so pathetically. Paelton says a dragon's remains are great materials to reinforce their lost troops. Atop a mountain somewhere in China, we see a man overlooking a cliff, while another man appears saying he has a message from the chairman, and that their forces that went to stop the invasion have been annihilated. The elder asks if Rung went with them too, and he says that, unfortunately, Rung died, so the chairman has called for an urgent conference. The elder says that if Rung wasn't enough to stop them, they can't take it lightly, and they should depart quickly. Back at Dujin's apartment, he sees on the news that there's a ring that will allow you to stay in shape, and you won't even get hungry, but there's limited stock, so grab it quickly. Dujin is speechless, until the girl says they are now taking orders. He quickly grabs his phone, saying he hopes it isn't a scam. He receives a call, wondering who it is. It's Gizhu telling him that they have a hunt. Dujin asks if that's okay to do, since there is a massive horde of undead. The girl on TV says they are already sold out, and Dujin screams. Then it cuts to a forest, and a spider thing gets a hole punched through it. Yo says she hates them. Another one runs up behind her, and she screams, then kicks it away, then Gum Gatlings it, exploding it. Sangjin watches, saying it's amazing that she can clear it by herself. Jinshu asks Dujin if he can do that, and he awkwardly says yes, and that it would only take an axe swing. Jinshu says he's slow, and doesn't think he can hit something that is quick. Jinshuk says that Yo also has more aura than he does. Sangjin says that she's also like a zombie, since she can heal herself during a fight, and after watching her absolutely munch the spiders, she's probably the strongest in their party. She angrily continues, and Doojin says he might be at risk of losing his position as party leader, and that she seems to be working too hard. Sung-hoon appears, saying her improvement is impressive. They get jump scared by him. Jin-shook asks where he learned how to do that, and Jin-shu asks if it was stealth. Sung-hoon says no, and that it was just a teleportation spell. They have an existential crisis by him calling it simple. Yo finishes up, and is covered in spider juice, then turns over to see Sung-hoon, and begins waving at him. He waves back, then she runs over, asking when he got here. He tells her to stop since she reeks, and says it can't be helped, then snaps his fingers, dunking her in water, then using wind to dry her. Yo happy. She asks if it's his magic too, and he says, of course, it's household magic since he didn't want to do chores. He says since they are done, it's time to talk. He asks if they are aware of the Tier 3 dungeon in front of the Blue House. Doojin asks if they are going to need them to clear it. Sung-hoon says he believes the government will request it of them soon, and while it's possible for him, with their current skills, it'll be difficult. While they have all gotten stronger, it's not sufficient to clear a Tier 3, and they must know the inside of dungeons are extremely harsh. Doojin says he's right, and that it's unpredictable inside. Yo says they should always be prepared, while flexing the fact that she got one of the limited time rings. Doojin asks if he got one, and Yo turns into Usopp while saying it's a popular item. Sung-hoon begins to feel ashamed that she bought it, and he should have taken care of his party members. Yo notices the face he's making, and he sarcastically says it's a good item to buy. He quickly changes the topic, by saying items are important, but skill is the deciding factor, and that he's upgraded the VR training world. They all feel emotional damage, besides Yo, who says that's exactly what she wanted. Sung-hoon says he'll negotiate with the government to buy them at least a month in VR, which means they have a month to increase their skills as much as possible. It cuts to downtown, and Sung-hoon says the negotiations are almost complete, and all of his magic items sales will be handled by Ina. Now he has free time. He comments on how despite everything that's happened, so many people are unchanged. He comments on how he'd frequent the streets, watching live bands, then remembers his dream of being a musician. A sound catches his attention. He wonders if it's a siren, asking why is something like that here. We see a green-haired girl, singing, and the crowd is going crazy. He decides to observe more, and goes invisible, then floats into the air. He says she must have come through a portal or something. He says he always knew that someone from an ancient race would arrive, but to think it had happened so soon. She looks up, then greets the sovereign of Mana. He's surprised she saw through his stealth. She says this is her first time seeing such skill in this world, then asks if he'll spare some time, talking to her. He wonders if she's using communication magic, then decides it's not a bad idea to talk to her, then agrees to it. She tells him where she's residing, and to visit her there. He says bet, see you in an hour. Then lands on the ground. He begins to walk away from the crowd, saying he hopes it won't be bothersome. Then says if he can stay on good terms with her, that would be good, since she would be equal to the world's best singer. It cuts to later, and he's at the hotel. He wonders what she's going to talk about. She quickly opens the door, saying it's an honor to meet him. He says she's flattering him, but they need to introduce each other. He starts by telling her that he's a sorcerer, and his name. She says her name is Alina, and that she's a siren, an elementalist. He pulls out a scroll, saying it's time to begin. Under the name of omnipotent magic, they will each ask one question. He asks if she agrees. She says yes. Now the contract of truth has been formed. He says he'll ask first. He asks if the place she used to live in had a name. She says the world was called Alasha, but the human empire was called Petrin. Which shocks him. Sung-hoon says that it's an empire that fell 300 years ago, and he was the one who brought its downfall. Alina says he must have the same birthplace as her. He's surprised, then says elementalists are a pain. She says her race is infamous for picking up changes in people, and it's a unique ability, then asks if it's her turn for a question. He says yes, so ask away. She asks how long he's been in the world. He tells her 28 years. He says it's a rather trivial question, asking if it's okay to even ask that. She says it's both a long and short amount of time. He says his turn, then asks how she came into this world. She hesitates, and he wonders why, then she says that the dimensions have collapsed, which shocks him. He says that is unthinkable. She agrees, saying there was no omen, it just suddenly happened, nor did their gods warn them. He wonders if it's due to his fight with Akaluman, then realizes it's more likely to be a cosmic power. Now it's her turn. She asks how much influence he has over the world. He says he's not sure, but he can fight a nation at least. She thinks about it, and he says it's time to end the questions harem since he has nothing else to ask, but it's been a pleasure to meet someone from his home world. She remains silent. As he goes to leave, she says she'd like to negotiate with him. He's curious, and she asks him to help. In return, he'll receive knowledge on her race. He says it's not a bad offer, but it depends on what request she makes. He says it's something he cannot reject, then asks how he can help. She asks for Sung-hoon to save her kind in this world, and provide them somewhere to live. He says he doesn't want to do much labor, then she asks for him to search for them in a reasonable amount of time. He asks what kind of region they want to live in. Elena says she hopes he can provide them with one they can govern themselves. He thinks about it and their independence, then says that he will agree, and when he finds a siren, he will rescue them. Then asks if she wants to remove their conversation elsewhere. He says he wanted to do this with plenty of time, but it won't be too bad if he can do this now. We see the magic of Tower in his basement. She says the amount of mana is amazing, and calls him esteemed one again. He tells her to just call him by his name instead, then asks when she arrived in this world. She says it's been about a month. He says she's quick to adapt if that's the case. Then asks how she managed to be fluent in Korean. She says humans helped her, and that human thoughts are much more complex than in their other world. He says it makes sense, that she can just use a spell to exchange knowledge with a human. He opens the door, and Ina greets him, having changed her form into that of a golem now. He says not to test firepower inside, and don't make their guest uncomfortable. She says her mana is different from other humans. He explains that she's a siren, and to prepare her a residence. Elena introduces herself, saying she'll be in Ina's care. Ina greets her. It skips a bit later to Ina saying that the analysis of the siren race is complete, and now she will begin creating an environment for their habitat. Ina asks Elena if salt water is okay. She tells her yes. Then Ina walks off happy about labor. Elena calls her unique. Sung-hoon explains how her personality is affected by modern culture. He gets her to follow him into a room. She asks what it's for, and he tells her it's for a private conversation. Chairs form beside them, as the room begins to shift into a cloudy grassland. Sung-hoon says it's time to talk about the work in the future, then asks for the siren's knowledge right away. She agrees. She holds her hands out, then starts speaking enchantment table. He watches intently as a glowing purple orb appears in her hands. He wonders if it's her ancient magic. We see a water droplet, as she explains that it's the purest form of a siren's knowledge, and if he drinks it, he will receive it. He's surprised he can drink it. He uses psychokinesis and thanks her for the drink. He quickly badland chugs it, then feels a sharp pain in his head. Then it mellows out into some circles, then he groans. She says that he finished faster than she thought, and it shouldn't have been easy to do. He says she's right, and it's due to his brain box he was able to do it. Elena says it's his turn now to hold up his end of the promise, then asks for him to inform her of his plans. He says, of course, but before that, he'd like to say something. Locating the sirens and bringing them in is within his ability, but providing the protection for the sanctuary wasn't in their deal. He explains how the world is always developing, and that humans have advanced so far in technology, so humans could attack the sanctuary. She asks if he has something to offer. and he tells her yes, that his long-term offer is that he will provide protection against any military conflict that may happen. In return, he would like for her to provide him with a monopoly on any of their special ores and metals. Alina waits a second, then says she cannot decide that, while he may be a great sorcerer, she has no knowledge of how powerful humans are here, so she will need to discuss it with the others. He says that sounds fine. She then asks when he'll start his end, and he tells her now, while calling for Ina, who appears on a screen. Then he tells her to begin the project. She starts fantasizing about the project, then says the guest area has been prepared. Sung-hoon tells Alina that he's prepared the area so she can learn about humans, and to take it at her own pace. She thanks him for his hospitality. Then we get to see inside of Sung-hoon's magical factory that a cube is being turned into some kind of quad drone. Then it gets shoved onto a magical circle that transports it into outer space. We see it above the earth, and then another one gets sent there, and then the number just keeps increasing. Sung-hoon explains how it's an artifact that mixes science and magic, called the Eye of the Sorcerer. We see it allows him to see all over the world from the comfort of his home. He explains how if he controls space, he will have the world in the palm of his hands, so when monsters or other races come to Earth, they won't be a threat. The real enemies will be the gods who caused all of this. Ina starts to explain the features of the EOS. She explains how it's great for communication, observation, and magical detection, but they aren't available for another 36 hours, and then they will begin scanning for sirens. He tells her to scan the ocean. She says understood. Sung-hoon says considering their original habitats, they are probably all over the world. He also says he can observe each country's naval movement, so it's 2 birds, 1 stone. Ina starts to talk about procuring resources, and he tells her it'll be up to her. He starts to think about the Akasha system, saying it's about time it tells him what it wants. Ina says he needs to see the situation that is in China. She puts the screen in front of him, and he is shocked, asking what's going on. We see the undead have taken over the entirety of a city. It cuts to Toko atop a mountain, looking into the city as the undead start to rise. She looks up to see a bird, then it lands beside her, saying it's time for the operation, so go back to your post, as he will not tolerate defying the rules. Toko says she wanted to observe the enemies. He says that's foolish without a scanning ability. Then flies off, saying not to deviate from the plan, and hurry back. She clicks her tongue, calling him a nag, then sees something, which is the attack from the government. As the attack flies into the city, we see that it's white phosphorus. Toko explains how most monsters have resistance against physical attacks, but attacks with heat work well, so it's a good choice. She watches as they all burn down, saying that it's great if they burn away. She wonders if it worked or not. From the smoke of the attack, we see 2 silhouettes that turn out to be armored undead. She's shocked that fire doesn't work against them, then sees it's not even working versus the normal undead. She realizes that something reacted to the attack, some sort of incantation, because if it didn't exist, these undead wouldn't exist. She wonders if she can defend against it all on their own, wondering if they need help. Then shakes her head, saying that's for the elder to decide. More attacks fly in, as she says that she'll report what she's seen. She jumps from the cliff, then starts descending the mountain. Sung-hoon was watching all of this, then says it's bad that the magically incompetent are causing a problem. The heat from the attack isn't a bad method, but the problem is that there is a high-tier necromancer, so they have an anti-flame buff. He clicks his tongue, wonders what he should do, and if he needs to do it without getting paid. Ina says that if he helps, their power will become public knowledge. He says that's what he's worried about. Ina asks if he's also worried about civilian casualties. He asks if he looks that kind-hearted. He's just worried that due to China's large population, it's perfect for the undead army to grow, and that it won't end with just an increasing army, because, at this rate, they will construct a necropolis. Sung-hoon says when he first found them, their numbers weren't worrying, but now they are in the 10,000, now they are rapidly evolving. He starts calling out some of their stuff, soulless pit, walking grave, tower of wraith, demonic coffin, bone smith. They really plan to go against the people in this world. He says they need to do something before it gets uncontrollable. Ina says him getting involved isn't a wise decision. He says if they build a necropolis, even he would have a hard time going against them. Ina says that the Chinese government is corrupted despite them helping. There is no benefit to them, and there is a high probability that the military will get involved in this. Even if they don't get involved, the necropolis will not be finished. He asks what happens if they fail, saying that it isn't unusual to lose everything due to a bad decision. Ina suggests that they leak information to them, that way, they can prevent it from happening. After both sides take heavy damage, they can get involved. He thinks about it, saying that it's fine, but this will lead to more deaths. Ina calls out to him. He wonders why he's feeling compassion, because nobody helped him when he needed it in either of his lives. He tells her they'll stay out until they are requested for help, however, leak the info he has. She sends out the leaks, and he reminds her to keep looking for other worlders, so they can take them in. She asks if it's time to expand, and he tells her yes, it's time to use the money from their ring sales. He tells her to find some islands they can purchase, and prepare for construction, since it's for the sirens. She asks about conflicts with the surrounding countries. He tells her that there have been other special cases like this, without sanctions too. Worst case, he will just use his power over the world after clearing a tier 3 dungeon, plus it's common for the weaker to submit to the strong. It cuts to a Chinese camp for fighting the undead, and we see an older man looking over their current attacks. We see they got a direct hit. The older man asks what the results were like, and a man tells him that they've confirmed direct hits, but they don't know the specifics yet. Another man says the video from the observation team is here. He asks what happened, and the man says he needs to see it himself. He's shocked, asking what's going on. We see they are all recovering from the attack, as it didn't happen. We see a car driving through the horde, as they yell at the undead. Another player starts mowing down the horde with a machine gun. We learn that they are bait, and then at the command center, we see some men discussing how the initial attack failed. Elder Ryuong says they have a technique in their clan to prevent flame attacks. Another man suggests that the undead have something that can use a wide-o spell for protection, and the elder says he believes the same. Another man asks if they know the enemy levels yet, and we learn they are only around the 20s, but there are great abominations. We see a lizard monster, and an ogre. They are both estimated around level 160. And that he's analyzed they have resistances. The other man says that there has to be something able to cast spells. They come to the conclusion they need high-level players. We see them discussing how the bait are luring the undead in, and they are preparing for players to attack the undead. And when the time is right, they'll launch an all-out attack. We see another Humvee, and a soldier is letting his machine gun eat, until a monster gives him a haircut. The other machine gunner begins shooting at the monster. He kills it, as they approach the target area. They get to a castle, then get inside of the gate. A man says it's going as planned. Then we see the jets fly overhead, and pass by the undead army as they drop bombs. They explode all over the army, as Calypso watches. He says he was curious about what they were up to, but it was a great welcome, but it's just a futile struggle. Command Center gets radio that they are under some sort of defensive spell. All they can do now is pray the players can deal with it. Some players begin to cast spells that seem effective against the undead, killing a large group of them. Calypso says it's pointless to kill what's already been killed, as the corpses begin to reanimate. One of the abominations lets out a scream. Part of the elders group begins to prepare charms to stop them from reanimating, and the charms start to break as they create a wide area of effect spell that melts the undead. Calypso says it's surprising to see spiritually inclined people in this world. He casts a spell of his own called Reflux, to combat theirs, and the elders people feel a sharp pain, as their barrier breaks, and they drop to their knees. The elder says that their spell was disrupted. The general clicks his tongue, saying he hoped the elders clan would have helped at all. Then he says to let them just support the players, and they'll teach them the meaning of strategy. A group of players get told to prepare for assault, and he tells his men to get ready, and to prioritize incapacitating the enemies. They get hyped up, then begin to rush in. We see some massive explosions, and some of the undead being sliced in half. Just the players going to town overall. Inside of a training facility that Sung-hoon made, he watches as Yo is shit-talking some mobs, and she's just bodying enemies with brute force. Dujin and everyone else are also there, putting in the work as well to show they've all progressed. They start to get surrounded, and Jinshuk says they need to trust in Sangjin's new skill. We see Sangjin preparing a skill, telling everyone not to worry about mana anymore. Jinshu says he's been waiting for this, then unloads a volley of arrows. Yo kicks some of the mobs away, and calls Dujin old. He says he isn't old while using a massive attack. The mobs look up to see a ton of sparkling lights, only to get absolutely obliterated by Jinshu's volley. Yo says he's good at cleaning small mobs, and we see them beside a castle. Jinshu says don't be jealous, because it drains all of his mana. Sangjin says don't trip, and to look at his new skill. A purple aura begins to surround Jinshu, and we see that it's from the mob's corpses, and it's healing them. Dujin says this is nuts, and Yo says it's also recovering their mana. Dujin says they might be able to clear it this time around. Yo tells him to properly do his job this time, because if he doesn't, she'll fold him like a lawn chair. Dujin asks when she got so rough, and she says it's thanks to him being a bad tank. He's hurt. She called him old again, and says anyone would make the mistake. A black aura begins to form, and they say the boss is coming. They tell Yo to get ready, and she says she knows. She says it's time for her new skill, then casts a protection skill. That blocks an attack from the aura, generating a massive shockwave, and we see a winged demon in the middle of the aura. Yo says they all died to this the first time, but she's happy to see his ugly face. Dujin says that's unladylike, and Sung-hoon might be watching. She barks at him, then he apologizes. Sangjin tells them to stop the banter and get ready, as he'll attack first. The boss starts to do his typical boss monologue, and even they make fun of it. Dujin says it's a well-made NPC. We see a purple skull as Sangjin prepares a curse skill. It starts to fly toward the boss, who calls it foolish. He says a weak curse will just be burnt, then he spits some bars at the curse. He prepares another attack, saying he'll burn it all, then an arrow pierces him in the throat. Jinshu says he already knows his pattern, and he doesn't want him to burn the curse. Dujin tells Yo to get ready after it's taunted. The boss coughs after Jinshu's attack, then notices the curse has gotten to him. He says it's impossible. Then Dujin jumps and attacks him, but the horn gets in the way, throwing him off. The boss prepares an attack for him. Dujin says to wait, then just eats the attack. Yo flames him, while kicking the boss in the face, and Dujin is literally flamed. Yo yells for someone to support her already. The boss attacks again, but she dodges it. Then the boss asks how long they think they can run around. Jinshuk quickly gets close, then attacks his leg. The boss screams, then swipes his tail at him, but he jumps over it. The boss says it's been a while since he's been wounded, so he'll fight them seriously now, unleashing a demonic aura. Dujin begins to heal, saying it's time for the second phase, and he doesn't want to get close during the second phase because of the fire. Yo says don't be afraid, because he won't die due to her healing, then orders him to attack. He says she's being harsh lately, and she's hurting his feelings. She says he just needs to do his part. Dujin says fine, and grips his axe, then leaps in, saying not to let him die. He attacks the boss, but he parries the attack. Dujin says he's strong, then arrows begin to fly in, exploding around the boss. He calls Jinshu annoying, and Jinshuk tells him that the aggro has swapped, so it's dangerous. Dujin says he got it, then yells, taunting the boss, telling everyone to take cover. The boss turns around, saying he'll kill him first. Then a bright light appears beside the boss, followed by more explosions from Jinshu. Dujin says good, and the boss quickly changes aggro again. He starts to run toward Jinshu. Dujin tells him to run, As the boss flies up, Jinshu spams arrows at him, exploding all over him. Yo tells them a diving attack is coming, and to run to her. Jinshu looks up to see it, then narrowly dodges the attack. He begins to leap down the rocks, but the boss flies into the air again. He says it seems none of them can fly, so as long as he's in the air, they cannot escape him. Flying at Jinshu, who turns around to see him. Dujin says he'll stop his movement, so attack quickly, then taunts the boss. Who looks over toward him. Jinshu readies his spear, then yeets it toward the boss, which pierces through him. As it starts to fall down, Dujin tells Yo it's time, and runs toward her. She grabs his foot, then throws him into the air. He grabs onto the boss's leg, saying he's got him and it's time to fall. He starts to bring him into the floor, then crashes with him. Yo says it's time to DPS, and the boss starts smacking Dujin, saying to release him. Dujin says he won't do it. Sangjin quickly casts a curse, saying its defense is down. Yo says she'll blow it all up, then uses an ability called Void Strike, along with Jinshu using one. Even Jinshu starts shooting at it. We see an explosion, then Sunghoon says they got the boss earlier than he expected. Ina says it shows how much they've grown. Sunghoon says he underestimated the system, but good news, they won't die in tier 3 dungeons, so wake them up. Ina tells them to prepare themselves, then pops their bubbles, the water drains out, and they all start coughing. Sunghoon says they did well, and even cleared it faster than he thought. Yo asks how long they've been in. He tells her 2 weeks. She says it feels like half a year, and it's confusing. Ina explains she manipulated their temporal perception to help lessen stress. They all seem a little scared it was done without them asking. Sunghoon tells them it had to be done, because even with it being VR, having their limbs cut off could lead them to insanity, so he only did it to help them. Yo says she guesses he's right. He says he never thought they'd get this strong. Then hands them towels, saying to dry off and follow him, and it's time for a new adventure. They are all shocked they were battling for 2 weeks, and have to do more. Wondering what kind of contract they got into. At the Blue House, we see that Sunghoon is making it public that he's going to clear the tier 3 dungeon, and that everyone on the team is having an existential crisis. Sunghoon tells Gijuk he heard he negotiated with the government. Gijuk says yeah, that since their only option was them, it wasn't too hard. Now they have tax exemption, and much more. Sunghoon compliments him, making Gijuk proud of himself. We see that it's time for Sunghoon to enter into the portal. Once they are inside, we see that it's an underground cavern. Yo says you won't see this stuff on Earth, then asks Sunghoon why they are in such a rush. He tells her that some unexpected things happened, and China is losing to an undead army, and even 2 rankers have died, and since they'll probably have to fight them, he's trying to get them even stronger, so it's a good chance for them to level up. He says he'll power level them, so just ride the Sunghoon bus. Sunghoon grabs one of the crystals off the wall, saying he didn't think it'd be a Gradian nest. The others ask what that is, and he explains it's a different race, it's something they create. And that the Gradian was created by the dragon. We don't really know what that means, but the rest do. Sunghoon says their intelligence is on par with humans. Yo says they will be different from the monsters they've fought thus far, so act as if they are fighting humans. Sunghoon says yes, and be careful of the enemies named Guardians. They can manipulate gravity and have many other skills, and their usage of mana is superior to normal aura users. And finally, the Queens, they are the creatures the dragon took part in creating. They are physically strong, and have high magic resistance, so they cannot be underestimated. Sunghoon says it's a difficult enemy, and this dungeon would be hard for anyone below level 150. But since he's the main character, the difficulty is irrelevant to him. Dujin asks if he really won't need any help. He tells him nope, so just relax as he'll handle it all. He casts summon, and we see a giant mana tank appears. They ask what it is, and he tells them it's a support device. Just think of it as a tank full of mana. Sunghoon explains how his skill is around a 4th circle, but with this tank, he can cast hella spells. that will put him on par with the 7th circle. He then says they are here, so time to end the talk. He says he expected as much due to the size of the nest, but there's a lot of workers. Yo asks if they are really okay. He says to just worry about the stats they'll gain. Then he links to the support tool, saying ants are still ants, then tells Ina to manage the combat system. She activates it, creating a giant earth wall underneath the ants, sending them flying into the air. It boxes them in, and he lands atop their box, taunting the system, saying there's no better battle for his debut. He points his staff down, readying a spell, then we see a fireball touch the floor, then erupts into a wave of flame. He says for hordes of enemies, magic is just the best. We see he's being spammed with level notifications, and he says that's nice. Yo pogs out, then asks Dujin what level he thinks the mobs are. He says he's not sure, but they must be high-level mobs due to the experience. We see 2 more flame waves appear, and Yo begins to get drowned in levels. Ina tells Sung-hoon she's finished analyzing the dungeon, and there are over 3,000 on the way. He asks about the boss, and she searches for a second, then says located, and that it's underground. Sung-hoon says good, while readying his staff. He says it's time to finish this, and go to the boss. A giant ball forms around him, followed by a silky robe. Everyone is shocked as they see a giant Grim Reaper-looking entity form. Sung-hoon tells Ina to support him, and to begin marking all of the mobs. She says understood, and starts marking them. We see dots appear on their foreheads, and we see the Reaper floating above them. Sung-hoon says fall, then swings his staff. We see the Reaper begins to mimic his motion, and the spell is called Limited Death. We see it leaves a massive slash in the sky, then the ants stop moving, and turn white. Yo is confused about what's going on, as the ants all drop to the floor. We hear a voice asking if that was magic, then saying they can't sense the children anymore. We see the queen, saying they underestimate the invaders, and they may be young, but they easily slaughtered their children. One of her generals says their losses can be recovered at any time, so don't worry about it. Then another one asks for her to let them fight solo. She grants permission, but says they should all go together. Due to the mana wave, she felt the enemy is a powerful sorcerer. Of course, their magic resist passive will let them walk on sorcerers. They shouldn't let their guard down. Now bring their heads. They bow to her, and she says it's interesting. Dujin is surprised the ants all died, and so are the rest. Dujin says a magic like that is ridiculous, and he thought lightning and fire was all there was to magic. Sung-hoon says that they can change the elements through science, without even using magic. Yo asks him what the plan is now, asking if he got the boss too. He tells her the boss is alive, as it can't do everything, and all that's left is the high-level Gradients, and the queen. He summons some bags, saying he has a mission for them, and to gather the magic stones from the monster corpses. There should be 3,000 stones. They look dead inside, as he wishes them luck. Then he tells them to harvest their antenna too, also that it's safe, so don't worry. Then he says he'll see them around, and teleports away. Dujin cries, saying he regrets signing the contract. The rest all agree, saying it feels like cheap labor, rather than a free bus ride. We see Sung-hoon appearing, saying this as far as he could have teleported. Ina tells him it's due to a magic disruption field. In the end, the queen is an ancient sorcerer, so it's only logical for her to put precautions in this place. Then tells Ina to guide him. He starts walking, then notices something. Then talks to the generals, and one of them compliments his senses. Sung-hoon says he didn't notice until he was surrounded. One of the generals says there's no need for idle chatter, while they are unsure why he killed their workers, but he's good as dead now. Sung-hoon recognizes it as a general class, due to the armor, and the ability to communicate. They pull out their weapons, and begin to collapse on him. She smirks, saying while they are the natural predator of mages, someone at his level is different. He creates a wall of dirt, and the general says it's futile, while cutting through it. But sees that Sung-hoon isn't there, rather, there's another general on the floor, then sees Sung-hoon behind another one and yells no. Sung-hoon smirks, then kills it. Causing it to yell at him, he smiles while holding it by the throat, and it tells him to die, while dashing past him, slicing Sung-hoon's arm. We see that it was just an afterimage, and the general wonders what just happened, then sees another general stabbed through the chest. It yells for Sung-hoon to show himself. He quickly appears behind it, saying he knew the intelligent ones were easier, due to it being overwhelmed by fear and anger. He slams the general's head into the floor, smiling, saying he was able to beat them easily due to them underestimating sorcerers. One of the other generals start to cough, calling him a monster, saying he's meant to be a sorcerer. Sung-hoon says to think what you want. The general says he can't send him to the queen yet, then says my queen and dies. Sung-hoon says that its loyalty was stronger than its survival instinct, which is proof that the queen is powerful. He says she probably observed his magic, so the next magic will be difficult. We see that he was right, and she's surprised he's only a fourth circle, but says she'll find out how strong soon. Ina says she's detected her. Sung-hoon thinks about the queen, saying he knows how to beat her, but it's difficult to set up the conditions needed. He says a great mage is required to disrupt her powerful magic, because it is necessary. He also says they need a powerful warrior who can use aura, because it's the only way to harm her, due to her magic resist. And they need someone to buff the warrior while they fight the queen. This is the traditional strategy that is used to beat her. He says he probably would have failed, too, if he hadn't properly prepared. He opens the door, and is surprised by the scenery. The queen asks what he's hesitating for. And he's unusually careful for a human who massacred her children. He says what, then is disappointed it's a kid, calling the dragon a freak. She says that it's been too long since she held a conversation with another species, then asks if humans are dominant in his world. He decides it's not bad to talk, since he's curious as well. He tells her outside the gate is the world governed by humans. Then he asks why she created a gate to cross to their world. She likes his question, then says he might not be the one who killed her people. He tells her they attacked first. She replies by saying they were just curious, then asks if they were cute. Then says it's in the past, and she has no knowledge of this dimension. She's tried to remember the reason she's here, but her memory is hazy. So she's being loyal to the one purpose she has left, which is her race. He asks if there's a need for a battle if she can converse like this, then isn't peace an option? She says, unfortunately she's only able to move due to something else's will, and if she rejects it she'll lose herself. He thinks to himself it must be whatever opened the gates. She continues by saying that he's probably realized it as well, that there's a repulsive feeling that he's being controlled by something. And that it's not her choice, but loss isn't something she tends to tolerate. Then she apologizes for not appeasing his curiosity, then she begins her combat transformation. He clicks his tongue, asking if this is the only way. We see she's got white hair now, and some armor. She says she has a question, then asks how it is outside, also if it's habitable. He tells her yes. She says her expectations are high, and we see a purple orb beside her, that shoots an attack that Sung-hoon narrowly dodges. He leaps to the side, it starts to turn back, he barely dodges again, then catches his footing. Telling Ina to activate her magic disruption, she begins to use Dispel, which hits the orb beside the queen, causing it to explode. Sung-hoon says good, and continue pouring resources into disrupting her magic. The queen prepares an axe kick, saying if magic doesn't work, what about this? Then we see the attack hits. We see it shatter the floor. Even Sung-hoon is surprised, as they fall into a massive cavern. As he's falling, we see the queen quickly begins to follow after him. She quickly catches up, then asks how he's alive after that attack. Then hits him again, causing him to crash into the floor, and destroying the terrain. She doesn't chase, then asks why he isn't dead, saying his defense magic should be nullified the moment his body comes into contact with her. He tells her it's thanks to his staff's defensive spell, but they are all gone due to her attacks, saying it was damn expensive. She tells him his resistance is futile, then saying his spells also don't match his class, then asks what he is. He says he's just a sorcerer with a strong body from grinding. She asks what grinding means. Then he asks if she doesn't remember anything about her creator. She asks what about it. Then he says he's just curious why it put her into a child's body, saying he's scared someone would see him fighting a child. She says he's not the type of man to care about what others think, right? He says that's right, and he'd kill a woman or child without hesitation. She says it's time to continue the fun then, but out of generosity, she's seen his skills with her clairvoyance. She says her eyes can see through any flow of mana, neither illusion nor invincibility will work on her. She kicks him again, but he blocks it. She's surprised he blocked it without mana. He tells her she's practically cheating, but he can't help it. So he'll just beat her using force, and it's time he goes all out. She recognizes it as aura, and he quickly closes the gap, using void strike on her face, saying equal rights, equal lefts. But she dodges it, saying it really was aura. He turns around, saying fast, then gets hit through the wall, skipping along the water like a rock. We see she quickly prepares for her next attack, which is called Dimension Rend. Sung-hoon tries to dodge it, but instead stops his momentum using an imitation of Toko's ability to deflect the queen's attack, but he barely manages to do it. His hand shakes from the damage, as he says he needs more practice with it. She dashes in, saying not to lose focus, then hits him again. We see he can't block all of them, and she tells him to defend if he can. He backsteps, but she continues to pursue him, saying a battle against a worthy opponent is so fun. He clicks his tongue as they begin to trade blow for blow. He begins to block her attacks, then slowly starts to parrying them instead. She says it feels like her power is dispersing, then wonders if she imagined it. She punches at him, but he uses Toko's ability, throwing her away from him. She's surprised to be flying through the air. As she watches his back, she compliments him, saying that his combat prowess is amazing, but she'll just move faster. So try to parry these attacks. She dashes in, but he blocks her flying knee. She swiftly retaliates with some kicks, causing him to leap backward. She chases after him, and he says that even if he parries one, another comes flying, and it's too much to keep up with, so time to go on the offensive. He attacks her, but she's already behind him. He, again, barely dodges her kick, then tries to parry, but realizes she's going even faster. He says he can't compete in speed, so decides that he can't let her dictate the pace. He says he will determine the pace. We see a sparkling light, then it's followed by an explosion. The queen sees this, then protects herself from the explosion. She stays standing, then wonders what Sung-hoon is doing. She wonders if he self-destructed after realizing he couldn't keep up with her speed, or if he's trying to buy time by blocking her vision. She says it's useless since she can see the flow of mana, then leaps through the smoke at Sung-hoon, then pierces his chest, saying that the smokescreen is what led to his loss. Sung-hoon grabs her arm, and pulls her in close. She then sees that it's a decoy. Realizing she's been fooled, we see Sung-hoon floating above, preparing a yin-yang attack. We then see him fire the attack, exploding on the Ant Queen. Then we see antennas being plucked as Yo's hard at work, then she feels the cave rattling. She wonders if Sung-hoon is okay. Doojin asks if she thinks he'd pick a fight he couldn't win, then goes back to complaining about their slave work. Back to the queen, we see her coughing up bug juice. She says it looks like she won't be touring the outside, then compliments him on his mana management, saying she never thought such a skill could exist. He tells her that he created a golem then copied his mana flow into it. She says she was overconfident, and it's a bit sad her first defeat is her first death. Her final words were that she enjoyed her fight, and we see them all getting spammed with level ups, and a notification of the dungeon clear. Yo informs the rest that Sung-hoon's cleared it, then he teleports back in front of her. Smooth Brain starts to waddle over to him, then he asks if they enjoyed their bus ride. It jumps to the outside of the portal, and we see the reporters notice it's changing outside. They quickly start to snap pictures, saying that everyone is alive and safe from Alpha Team, and that they were the first in the world to clear a Tier 3. Then it jumps again to a hotel, and we see the news is on TV, and everyone is relaxing inside their own hotel rooms. Sung-hoon is on the phone with his mother, and he explains to her this is for everyone's safety, and to get some sleep. He finds it wholesome she is always worried about him. We see Jessica in the room as he turns around to apologize for how long the call took. She says it's fine and that mothers always worry for their children. He says he didn't expect her to visit so quickly, and she says that her superiors told her to haul cheeks. He tells her to sit so he can hear her out. She takes a seat, then he asks if she wants a drink. She asks if he's hitting on her, and he awkwardly shakes his head, saying she doesn't have to drink if she doesn't want to. She sighs, saying it was a joke, and she likes men with humor. He makes a joke about dating ruining lives, then she grabs the glass and chugs it. He compliments her ability to drink, and she says that work is stressful. He gets to the point, asking why she's here. She tells him that she came here to request that he clear the Tier 3 dungeon in front of the White House, and if it's impossible, just giving them information about Tier 3s is fine too. He asks why she wants info, and she asks if he knows about the dungeons taking over reality, and she explains how dungeons are becoming problematic, and they don't want a repeat of China. And they found the cause of the problem. He asks what it is. She explains that when a dungeon is created, after 700 hours, the override will happen, and some countries gave up clearing the dungeon, and plan to fight whatever comes from the override, and that dying in the dungeon accelerates the evolution. He says that makes sense why they aren't clearing it now. And she says that if he turns them down, they have no choice but to fight it by themselves, so if Sung-hoon shares any information with them it can help them prepare for the battle. He says he can tell her, but would it help them at all, because it won't be the same dungeon. She sighs, saying she knows that, they just want to know the difficulty of the dungeon. He takes a sip of his drink, then puts the glass down, saying it would take around 10,000 people, all over level 150. That is, if the government decided to deal with the dungeon without any special measures. She jolts up, asking what nonsense is that. He explains that if an override occurs, she can see herself and judge, so there's no reason for him to lie. And the number of people is meaningless, since they need to be skilled too. She starts to shake, and cries, asking about the countries with too little. He says even if it's the US, it won't be easy. Even if they win, the damage would be extreme. She looks curious about something, and he looks back at her. She says he seems calm for someone who knows the world is in danger. He says acting hastily won't resolve anything. He thinks that, truthfully, those dungeons aren't a problem, and many countries could fall for them, and with the US being a pillar of the world's economy, if they fall, it'll ruin it to the point it would be a problem for him too. He tells her he'll take care of the dungeon, but he needs something. She excitedly says whatever he needs, then he asks for a nuclear plant, and her happiness fades. He says they are abandoned, right, he just needs one of those. Then it cuts to Chuck yelling to let him have it, and Bill asks if he's sure, because it's nuclear. Chuck sarcastically asks if he thinks that's an issue currently, and it's too late for them to find some other way to deal with the dungeon. If they can fix this with one power plant, it's good for them. Then he asks about what they found in space, and Bill says they found it by accident, and it's a small satellite. Chuck asks if the owner is Sung-hoon, and Bill tells him yes. Chuck wonders what he's doing by extending into space. At Washington, D.C., we hear someone saying Sung-hoon has arrived, and Donald Trump says good, then asks if they can win Sung-hoon over. Someone tells him they apologize, but they doubt it's possible. Trump sighs, then says that's sad, because it could have been Yu-woosh. Then asks if they can trust him. A general tells him that he's never gone back on his word so far, then tells him he just entered the dungeon, so they just need to wait. Someone says they can't wait, then Trump asks what's the countermeasure if he fails. He's told they already have an evacuation order, and the top players will be put on defense. Trump says that's fine, and let's wait for the results. It starts to take us inside of the portal, and Sung-hoon says it's dark, then notices that he can't breathe. The arc ring appears above his head, and activates, starting to adapt him for the portal. He wonders what's going on because there's no ground, gravity or even air. He says it's completely different than the dungeon in Korea. He said they would have been annihilated no matter how many players came. Then he hears someone say general humanoid life form. He wonders if it's a psychic. Then looks up to see a giant spaceship. Then sees them open their space beams, then fire at Sung-hoon, but he quickly evades them, but they follow him. He quickly puts his hand behind him, then the attacks explode. Then he hears the same voice order the fighters, and shoot down the enemy. The voice introduces itself as the mothership. He says this is ridiculous, then sees their fighter ships coming toward him. They begin to shoot missiles at him, and he says this is a space battle, then asks why they can't talk first. The ship says that conversation is meaningless before their race. He says fine, and they asked for it. Then begins to summon the nuclear energy from the subspace. He says it'll be the first test of the energy, then asks Ina to support him. As it's time to shoot them down, we see some space explosions around the ship, then it fires a scanning beam, followed by the main cannon, which fires at Sung-hoon, but it hits his barrier, creating a massive explosion. We see he's teleported away, saying that was nuts. Ina informs him she's casted stealth on their equipment, and that they shouldn't be found. He says it's good, because now he can test his new spell. Then tells her to cast a barrier, and prepare more energy. She does that, and he activates nuclear fusion. We see something forming in his hands, then it's followed by a blue beam called Nuclear Buster. The mothership detects the attack, but says evasion isn't possible, then takes a massive hit, exploding on the side of the ship. The attack even starts to hit Sung-hoon too, and Ina begins to pour mana into the shield to keep it from breaking. Sung-hoon sees the destruction from his attack, as the mothership is in pieces. The ship says this is impossible for a human, and says it's Apocalypse class. Sung-hoon says he expected as much, but the attack was crazy, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. It became as strong as an octa spell, then smiles, thinking about getting more energy. A giant purple crystal floats from the ships, saying something about being reincarnated. Sung-hoon puts his hand on it, wondering what the material is, then decides to take it since he can't resist the unknown. He gains a single level up, and he's surprised it's just one. Then sees that he's gained an achievement for defeating a colossal enemy, gaining 15% extra damage versus large enemies, and the system begins to watch him again. He says it's weird he only got one for a tier 3 dungeon, and that this seems unfair, then wonders if the system is cucking him out of his exp, but says it's not a big deal anyway, but it doesn't feel good to lose out on. It cuts to the Undeadland, and we see a giant tower, and Pyalton asks what's the progression of the necropolis. Calypso tells him not to be impatient, and wait for 669 sunrises. 69, nice. Calypso asks Pyalton why he stopped his march. Since the beings of this world are incompetent, they should be easy to deal with. Pyalton says he isn't wrong, and even with their system, they are below their levels, and even if he continues, it won't be hard to make them surrender. Calypso asks if he's going to continue his march, and Pyalton tells him no, and one of the captured souls tells him there are over 6 billion in this world, and if he deals too much damage to this country, they would get jumped, so he doesn't want to be impatient, and with their current souls there won't be any difficulty connecting their world. So it was just a strategic retreat, since they will be unstoppable if they fortify their position. We see a figure begin to appear, after saying interesting stories. We see a woman appear, saying she wishes they would learn some moderation, to summon her to this place. Pyalton says it's been a while, Elish. She replies, saying his lack of discipline is still the same, it seems. He says her hierarchy is only in titles. She claps back by saying, instead of fighting, why don't they do it without words, to see who will win? Calypso tries to calm her down, and she says she'd rather talk to him, then asks how the progression is. He tells her he needs her help. She quickly dashes past them both, asking what kind of help they need, and Pyalton tells her the world is similar to an enemy of their past, and it's beneficial for her to be on frontline. She says she remembers the enemies, and the battlefields lacked grace. Paulton tells her they are focused on their necropolis, to create passage to their world. Calypso says that manipulating humans was her forte, and he wishes she could take care of it. She says she'll try to find some entertainment by stirring up the world a bit. Then asks what the strongest nation is called. Calypso tells her it's the States, and she says she'll depart there and contact him later. The vanishes off. Calypso then asks Paulton what her next move is. He says he will distract their enemies, since he is proficient in controlling the battlefield. Calypso wishes him luck, and Paulton tells him to lock in and finish his work. Then flies off. Calypso laughs, saying the world will soon come to an end. Then it jumps to London, and we see Sung-hoon activating his nuclear buster again. Then a beam is fired, followed by a massive mushroom cloud from the explosion. As the blast comes to Sung-hoon, he blocks it, then says he hopes he doesn't become the first sorcerer to die from his own magic. Then he says the power went up, but he didn't expect it to be difficult to shield himself from the firepower. Ina says it cuts to the Undeadland, and we see a giant tower, and Paulton asks what's the progression of the necropolis. Calypso tells him not to be impatient, and wait for 669 sunrises. 69, nice. Calypso asks Paulton why he stopped his march. Since the beings of this world are incompetent, they should be easy to deal with. Paulton says he isn't wrong, and even with their system, they are below their levels, and even if he continues, it won't be hard to make them surrender. Calypso asks if he's going to continue his march, and Paulton tells him no, and one of the captured souls tells him there are over 6 billion in this world, and if he deals too much damage to this country, they would get jumped, so he doesn't want to be impatient, and with their current souls there won't be any difficulty connecting their world. So it was just a strategic retreat, since they will be unstoppable if they fortify their position. We see a figure begin to appear, after saying interesting stories. We see a woman appear, saying she wishes they would learn some moderation, to summon her to this place. Paulton says it's been a while, Elish. She replies, saying his lack of discipline is still the same, it seems. He says her hierarchy is only in titles. She claps back by saying, instead of fighting, why don't they do it without words, to see who will win? Calypso tries to calm her down, and she says she'd rather talk to him, then asks how the progression is. He tells her he needs her help. She quickly dashes past them both, asking what kind of help they need, and Paulton tells her the world is similar to an enemy of their past, and it's beneficial for her to be on frontline. She says she remembers the enemies, and the battlefields lacked grace. Paulton tells her they are focused on their necropolis. Back to Sung-hoon explaining how after clearing the dungeon in England, he let Ina handle negotiations, and we see her as an android. Sung-hoon explains how the Korean government wanted to share something, but their attempt ended in a failure, and now his global influence is already well past the influence the Korean government has. He decided to put all of his efforts into dungeon clearing, so now he's cleared 59 dungeons, and then he goes to his magic tower 10 minutes until the dungeon manifests. He asks Ina how the situation is, and she tells him that aside from the already cleared countries, the other 147 countries have gathering their elite players. Sung-hoon explains how he did his best, but this was the limit to his power, but this much was only possible because the states decided to hand over the power plant. He sits in a chair, asking how many reactors have been completed so far, and she starts to explain how many are being built now, and how many are available for use. He says good, at least they were able to get their hands on these for the dungeons. She explains how there are many people who are aware of his power now, and are attempting to analyze his capabilities. He tells her it's futile since his battles all take place inside of dungeons, so they can only assume currently. She says looking down on their opponents too much could be harmful to them. Sung-hoon says he'll remind them of their place when they come, and Earth has a critical weakness, since there are many nations with different goals, and he has more firepower than them, so they shouldn't worry too much. She still advises him to be careful, since the possibility of battle is over zero. He says he knows and then asks how her body is. She says it's better than she expected. He's glad she likes it, since she'll deal with many people from now on. Since it's time, he becomes independent from the HD group, and create his own establishment. And anything besides battle can be managed by Ina. She says she has a plan she'd like to propose, and she proposes he makes an interstellar residential facility. He's surprised by her suggestion, asking if he heard it right. She says no, he didn't, and starts typing, then shows him a mothership intended for battle. He says it's 3 times the size of the mothership he blew up, and asks if it's even possible to make. She says she reverse engineered the data on the mothership, and believes bigger is better in their case. And if they can secure the resources and money, they have no reason not to make it. He says he doubts she'd propose something meaningless. Then he asks how long until the competition. She says by pouring all their resources into it, they can have a prototype in 1 year. She explains how building it underground here is inefficient, but it's worth it due to safety reasons. He asks if she thinks the enemy is targeting the Earth itself. She says they have no other choice. He explains how it's something that would catch a lot of attention, and by taking control over space he can apply influence and pressure over the other nations, and that space is the key here, and while nuclear fusion is enough for the enemies on Earth, but maybe not forever. He approves of the proposal, but says to hold off on the construction, and to start securing the resources needed, and deploy drones to Mars to create a manufacturing plant there, and to install a portal for resource transportation, since using 30% of the computing power will be enough for it. She suggests establishing automated combatants, and he says their firepower isn't lacking, so to take the efficient route. She doesn't say anything, then reluctantly says she understands. They then get an alert of the dungeon manifestation. Sung-hoon says it's begun, and we see on the map it's all over the world, and that there is chaos happening all over. He says it looks like the powerful countries are doing quite well, but what happened to China and Japan? He thought they didn't need help, but their capital ended up evolving. In Japan, we see a giant dragon, and he says it's an unexpected enemy, and he wonders if they have hunters proficient in aerial combat. Then he watches as some jets fly in, then shoot missiles at the dragon, exploding all over it. But the dragon doesn't take any of it, then smacks a jet. We hear a girl saying the government is useless to let something like that fly around in their capital. We see her amplify her voice, then starts to bark at the dragon, shit-talking it, trying to catch its aggro. We see it begins to follow her, and she realizes it's keeping up with her speed. She makes it to a spot saying she will fight it here, then holds up a charm for summoning. We see her summon are quite high level, even higher than the actual summoner. They begin to square up to the dragon, then she casts another skill, summoning hands from the floor that start to wrap around the dragon. She says gotcha, then makes a throwing motion, as the dragon begins to drop into the earth, crashing into some buildings. The hands are still wrapped around it, but they break, and she says even with its strength being cut in half, it's still hella powerful. And she asks for the red ghost to hurry. We see it leaping into the air, then crashing into the dragon. Sung-hoon, watching this, says she's better than he expected. While she isn't stronger, it's a favorable matchup, since the ghosts are immune to the boss's attacks. Ina explains that her name is Ayanami Kazuki, and she's level 231, and her job is Spirit Caller. She is the strongest player in Japan, and her nickname is One Ayami. She has protection from the god of thunder and wind, so Japan should be able to hold their own. But because of their failure close to the portal, the damage is greater than they thought. They had to spread their players out to get all of the mid-tier monsters, which is why Kazuki is fighting alone. He asks how much damage there's been. She explains that most of the buildings are destroyed, and casualties are constantly increasing, around 85 trillion in damage. He says that's idiotic, since they just needed to listen to his request. They could have dealt with it much cheaper, but their pride ended up hurting them. Ina says the relationship between Korea and Japan has been sensitive. She continues talking about how China's been in a pickle because of their undead situation, and many other countries are just giving up on the region with manifestations. He asks about the countries he cleared, and if she thinks they will avoid him, or ask for his help again. She says the states will make a move, and that they are trying to make the United Nations move. He's surprised it still exists, and she explains it's a crucial organization in times of crisis, and soon the world powers will make the move to bring it to an end. And their choice is just to watch from the sidelines or join them. She asks what he thinks of helping. He says to just watch for now, and maintain her position and keep gathering intel on each country. They receive a call, and Ina tells him it's Alina. He wonders if something happened, then says to bring her here. She opens a teleport gate, and Alina comes with the girl from before. Sung-hoon says it's been a long time, and she thanks him for meeting her. He says there's no need for her to bow so much, then asks about her clothes. She says it's her usual attire, asking if something is wrong. He says no, then snaps his fingers, saying he'll change the scenery, making it a beach. He tells her to sit, asking if anything is wrong with her livelihood. She says that isn't it, and they are nothing but grateful to him. He says it was part of the contract, no need for thanks. She says many people don't uphold their end of a contract, and since he did so well, she was able to make a decision. He asks on what, and Alina says the sirens would live to serve him as their lord, then bow to him. He nervously tells her to get up, saying to wait. She says she heard she had to bow to serve a master, asking if it was wrong. He asks where she heard that, and embarrassed, she tells him she's been watching dramas to learn their culture. He says he doesn't understand, asking why she wants to serve him. She tells him a metaphor, then says her magic prowess might be greater, but his potential outclasses her. And for a minor race like the sirens, they need protection until death. He says that sounds like marriage more than protection. She laughs, saying he can interpret it however he likes. He decides to do it, saying he'll cook up a contract. Then Ina sees a notification, saying the necropolis has been Then it cuts to a nuclear missile being launched through the air, and at the necropolis, we see Calypso and Pyleton talking about it, and Elish says from what she's investigated, the humans are interesting, and lack any knowledge of magic. She then makes a ball of knowledge and gives it to Calypso, which includes info on nuclear energy. He slurps it up and thanks her, saying it's amazing, and that it wouldn't be an understatement to call it the light of the apocalypse. Elish says there's no time to be amazed, asking if he thinks he can defend against it. He says it's no problem since he knows the basis of its power, and can prepare against it. He also says that he's going to add additional property to the barriers. Then we see the nuke flying directly in toward the necropolis. And as it gets close, it just loses all momentum, and plops into the floor, just crashing into the earth. Elish explains he turned the explosive into stone. He says they don't have any countermeasures against magic, and with a simple petrification spell, they can nullify most of the world's power. And it's quite amusing. Elish laughs like an absolute gremlin, saying she wonders how they'll react to their strongest weapon being useless. We see some men wondering what happened to their nuke, and the general says that they must figure out what's going on, so they send a player team to recapture the missile. A girl quickly gets a message, then tells him it's from Beijing. He says what's up, Beijing, and she tells him it's under attack from the undead army. He wonders why the enemy army is at their capital, asking what the players are doing. We see their city on fire, and Pyleton steps forward, saying they are closer to completing their sanctuary. Sung-hoon sees him, saying it's not a normal death knight and analyzes the one on the horse so they can track him. Then he tells Ina it looks like Beijing is done for, and then they get an emergency request from China. They are asking for help in return for a nuclear plant. He says that ain't good enough, so get them to sweeten the deal. Ina asks if he believes they'll give up their land, and he tells her it's already infected by the necropolis, so negotiate it. Ina says she understood. Sung-hoon says they probably have no choice but to listen to them, since it'd be bad for China to lose Beijing and Liaoming at the same time, and once it's over, he'll go scout the area. He teleports out, then we're back to Beijing. We see a player saying all of the enemies are strong. We see they are fighting Pyleton, and he asks what those bestowed the power from the god of machines are called. While they've done well, there are only 2 left. Iron Man tells him to shut up, and he must be the reason behind it, and he'll use everything he has to turn him into dust. We see his body go black, as he gets into a sprinter's stance. Pa says to hurry up then, and Iron Man runs in. Pa says that he seems reckless, then slashes down onto him, then says he wasn't just talking, and to take his blade on, but is interrupted by Iron Man powering through, making Pa lose his balance. A ring flies past his head, then Iron Man grabs onto him, asking why his friend is just watching. We see his friend preparing a dragon's breath attack, then fires it straight at Pa. It hits, creating a massive explosion. The dragon guy says some terrible one-liner, and Pa says that wasn't enough to attack him. Dragon guy is surprised, as Pa says he isn't the only one who can use the power of gods. If Akasha is helping humanity, he has the god of death on his side. Iron Man tells Dragon Man to run, and Pa says he can run if he wants, and if he dies here or not, this world will be annexed by the god of death. Dragon Man is in fear, then Pa notices a shadow, saying that it's strange since the sun is up. Then he wonders what broke his dark cloud magic. He realizes that means there's a high-leveled sorcerer in this world. Then he sees his undead army hiding in the shadows, saying it's difficult. They can't walk forward. He tells Calypso about it, saying to look into countermeasures, then when Calypso goes to reply is cut off. Pa quickly readies himself, realizing what is going on and that Pa couldn't protect their communication. Then he sees Sung Hoon healing Iron Man. Dragon Dude asks who he is, and Iron Man asks if he doesn't recognize Sung Hoon. Who tells them it's late, but he came to help. Pa asks if he's the one who nullified the weather magic, and Sung Hoon says yes, and it's time to brawl. Pa says he's overconfident for a sorcerer, to challenge a knight to a duel. We see an aura slash coming down at Sung Hoon, and that Pa quickly closed the gap swiping at him. Sung Hoon evaded it, and Pa is shocked he could evade his blade. Then Sung Hoon puts his fingers on his side, launching him away, through a building wall. Sung Hoon says he isn't a normal sorcerer, and Iron Man and his friend are both shocked. Sung Hoon casts Detect and realizes nobody is left alive, but the two beside him, then say they should get to safety. He waves his hand over them, and the teleport ring forms, then teleports them out. Sung Hoon asks what magic he should use this time, and if he used his nuclear fusion in another country, they'd probably complain. We see at the command center in China, they wonder when Sung Hoon will arrive, then are interrupted by their players being teleported in. Iron Man asks why the general is here, and he tells them to wake up, that this is the command center. Asking if they weren't in Beijing, they tell him they were, but Sung Hoon waved his hands, and then they appeared here. The general wonders what's going on, then warning signs appear on the screen. The girl from before tells him that there's a powerful energy detected above Beijing. Pa sees a bright orb in the sky, asking if he just summoned the sun, or if it's star summoning magic. Sung Hoon says there's not much better than sunlight to fight against the undead. We see it slowly descending, and the zombies are being melted. Pa tells Calypso he's using star summoning magic, and to open the gate because he needs to retreat. Calypso tells him there's too much interference. Sung Hoon says you can't run because the place is already in his domain, so no interference can reach them. Then he orders the sun to descend down, and it begins to plummet toward Pa, who says it's crazy a sorcerer of his caliber exists on Earth. Then begs for the god of death to protect him from his demise, and we see it impact with him. The command center only sees a bright light, and the general wonders if Beijing fell. Sung Hoon says as he thought, nothing is better than star summoning against the undead. He wonders if China will hassle him for destroying their capital, but decides to cool down first since he can't see with all of this steam. He swipes his hand, clearing up the steam and clouds. He's shocked to see Pa still standing, and compliments him for standing even after eating that attack. Pa says, "Where do you hail from?" Sung Hoon says no mere mage can summon that, and that he's the only sorcerer of this world. Pa says fine sorcerer, and he's experienced the star summon in other worlds, but none that powerful. Sung-hoon asks about the other worlds, and Paulton says he'll ask questions first. Then asks if he's a human of this world. Sung-hoon is surprised by how smart he is, and says his private information isn't cheap, and he's not interested in the undead's economy. And that he finds it unfortunate, since if he had learned some necromancer spells, he could have sealed his soul since he finds Death Knights to be valuable. Paulton starts to break apart, and laughs. Saying they'll see each other again. We see a blue aura around him, then something leaves his body. Sung-hoon watches it and sighs, saying his soul managed to escape. He says he should have learned some skills, and should look into a way to seal high-level souls. But since he got rid of the undead, then his side of the deal is complete. And they wouldn't uphold their part of the deal because he destroyed their city, right? He asks Ina, and she says it's not a possibility of zero, since he destroyed their whole city. He says it wasn't in the contract, but he'd also be upset in their shoes. He says he'll do something for this, and show his ability to the public. He asks Ina if they have enough mana in the tower. She says yes, and the nuclear fusion is full power too. He says to use it all, then begins to float into the air. And that it's time for restoration. We see the general watching this, wondering what Sung-hoon is doing. We see it's not just China, but the States, Japan, and the United Nations. Everyone watches as a giant magic circle appears in the sky above Beijing, and starts to rain down onto the city as people begin to revive. Someone asks if this is real, and that those who were killed are all coming back to life. A woman NPC spawns in, and her daughter calls out for her, asking what she is doing. She says she's sure she died a moment ago with her daughter, and starts to cry, saying her daughter is alive. Then she looks over to see Sung-hoon floating in the sky. He looks down at them. And we see Chuck losing his mind that he brought them back, and it was a few 100,000. Bill says this is what he's capable of, and Chuck says this is a miracle. Bill says that China was trying to find an excuse not to give Sung-hoon their land as part of the deal, but they won't be able to do that now. Chuck asks what he thinks, since their analysis team thinks Sung-hoon will declare an independent nation by himself, wondering if they should support him. Bill says they probably should, since if that video of Sung-hoon becomes public, his worth will explode. They must make him their ally, and some people might even worship him as a god. A month later, we see that the UN has formed a hunter organization. To further protect humanity from the monsters, they dispatch their military forces. The Alpha team members, excluding Sung-hoon, have been participating as a strike force. We see that Yo is strong as hell now, currently the strongest candidate for learning remembrance, which is the pinnacle of aura. We see Sung-hoon has achieved the 5th circle, and now is finally a sorcerer again. So we see he isn't slacking off either. He's finally recovered enough to have decent stats. He is level 146, and he's cleared over 40 tier 3 dungeons. Ina comes in, telling him China has requested a meeting with them. Sung-hoon asks what it is, and she says it's probably because of the province they acquired. He realizes that's where the necropolis is, and she says the problem is they own the land now. China doesn't know when the undead will attack again, but since they have given control of the territory, they cannot launch counterattacks, even with the frequent invasions. Sung-hoon says that he should take responsibility since it's his land, so he wants to see who China sent them. We see a man greeting them, and they shake hands. He tells them to sit. He says the reason they called them here is for a meeting to eliminate the dead. According to the intel, they began constructing a building, but they don't want it to be finished. Sung-hoon says it seems they've tried to stop it but failed, even after launching a nuke. The man is surprised, wondering if he has a satellite up. But says he's right, and they don't know how the undead defeated the nuke. Sung-hoon realizes he's just trying to skip over the issue, and the general tells him that it was the best card they have. And then he ratios Sung-hoon by saying he wiped out Beijing just to get rid of the undead. Sung-hoon reminds him he brought back their dead, so surely he's not saying the buildings are more valuable than the humans. The general clears his throat, and says that Beijing is now their symbol of hope. They trash talk each other. Then decide to get to the point, The general says they will eliminate the undead in the Liaoning province, and think of it as their goodwill. Sung-hoon thinks about how that's Cap, and how he wants to steal back their land. Then he starts to think about it, wondering if he's trying to make it public that China is siding with them, or if they want the people's support in the province. Ina looks at him, then Sung-hoon says he refuses. The general asks if there's a reason for it, and Sung-hoon tells him that it's his land, it's only right he protects it. The general tries to reason, then calls him arrogant, asking if he really thinks he can do this. Sung-hoon says he's prepared for it, so China only needs to ensure their borders are secure, so monsters don't escape. The general asks when he plans to do it, and Sung-hoon says not to worry, then tells Ina to begin. We see in space above the Liaoning province, the stuff they set up in space begins to descend toward the earth. The general then gets something sweet whispered into his ear, and Sung-hoon says it seems he's received the report already. Then he says he'll excuse himself so he can kill some undead, then teleports out. We see some streaks across the sky in undead land, and they are actually Spidey drones, flying in from space. They engage their thrusters, land safely, and then get the undead. Calypso says it's crazy their army is dying so fast, but he understands they are Sung-hoon's drones. The Manhwa makes you think he's schizo, but turns out he's just talking to Elish. He then says he'll try to hold Sung-hoon back some. The battle continues, and now the undead have these weird giant creatures. Sung-hoon finally lands in front of Calypso, even giving him the WWE stare down. Calypso spots him, then says it's weird for a sorcerer to charge into the front lines. Then asks to talk, and Sung-hoon politely agrees to it, making Calypso explode with joy. Sung-hoon says he shot 2 miniature stars at him, and he's sorry, but he can't hold a conversation on the battlefield. He also says the first to make a move will be victorious, so he destroyed the magic circles on Calypso's head and heart. So he should be down and out. Although he seemed intelligent enough to negotiate with, he didn't have the time to do it. Then he goes to the altar, wonders what it is, and asks Ina what the situation is. She says they still hold the advantage, but the undead are now attacking. Sung-hoon is confused since he destroyed their leader, the undead shouldn't be continuing. He wonders if there are other commanders, then Calypso tells him he's the only one in command here. Sung-hoon quickly leaps backward, avoiding some form of magic. This repeats quite a few times. Until an explosion occurs in his face. We see he's blocked it, but is confused how Calypso is alive when his magic circles are destroyed. So he realizes it's not a normal lich. Calypso begins to reform, and Calypso says that's right, as he's a loyal acolyte to the god of death. And he figured it wouldn't do harm to converse with an ancient sorcerer, but to be attacked off the rip was wild. As long as the altar stands, God will watch over him. If he thought he could end the war by killing him, that was wrong. Sung-hoon says he gets that much now, but realizes how annoying this is. He says the altar is continuously supplying mana to Calypso, so even with the nuclear reactor, fighting here is bad. Calypso says he cannot be defeated here, so submit. Sung-hoon asks if he thought he came here without plans, then asks Ina for another report. She tells him they are still attacking the necropolis, but it's summoning undead, and the region is under an anti-magic effect. Sung-hoon says he wished the ambush worked. Ina tells him some of his magic is unavailable, so begin plan B. Sung-hoon says that he wanted to keep this area in one piece, it's real. But it can't be helped. He notices some type of attack going toward him, so he casts a barrier to block the attack. Calypso says that it's the binding ring of death, so he's curious to see how long he will last, since it's not going to disappear. Sung-hoon's barrier begins to break, and he's surprised by this, since it's unable to supply enough mana. Calypso says it's amazing to hold out this long, but he's obviously struggling. So Calypso decides to add another ring of death. Sung-hoon decides to retreat, so he jumps out of the middle of the rings, but they still explode the area he was in. We see he broke through the roof of the necropolis. Surely enough, the 2 rings of death begin to follow him into the air. He realizes the necropolis is too much to fight in, but magic isn't his only specialty. He then tells Ina it's time for Plan B. We see at their satellite, it begins to disable its camouflage, and starts to summon 50 tons of tungsten. It gets applied with some magic to make it frictionless, then fires. Sung-hoon explains that Rods from God was a weapon that was theory crafted by the US, but was cancelled due to technical limits. Since the tungsten needed to be accelerated to at least half of the speed of light, but without friction, that's no issue, and that speed is easily achievable. The rings below get closer to him, then they have a golden aura, Sung-hoon says, as he expected. The sun makes necromancy lose its strength. Ina also tells him the tungsten will be visible soon. He looks up, saying that he sees it. Calypso realizes his rings of death have vanished, saying it's weird since Sung-hoon doesn't seem like the type to back out so easily. Sung-hoon, on the other hand, is still talking about how the rods from God were only impossible due to the limits of man, but because of magic it's easily solved. He shows us an example, by casting haste onto them, causing them to quickly plummet towards Calypso, who notices this. Then we see a massive explosion. You can see it's a large chunk of the earth too. Even Sung-hoon, who way in the air, needs to block the shockwave. Then asks Ina for what's up. She says that 98% of the necropolis has been eliminated, but so have the golems. He says that's fine since they are mass-produced. Ina also warns him that the aftermath is causing a massive earthquake. He tells her that China might even split apart by it, so it's time food damage control. He tells her to stop the seismic wave, and levitate all the ash, collecting it. They begin to stabilize the atmosphere, and we see Calypso is still alive. He says that this is greater than he expected from a physical attack. It's crazy that the sacred altar was evaporated instantly, too. He respects how Sung-hoon has utilized the power of science in this world. But that he'll be back, since he hasn't shown all of his card yet. Then he dips out. Sung-hoon says he's gone, and Ina says she's done stabilizing the atmosphere, then asks why he let Calypso go. He tells her that if he killed him, the god would come after him, also how the battle has humbled him. He says it's better to deal with them after he stopped his god from interfering with this world, but the priority now is the Liaoning area. A week later, we see a green thing in a tube, and Ina tells Sung-hoon they have a favorable deal with the UN. He asks if they got what they wanted. She says yes, and they will support their declaration of a new nation. He asks what they wanted in return, then she tells him they want his golems in the world market. He says that's fine, then asks what they said about their orbital weapon. She says no. Sung-hoon realizes they must be waiting for someone else to make a move first. Then we see the seed thingy sprout into a tree. Sung-hoon says it's a success. We learn the seed eats mana. They also plan to place them around the Liaoning area. He tells her he'll be going now, and she should invest all their money into constructing the golem market. She says, understood. Then we see the tree has sprouted into a giant tree, to be specific a man-made world tree, and it alone can cleanse the entirety of their area from the necromancy, but it will also be a source of mana now, since it will create it. And that the fruit it will bear can even turn the desert into fertile land. Calypso comes back, saying that a replica of the world tree is amazing. Sung-hoon asks what he's doing here, and he introduces himself again, saying he's the 128th Liberator. Sung-hoon is surprised that he's the weakest of the Liberators, then asks about the others, but Calypso gives him a stray instead. Calypso says they don't have any major wishes, just for religious freedom. Sung-hoon is lost, and Calypso says he'd like to be a missionary for his god. Sung-hoon wonders what to do, but says for one to be a worshipper, don't they need to die first? Calypso says no, that they can be preliminary worshippers, and once they realize death isn't the end of their world, they will accept God. Sung-hoon says if he wanted to be a peaceful missionary, why would he ask for permission? Calypso says since he was defeated, this is merely plan B. Sung-hoon says alright, then asks for the conditions. Calypso says if he allows them to spread the word of their god, no humans will be harmed, and in return, any living being who wants to be undead after their death can do so without interference. He says he'll swear on the name of his master with this. Sung-hoon thinks about how it's dangerous, and Kalpiso says he sees this, but he will share some info to help with the decision-making. A purple orb appears, and starts flying to Sung-hoon, who asks what it is. Calypso says it's general information regarding the planet. Sung-hoon gets Ina to look into it. Calypso says even if he's cautious, he has no reason to lie. Ina tells Sung-hoon it's just information like he says, then it transfers into his head. He's learned information on dungeons, and the Akasha director. Calypso tells him the great death shall soon loom over Earth. Sung-hoon sighs, saying the entire dimension is reaching its end. And the Akasha director is trying to fix their dimension, and the dungeons and people awakening are simply byproducts. Calypso asks if he wants to negotiate now. Sung-hoon agrees with his plan, but only without violence. Calypso says a contract under the god's name is absolute, then he summons something. Sung-hoon recognizes it as a dragon's heart, and Calypso tells him it's compensation. Sung-hoon says it has enough power to rival 3 nuclear fusion reactors, and now he can do much more with this. Calypso says that now their negotiations are done, he shouldn't interfere with the mercenaries that come over to spread the word. And next time, he hopes they can have a friendlier conversation. Sung-hoon watches him teleport away, then sighs, saying he has a lot to do. Ina encourages him. Sung-hoon gives us a recap on how their dimension will soon crumble, and the director is trying to repair it for some reason. He also explains how this causes dungeons using shards from destroyed dimensions, and how the awakened people are creating karma, which is a power source for the director. Dungeons that aren't cleared in time will manifest into reality and fill parts of their broken dimension, which is how they manifest. And since dungeons are helpful for repairing if they are cleared or not, but the problem is that the dungeon tiers continue to advance, and tier 3 is a struggle already. And with the tier 4 and 5s there's a chance of humanity going extinct, and after tier 6, they will have powers of gods behind them. Sung-hoon says he cannot even handle tier 5 currently. So he must make some precautions. We see him planning something, then asks Ina how the infrastructure on Mars is. She says it's going well, and he tells her it's about to become more difficult, so they must get more manpower. Ina suggests looking into other hunters. He agrees, saying to get the top list. Then he asks where her main body is. She says it's in the training room. Then we see Yo sweating badly while Ina talks to her about her participation in the allied forces of hunters. Wondering if she's overworking herself. Yo says she's fine, and she heard if she wants to go with Sung-hoon, she needs to reach at least master level, so she needs to do what she can. It shows the news, and how the Liaoning area is covered in a weird blue energy, while showing the world tree saying this shit crazy. Yo asks Ina if Sung-hoon made it, then wonders if she can even catch up to him. Ina tells her she can do it, since she's too talented, along with a strong work ethic. But she doesn't need to hurry. Yo lets roar, or an attempt at one. Thanking Ina for cheering her up, and she'll do her best to stand with Sung-hoon, so that her hands can reach him. She suddenly hits some plot convenience, then begins to float into the area. Sung-hoon feels this, realizing she's become a master. A bit later, we see her fist leaving a mark on a punching dummy, just from her punching the air. Sung-hoon says that while it looks like a normal shockwave technique, but it looks like she's succeeded in conceptualizing since she can do it, she's officially master level. Yo turns into Usopp, then he compliments her, asking about her awaken ability, saying it looks like there's more to it. She asks what he means, since if she just jabs it'll go boom. She explains it all goofy, and he wonders if she's really a master. Ina says it seems like she can attack, ignoring the distance to the target. He says that's unique for sure, since he's never heard about this. Ina says it's probably because of modern-day influence onto it. Sung-hoon decides to test it out. Then puts a barrier around the dummy. He tells Yo to attack inside the barrier, saying it has anti-teleportation, and both magic and melee defense. She asks if she just needs to hit it again. He says yes. Then she readies herself. She punches forward, then we see it hitting the dummy. Sung-hoon is surprised since it ignored his defense. He realizes her conceptualization as she will always reach. He says that's crazy. Then she asks what he thinks of it. He says it's amazing and gives her a thumbs up, explaining how aura users can alter the laws of the world using sheer will, and that's why they are called masters. And that she can probably safely kill dragons without any problems. On Mars, we see that he's playing Factorio, and that their production rate is 10 times more than what it was previously. They can make 1,000 golems at once. He tells her to get it to 10,000, then focus on the mothership. She says bet, and we learn that during the last 2 months, the world has been going through turmoil with dungeon manifestation problems, and he's preparing for where the higher tier dungeons. Even with Yo being a master, this is only the start. He needs more talented people. Then, we see Toko being a baddie as usual. Sung-hoon sighs, saying it's been a while. Yo asks who she is, and he explains to her. Toko apologizes for the random visit, but says she has something to say. Sung-hoon asks if she wants to grab dinner. While at the restaurant, Yo starts trying to intimidate Toko. Sung-hoon tells her not to do that to a guest. Toko recognizes her, saying she knew that she's been working to become a damage dealer, but she cannot tell how strong she is, so she must be equal or above herself. Sung-hoon gets to the point, asking why she's here. Toko clears her throat, saying she's heard he's recruiting powerful warriors, then asks to join his team. He's surprised, but Yo quickly objects to it. Saying she's the close quarters specialist, Sung-hoon asks Toko for her reasoning, to which she says she wants to improve. So she will surely grow if she can stand beside someone as strong as Sung-hoon. And that this is independent from the Chinese government. He realizes that he can't lose anything from this, and since she's talented, this is great, and maybe Yo can learn from her. They shake hands, agreeing on this. Toko thanks him. Then it cuts to Mexico, and we see Jessica appear. She appears in front of a drug lord, and says she'll give him a chance to live, but she doesn't care for killing him right now. She puts her finger to his forehead, and begins to cast subordination magic. We see he tries to resist but fails, and he asks what she's doing. She says that from now on, he will be her dog, and bark for her. Back on Mars, Sung-hoon says he's decided to do some training with his new teammates to judge their abilities. Toko believes herself to be as strong as a master, and she seems to have the potential to be on par with Yo. Toko says she expected as much from Sung-hoon to put them on Mars. Sung-hoon says here they don't need to be mindful of the surroundings, so go all out. And do not bother holding back, since he doesn't know how strong she is. If she isn't stronger than last time, she'll lose. Yo says she'll show how strong she is. Toko says she knows that she's the team's healer, and best damage dealer, and continues to praise her. Yo happy. Yo says she'll go easy on her. Toko says if she wants to be treated as a superior, she shouldn't let her guard down. They both prepare to fight each other. The wind flies by them, and Yo wonders how strong Toko is. Toko quickly leaps toward her, but Yo avoids it. Toko turns back around with a kick, but Yo avoids it. The kick destroys the terrain, and Yo tells her to wait, but Toko says nah, and prepares a Hadoken. She shoots out her attack, and Yo says she's trying too hard. Then Yo uses Void Strike and stops the attack. Sung-hoon watches, saying that she can certainly hold her own against a master. And the matchup will be decided based on their conceptualization. We see Yo is unscathed, saying that Toko is no joke. Toko is slightly scratched up, saying that Yo is definitely qualified to be her superior. Yo asks if she was looking down on her, and Sung-hoon tells her to go all out, or else she'll lose. Yo says she wishes he told her if she was this strong, and she almost died when she had her guard down. Yo says fine, and she'll start going all out now. Then tells Toko it's time to try again. She readies her fist, and Toko is alert. Yo's fist begins to glow golden, and Toko realizes she's in danger, so she evades sideways, wondering what the feeling is. But she coughs up blood, as she gets hit anyway by the attack. She crashes into the terrain, but braces herself with chi. She wonders how she got hit, then realizes it's coming again. She decides to defend, so she puts her guard up then gets smacked in the face. She gets sent flying backward, wondering what the hell is going on. Yo says it feels like she's cheating, but it's time to end it now. Toko says she won't let it end like this, and Sung-hoon says her conceptualization is manifesting. We see Toko put her hand on Yo's arm, and Yo is surprised she's there so quickly. Toko says she just needs to stop her before she attacks. Yo asks how she moves so quickly, but Toko kicks at her, saying it's similar to her weird punches. Yo dodges, but Toko prepares a follow-up, then trips Yo, causing her to fall. They continue to fight, and Yo gets sent flying in the air. She grunts, and Toko pursues her, asking if this is really all she has. Yo readies her fist, but Toko quickly appears behind her, saying that she's gotten slow. Sung-hoon says it's expected of Toko, she makes fantastic use of her strong points, and she's neutralizing Yo's conceptualization by using close quarters. Since Toko's allows her to jump between spaces, it's a bad matchup for Yo. Toko puts her onto the floor, then asks if she'll give up now. Yo stays silent, then begins to lift her off the floor. Then she rolls over, causing Toko to distance herself. Toko calls her reckless for giving up her arm, but Yo is full of energy, then begins to heal her arm. Toko says that's cheating, then Yo reminds her that she's a healer, and to get ready as she's going all out this time. Toko says that combat, while disregarding safety, is scary, but it doesn't change anything, since she can just break her over and over again. Toko grabs her arm, but Yo uses that same arm to punch with that same arm anyway, and she uses her ability to hit Toko, who is behind her. She looks up to see Toko vanish, then gets thonked in the back of the head. But she doesn't fall, and instead retaliates with a kick, hitting Toko in the face. Sung-hoon says it's smart she gave up her ability, and decided to rely on a dogfight. He says they can't predict the results of the fight anymore. Toko calls her monstrous, and they continue to brawl. Sung-hoon keeps monologuing about how she's using aura to push beyond her limits, but she is relying on the fact that she can just heal herself. He says things have gotten difficult. He says that Toko can't create distance due to Yo's ability, and she's losing in close quarters, too. The problem now is how long Yo can last. They continue to fight until the sun goes down, trading blows with one another. Sung-hoon says it's over now. He sighs, then says Yo did well. Then they both face plant onto the floor. He says that he didn't expect the fight to last this long, then says he bet on Toko to actually win. He realizes he might have underestimated Yo, since she is extremely talented. Ina appears, then Sung-hoon tells her to take the both of them to recover. She tells him that a dungeon manifestation occurred. Sung-hoon asks which country, then she tells him it's on Mars. He gets her to show the footage. She tells him they didn't install surveillance on Mars, so they couldn't have detected it spawning. Sung-hoon says that considering how it worked on Earth, they can assume all the dungeons on Mars have manifested. Then he asks her if there's any alarming movement from the monsters. She tells him they are not far from their power plant. He says they must have detected it, then asks if any of them have intelligence. Then he sees that one of them is a rock golem thing. He says they have a cold element, which suggests that they have been influenced by Mars. She asks him if he will take care of them. He says no and to just put up a defensive barrier, and use their own golems to fight them. He also tells her to increase their production on the EOTS since they'll need to be able to watch the entire solar system, so this doesn't happen again. She says they need more time, then he tells her to prioritize Mars first. Sung-hoon explains how the Agrum, the golems, can coexist with humans, and he may be able to resolve things peacefully with them, potentially bringing the whole race under his command. We see a massive explosion, with Sung-hoon floating above the Agrum, saying this is their warning. He tells them to not approach any further, as it's his territory, and he will not allow them to trespass without permission. Then he introduces himself to them, asking for their leader to show himself. One of the Agrums tell him to wait a minute, then begins to waddle away. Ina tells him there are almost 2,000 of them, and there is one Viscount, which is probably the leader. She explains that the group they just met with were the scouts, and the Agrams are curious. One of them begin to get the rest to move out of the way, and asks if Sung-hoon is the one who called for him. Then, asks why he's disrupting their advance. Sung-hoon says it's his land, and they are the one trespassing, then double checks it's their leader. The Viscount apologizes for entering his territory, saying it wasn't by choice. Sung-hoon proposes they talk about it, and he agrees. Sung-hoon says he understands they came here without realizing it, but it doesn't change the fact they entered his territory. The Agram asks what he wants, then he says he wants everything that belongs to their race. Since they entered his land, they just simply need to become his subjects. The Viscount begins to release an energy, saying it won't pretend to ignore what he said. Sung-hoon says he expected as much. He blocks the attack from the Agram, then the Agram starts to hype himself up, saying he's the king. Sung-hoon says that it's funny for a Viscount to pretend to be a king. Then says to remember who started the fight. The Agram is surprised Sung-hoon is fine, but now it's his turn to attack. He uses a spell called Hand of Titan, and the Agram looks up in surprise, then a massive explosion follows. The Agrams wonder if their leader is dead. Sung-hoon tells them he's not dead. We see he's dented into the floor, then Sung-hoon asks him how it was, saying he will fight him as much as he wants, but that is the first and last time he'll be easy on him. Of course, the king forfeits, then the rest wonder if Sung-hoon is their king now. He tells them to be quiet, then says as they witness the match is over, so now they must follow his command. And the first command is that they must colonize the planet. They call him their king. He says that he's their lord. Ina asks if he really doesn't want to put them under a contract, and he tells her they are simpler than she thinks, but he never thought they'd be the ones to colonize Mars first. She says that they'd be a great native species. It cuts to Jessica talking to probably her grandpa, and they are learning about his base on Mars, and how he's controlling the Agrams. The man says regardless of that, him having a power plant they don't control is not something that can be allowed. So he tells her to find the source of his power. She says that his info is very sensitive. The old man says he's the type that's hard to negotiate with, and now, since the system came out, the world has changed heavily, but now a single individual is threatening their family. So he believes it for to eliminate him if given the chance. She's shocked, then asks if he's made the decision already. The man says that it's only his opinion, the family hasn't decided yet. She says if the family head has made up his mind, then won't the family agree? He says she seems friendly, then asks how close she is to him. She tries to tell him that isn't it, and he says that she needs to erase the thought, as he will cease to exist. It cuts to Sung-hoon watching the news, and it's a whole wall of text, but the man just says dungeons are valuable, which makes him spit out his drink. Sung-hoon wonders what the guy is talking about, then says that he never thought someone would spew such bullshit. His mom slaps his back, and she says watch your tone, young man. Then asks why he's so heated. She listens to the TV for a bit, then says it sounds like it's a good thing they're taking safety measures. He tells her it's a bit worrying, wondering who thought of this, saying they might make a dungeon protection law at this rate. He says it has to be someone with influence behind it, then tells Ina to look into it. Then his mother blindsides him, asking if he's doing well with Yo. He tells her that she's his co-worker, and she tells him he needs to think about getting a wife, since all of her friends have grandchildren. Ina then appears, saying that she's found them. Mama Hoon is surprised, wondering who she is. Then Ina introduces herself. She came here on purpose. He quickly grabs her arm, saying they have to go. And his mother tells Ina to come back later, and tells Sung-hoon not to go out with two girls at once. Once away, he gets Ina to report. She says that she's observed the movements of the people wanting to preserve dungeons, and the Rothschild are behind them. Most of the governments seem to be sure they can manage the dungeons. Sung-hoon starts to think about it, saying this won't die since if the clears slow down, the system might come out with more direct force to replenish its energy. And if dungeons spawn all over the world like last time, he's not sure if he can handle it all by himself. Ina says due to the manifestations, a lot of high-level people have died, so the governments are trying to guarantee the new players can level safely. Sung-hoon says there's no way the system will watch quietly, and he says they should warn the UN, along with the other countries. He says they probably won't buy the claim of humanity's extinction for not clearing dungeons. Then he says to call Jessica to see if they can meet, since talking to her will be the fastest. It cuts to later, and we see them walking down the side of a river. And Sung-hoon says he hopes Jessica will be here. Then he spots her sitting down under a tree. He walks up to her, thanking her for her time. She says she didn't think he'd call her first. They start to drink, and after a bit of time it seems he's told her about the situation. He follows it up by telling her a second manifestation will begin. She asks who the source is, and he tells her he made it up. She says as a mage, she believes him, since the word of a powerful mage shouldn't be ignored. However, it's difficult to impact the world with his word alone, since the world is so politic heavy. He asks about getting her family to make the claim, and she says that it's possible, but what reason do they have to do so? He says that it could be the end of the world. She looks shocked, then asks if something else is going on too. She then offers he comes under her family, since then he could easily solve this. He says he refuses to work under anyone. She says he doesn't need to work under anyone, but to become a family member. Then she says he should marry her. He then asks if she's okay with a marriage without love, and that she's probably just trying to find the source of his power. She says that he'd also use her family to get what he wanted. He tells her she isn't wrong, but he'd only marry after dating and getting to know his partner. She then asks if he finds her attractive. He's stunned. She then says it's sad. While she didn't think he'd agree, she didn't expect him to be so indifferent. He says she wasn't serious either, and she says that, just as he said, this could be the end of humanity, but he won't marry her even then. Then, he asks how much he dislikes her. Iana says he needs to learn, and she's disappointed in him. He asks why she's on her side, and Jessica says it can't be helped, and her family won't stop at dungeon management. If he goes against them, they'll turn on him. He tells her that he has a valid reason for doing what he is. She says that dungeons are a resource to others, but she'll warn him again not to underestimate her family since they'll take instant action. So, don't regret his choice after losing what is precious to him, since her family is adept at striking the opponent's weak points. She sighs, then says she'll take her leave since she came here without notifying her family. She hopes they don't have to fight. Sung-hoon then tells Ina they need to find an alternative. A bit later, he and Ina continue talking, and he says he should stay out of the politics. As they talk, he notices something, and we see Yo has a super cool helmet on. She runs up to him, saying he needs to take it off, and he asks what it is. Toko says it dropped, so she put it on her head as a joke, but it seems to be cursed. Sung-hoon says she should easily be able to break it. Then he says it feels like sacred power rather than a curse, and he teleports to a different realm. A woman's voice says it's been a while, Kratraus, and we're introduced to the goddess of fire and metal, Origma. She is the creator of dwarves, but he says she shouldn't exist here. He asks why she's here. She says because she could, and it was shut originally, but now it's open, so she's here. He says that's quite some news, and she says his magic is amazing, but he's clueless. He asks why she's come to him, and she says he doesn't need to stay on guard, since she's here as a favor. He asks what it is. She says her child will soon embark upon Earth along with the Tier 4 dungeons. He asks if she means dwarves, to which she says yes. She says she wants them to establish themselves here. Sung-hoon says he knows they are her creations, but why is she getting herself involved? It's quite extreme. She says he's as rude as always, and that she is here to propagate, and if her children live on, they can act as missionaries to recruit more worshippers. He says it makes sense, just like the undead who ravaged China. He tells her he'll do it for her, but it won't be free, then asks what the compensation is. She says she's talked to Akasha already, so she'll give him a quest. We see he'll earn her authority, but if he fails, then it's death. He says he really wanted this skill in his past life. She says it looks like it's an ability he'd crave. She then says the dungeon's already open, and she wishes him luck. He snaps out of it, and is still holding Yo's goofy ass head. She calls out to him, then he lifts it off her head. We see she's sweating, and she says it scared her. He then asks if they both have time, and to follow him to a dungeon. She says she thought they were all locked down. He tells her they just need to go without anyone finding out. It cuts to them going under the earth, and we see them under the earth, along with Yaram, from the start of the video. Sung-hoon thanks her for participating, saying it must have been difficult to decide. She says not at all, and she's been frustrated with her growth, and not doing anything with the dungeon disaster, and she's against the government's decision. We see another girl named Anusha, and she asks where the rest of the party is. He tells her they'll be here soon, and he needed to teleport both of them. That's why they came here first. Then we see them finally appear, and he says right on they enter the dungeon, and he gets a notification that says he cannot exit the dungeon until the boss is defeated. Yaram says the dungeon's scenery is crazy, then Sung-hoon asks if it's her first time in a dungeon. She says yes, since she was already above the dungeon requirement for tier 3s. He says he's expecting a lot from her. Yo then points out how it's the first time Sung-hoon's prepared a party for a dungeon, then asks if it's that dangerous. He says he's unsure, so he just wanted to prepare. She then asks why he didn't bring more people. He tells her that it's a master level party. She looks curious, then says she thought he intentionally made a party full of girls. Alina then calls out to him, saying she scouted the area, but it's strange. There aren't any living organisms. Then she says how large her area is, so it's strange. He asks if she means nothing is living in this environment, and he says they need more intel. He begins to use the Eye of Magus, and he explains to the others what they are. Yaram watches intently, then says he has some interesting tools. But she doesn't know if he's trustworthy or not, but then she says his face looks familiar. They are then interrupted by a massive explosion. They get shook by it, and Ina tells him that it was a chemical reaction. Sung-hoon realizes it's a dwarven bomb. Then he says it's time to move out. He leaps off, then Yo starts to follow him, but realizes that it's not easy to move around. Alina tells her that the arc ring will handle levitation and you just need to think and follow it. Sung-hoon looks behind, saying he should have taught them how to fly first. He then tells Alina to guide everyone else, and he blasts away. Yo wonders how he's so fast, then gets flown past as well. Wondering who it is, she realizes it's Yaram and says she'll go with him. Then he says that it's better than going alone. He compliments her, saying that he's amazed she got used to it so quickly. She says aerial combat is her specialty. It cuts to some dwarfs saying something is here. We see some mobs climbing their castle, then a close-up shows that it's some weird robot things. Sung-hoon wonders if they are fighting monster waves, then he says the weird automatons are new, since he's never seen them before. Yaram wonders if the dwarfs are humans. He says they are close to humans, and she wonders what to do. He says he heard top rankers usually do whatever they want, but Yaram is different. He says she is famous for her kind personality. He tells her it's time to go, and it could be a hint to solving the dungeon's problems. He tells her to thin out the monsters, and he'll take care of the ones near the wall. He tells her to focus only on thinning them out. She says leave it to me and flies off. He says it's just like the first time he saw her, then decides to start too. The dwarfs tell their boys to hold on until the end, then they begin to feel static electricity. They look up to see Sung-hoon in the air, preparing an attack. We learn it's lightning ring, and we see it looks just like the name suggests. It begins to zap all the monsters, then explodes them. The dwarfs are surprised there are still human monsters, and tells the rest to stay alive as they have reinforcements. They begin to form into a blob and etch their ways toward a gate. It begins to morph into something, which turns out to be a bull whale thing. Sung-hoon is surprised by the weird fusion, and one of the dwarves yells for the rest to stop them. They begin to drop boulders over the gates. The creature continues to rush forward, but Sung-hoon says no and zaps at it again. The creatures change forms again, and he wonders what they are. The gate is breached, and the dwarfs begin to look defeated, as the automatons walk forward. Sung-hoon says he can't use large attacks since the dwarfs would catch a stray. Then Toko appears, yanking one of their spears. She dashes through the horde of automatons, then laughs, saying that she's always fantasized about having the enemies in a bottleneck. The automatons stop moving, then she says they won't get through her. As she's giving her speech, Sung-hoon zaps the horde, and he says nice timing. She says he doesn't know how to read the room, and if he was weaker than her, she'd beat him up. She says based on the enemy head count, she doesn't think she can be sitting around doing nothing. It skips to Yarim, and we see her absolutely annihilating the monsters on the outline. She looks gassed out and says no matter how much she attacks, they won't stop, and she is going to run out of mana at this rate. They begin to walk past her, and she notices something. Then Anusha uses mass resurrection, and the dead dwarfs begin to rise. We see she arrived with Toko, and Sung-hoon says this would have been difficult if he came here by himself. Then Alina begins to prepare a song too. Sung-hoon says he needs to help out too. We see a massive gust of wind, then a thundercloud begins to form, as lightning spews out from it. Yarim calms over, saying that she's found a weird entity. Sung-hoon wonders if it's a sub-boss, then Yarim says it's hitting her up in DMs. We see from her point of view she's inside of a subspace. She says it's strange since she was just in the dungeon. The voice asks if she's Akasha's tool. She asks it to show itself, then it begins to read her mind, and then she realizes it put her flame out. She sees a massive shark, and it tells her it can't take away the gift of Akasha, but it can be sealed. She begins to drown inside of the water. She wonders how she got here and begins to panic. The shark begins to taunt her, saying she must taste good. And she begins to think about how to escape, since as she gets closer to the surface, she begins to see the shark's teeth, and it closes and she begins to sink further down, until we see Sung-hoon pull her out. Then he begins to heal her, asking if she is okay. He tells her it was a hallucination, but he casted a mental barrier, so she should be fine. She says she almost got ratioed. He tells her to rest, but she says that she's fine. He snaps her away, saying he'll send her to the rest of the team. He snaps his fingers, sending her to the group. Alina is surprised she's here alone, and she says it looks like they have the situation under control. Then she tells her about how dangerous the monster she escaped from was. Back inside the shark world, it says it's annoyed its feeding time was interrupted. Sung-hoon asks what it is, saying that it's a unique create. The creature says it's called Dimension Devourer number 47. It explains how, in every timeline and dimension, it's an entity that collects the very essence of life. Sung-hoon says he didn't ask for all of that, then asks Ina if she has any intel. She tells him no, and she can't tell if it's an organism. She begins to detect an energy, saying it's setting up a barrier. Sung-hoon begins to feel the energy, and he compares it to an ancient dragon. 47 says it's fought wizards and mages before. Sung-hoon says he hasn't had the pleasure of fighting anything like 47. 47 says he smells delicious. Sung-hoon begins to run at it, and 47 begins to transform. This tilts Sung-hoon since it's acting like he's a side character. Then, he calls for a nuclear explosion. Sung-hoon begins to run away, but 47 is interested in what he left behind. Sung-hoon gets Ina to deploy a barrier, and as they fly out, we see a massive light from behind him. It's soon followed by a massive mushroom cloud. He stops, then Ina informs him that the enemy is still alive. Sung-hoon says as expected from a tier 4 dungeon, but says if it doesn't work, he'll keep trying until it does. He casts another attack, and we see that he uses another massive nuclear attack. The dwarfs wonder what's going on, then asks the rest what kind of man their leader is. And Eliana says he hides a lot, Toko says they aren't friendly, and Anusha says she just met him. Back to Sung-hoon, he's hit 47 again, but it's not taking any damage. 47 then says it's transforming into a mage's natural predator, some being from 2801. Then it goes invisible, appearing behind Sung-hoon. 47 tells him to fall to the ground, and he does exactly that, creating a massive explosion. Sung-hoon says it can use psychokinesis. He tells Ina to support him against the psychic. She begins using their nuclear reactors to help, strengthening his barrier. 47 jumps onto Sung-hoon, saying he can't run. Sung-hoon says if it just ate the nuclear blasts, he can't use them anymore, so he needs something else. He casts anti-gravity, which begins to repel 47. As it flies into the air, it sees a purple light, then gets hit in the shoulder. It's surprised to be damaged, and Sung-hoon explains how it's an organism disintegration beam. 47 says that's interesting, and it's time to search for a countermeasure. Sung-hoon wonders if it can really defend against it, then tells Ina that they need to buy time until they can one-hit it. We see another explosion, then Sung-hoon tells Ina to stop 47 from approaching, and they'll use mostly the beams. 47 sees him running away, and starts to pursue him. And flies directly behind him. They have a Dragon Ball style chase. We see they start blasting him. Ina says that 47 has already found countermeasures for the beams. Sung-hoon readies more attacks, but 47 says they will not work against him, and the magic circles begin to break. Ina lets Sung-hoon know of the blue balling 47 is doing. He tells her to just focus on defense. Then he says done, and he's made a purple cube saying it's the limit for him. He starts to descend, and then he lands. 47 does the same. Then asks if he gave up. Sung-hoon says nah and then starts talking to him, but 47 says he's not here to chat. Sung-hoon says that's fine, then throws the cube at him. 47 looks at it in confusion, then Sung-hoon tells him he won't be able to make a counter formula so easily. 47 realizes that it's become dangerous now, and we see the cube is actually a black hole. Ina assists by stopping 47 from using his psychic powers, and 47 says that was interesting, but this is only one of his many bodies. Sung-hoon asks if the others share his memory, then 47 laughs while being sucked off. The black hole continues to eat more of the land, but finally subsides, then Sung-hoon wonders if it's over now. It jumps back to the dwarfs, thanking Sung-hoon for saving them, and he tells them Marigma sent him. The dwarfs decide to talk elsewhere, guiding him into a room. The dwarf then says they won't forget his kindness, and we learn the dwarf's name is Teasard. He is their chief. He tells Sung-hoon their supplies are running low. Sung-hoon says he's surely aware of what situation he's in. Teasard says that they had a powerful wizard on their side when this all happened, but it was so suddenly, in just mere days, the world they knew didn't exist anymore, and their wizard said it was due to a ruptured dungeon. Sung-hoon says that now he thinks about it, Elena said something similar, and a dimensional gate opened and brought the sirens to ruin. Teasard then says they've been fighting day by day to survive, and they had no time to think. They were defending because they didn't want to go without a fight. Then he asks Sung-hoon if they can survive. He tells him there's only one way, and if they defeat the enemy's leader, the gate will open. Teasard says they are already at their limit, but they might die of hunger. Sung-hoon says no worries, then flexes how much food they have. Teasard is shocked, asking if it's true. Sung-hoon says yes, then asks if there's a warehouse nearby. We learn the city has around 200,000 survivors, so if they came without preparation, they would have failed. Sung-hoon informs the party about 47, saying they must use various attack patterns. Ina notices something, then informs Sung-hoon they've found other cities with dwarfs, and there's a total of 26 places, but only 19 of them have survivors. But that the enemies have also retreated to one area. Sung-hoon says the enemies are very smart this time, and then he tells Elena to help him. They begin to construct a gate, so they could reposition the dwarfs. But it's clear the Dimension Devourers were planning to launch their final attack, and with Elena's suggestion. He set aside 2 nuclear fusion cores for summoning magic, along with their own final attack due with the help of the dwarfs, so they can guarantee their win. We see from 47's POV, it says the dwarfs aren't easy, so they need to acquire new power. Then it begins to search through the best form for this situation. Then it begins to evolve. Ina senses this, and lets Sung-hoon know. She tells him a giant enemy is on the way. Sung-hoon teleports to investigate, then sees their massive form. He says it looks like they gave up on using a living form, then asks Ina if there are other enemies. She says other than the giant enemy, she hasn't found others. He tells her to measure the enemy's mana output and call Alina. Sung-hoon wonders how much mana the enemies have. Ina says she can't measure it, but it has to be over 10 billion. Sung-hoon says that's 5 times a dragon's. Yo comes in and sees the spaceship, asking if that's what they will be fighting. Sung-hoon says everyone should be aware, but this will be outside of their expectations. And all he needs from them is to buy time. With their size, most of the attacks are going to be meaningless, so focus on surviving. Yo says she'll give it her all, and he tells her he's most worried about her. He flies off, then asks Ina about the dwarfs. She tells him they've finished preparation. They just need to connect the fusion core. He tells her he'll leave it to her. Sung-hoon explains how they've chosen the form of a mothership, so it's going to try and use size to its advantage. 47 begins to look for prey, and then receives an attack from above. It doesn't break through their barrier, but they see Alina. She says she needs to take care of its barrier, then we see a giant hand form. She commands it to crush down onto the ship. Then Alina tells Yaram that it should be removed, so attack it. We see the mothership saying that its energy flow is interrupted, and it's about to crash into the floor. It begins to use a barrier as propulsion, but Yaram is ready to follow up Alina's attack, and we see her turning into a fireball, just straight ramming into the mothership. It heavily damages it, and 47 recognizes the energy of Akasha. Yaram begins to channel her inner human torch again, saying she'll go all out. She gets Anusha to regen her mana, and she's happy the party synergy is so good. The mothership begins to summon robot dude things to attack, but Yaram just goes Super Saiyan, unleashing a massive energy wave, and it freezes the enemies. She begins to glow a super golden color, and the enemy mentions the heat. She explains how she absorbs all of the temperature around her, and she's never been able to do this due to lacking mana. 47 begins to search for cold-resistant genetics, then instantly adapts. It morphs into a worm from Tremors, and begins to attack her. She looks at it, then we see it eating where she was. Yo is scared, then asks if that's part of the plan. Anusha says don't worry, and she's alive, and will be using a skill to release the heat she absorbed. We see a bright light from where she was munched at, then a giant heat wave explodes out. Anusha says this is their chance to go. Toko tells Yo to grab her hand. The mothership wonders if Arigma has hit them. Then we see giant hands emerge from the earth, and begin to grab onto the ship. We see Alina has summoned the king of the earth, Gangrim, who says he never expected to see a dimension devourer here, and his power won't last for long. Alina says she knows that, then he compliments her for summoning him, then asks her comments on how she's using the power from the nuclear reactors, saying her fragile body won't last. Then we see Yaram begin to emerge from the flame. She is gassed out. Her mana is fine, but her stamina is getting low. She says she almost reached nuclear fusion, but anything else is too much right now. Yo asks if she's okay, and Yaram says she needs to retreat. Yo says to leave it to her, then begins to walk up to her, bear hugging her. Yaram realizes her stamina is coming back, and then she remembers Yo as a healer. Yaram asks if she wants to work with her from now on, but Yo says she's with Sung-hoon. While they chat, Toko dashes past them, asking how long they are going to yap, then they both begin to attack as well. 47 is annoyed, then we see the main character watching from afar. Our boy Sung-hoon is preparing something absolutely nefarious. It's a weapon specifically for the Dimension Devourer. Ina begins to start all of the generators. She disabled the safety protocol, tells Sung-hoon it's ready to fire, and he says 60 seconds, but to pull the trigger. He then explains some super sciencey stuff, but he explains how everything will disintegrate when matter and antimatter come into contact. But the weapon is unstable, and is a single fire use. He tells everyone to be ready, and for Toko to evacuate the party. 47 starts to say be gone, but the disintegration shot starts to fly towards it, and then it comes into contact with 47. It begins to blow a hole into the sky, along with destroying some of the land, and we see the massive crater it left behind. Yo comments on this, and Toko says that if she was a little late, they'd be gone. Sung-hoon says he told her he trusted her, since she was the only way they would have made it out. Plus, they only have one shot to win. Ina says the simulations were accurate, and the shelter is safe now. Yarim asks if it's over now, and Sung-hoon says yes, thanks to her buying time. His level begins to go up 16 times, and he is given authority due to having the most achievements. AD asks if he wants to save the inhabitants of the dungeon. And now he's having to choose between the rewards or saving the dwarfs. He asks if they've seen the message. Yarim says they should save the dwarfs, and the rest say they are comfortable with whatever decision Sung-hoon makes. He says of course he'll rescue them. Then Alina says they need to quickly leave since the dimension itself is starting to be disfigured, and Sung-hoon sees what she's talking about. Then he clicks yes on the status window. They all begin to teleport, and he says thank God he doesn't need to move all 400,000 dwarfs on his own. They get mass teleported to the Liaoning province, near the world tree. The dwarfs wonder if they are on Earth now, and Yo says ha ha, tree big. Ina tells Sung-hoon where they are, but they don't have enough fusion reactors. His face goes pale as she tells him he left behind 28 of them. He then floats out of existence. Yarim then asks him what the plan is with the dwarfs. He tells her he wants them to settle here, since having them near him is beneficial, so other countries don't exploit them. Yarim says if that's his choice. Anusha says she agrees with her and wonders if this is as far as they go. He tells her yes, and she can go back now. She tells him to send food to her village. He says of course, then tells Alina to send her home. Sung-hoon claps his hands to get the attention, saying, now it's officially cleared, so time to go back to Seoul. We see on some news headlines they are talking about him clearing a tier 4. He explains how he wanted it to stay a secret, but decided it would be advantageous if he let the world know about it. Since the dwarfs can settle down in his territory now, but now the government is condemning his actions. An interviewer asks if he knew of the law when he entered the dungeon. They continue to discuss it on the news, and then we see Jessica watching it, saying he ignored their rules. Elish is with her, saying it looks like he saved the dwarfs. Jessica asks if she knows about the dwarfs, to which she says yes, and they are excellent craftsmen. And once they understand more about the world, they will outclass the humans. And if they submit to Sung-hoon, then they'll become a global superpower. Jessica says that's grim. Elish tells her that he will become the biggest rival to her family. Jessica says she knows he was powerful alone, but now he has the power of a nation too. Elish says he's much more than that. He is a one-of-a-kind with sorcery engineering, and now the dwarfs are on his side. Elish explains how he can fuse and craft skills with magic built into it, and she's never seen anyone as good as him, and he is harvesting materials from Mars, too. Jessica asks if she's saying he'll rule the world, to which Elish says yes, but if she allies herself with the undead missionaries, then she'll learn stuff to compete against the Sorcerer King. Name drop. Jessica says they are just too dangerous to her and her family. Elish says they are not interested in political influence on Earth, and that death isn't the end of her life but part of the cycle. Jessica tells her to get away. Elish thinks to herself if they convince Jessica, they could have major influence over the planet. A knock comes at the door, and Jessica says to come in. Elish says she'll be leaving, and if Jessica needs help to contact her. Jessica says her religion is an issue as they've brought many old men under their control with false immortality. She says now she's getting a headache, saying they are a bigger problem than Sung-hoon. Her assistant enters, saying the elder is looking for her. Jessica sighs, saying the elder must have decided what to do about Sung-hoon. For the first time in forever, we see the Alpha Team boys looking at the news, saying it sucks they are falling so far behind Yo now, and the gap's just going to keep increasing, but they should do their best. Back to Sung-hoon, his stats are looking cracked, and he says it would have been impossible by himself, and if he didn't have the party saving, the dwarfs would have failed, so now he must become stronger. We see him with the dragon's heart, and how the public opinion isn't good for him currently. So he must hurry. Alina appears in the room asking if he needed her. He says yes. She sees the heart, asking if he's planning to advance. He says yes, and he will become a tier 6 with this. She says she'll help him absorb all of its mana. He dumps all of his stats into luck, then tells her to take care of him. He begins to activate the mana circles, and the ring forms around his heart. He says this is amazing power, but it is expected. He says he created the 6th circle really easily, but then he realizes he cannot stabilize it. He says this isn't good. As his mana begins to go out of control, he loses consciousness, but comes back to when he hears Ina. Alina says that Ina did her best, but it's up to him to finish it out. Sung-hoon says his mana isn't the real issue, but aura is. Since it went nuts due to the dragon's heart. He decides to release control, and will accelerate the aura instead to break through. Alina is surprised, then we see a massive energy beam from Sung-hoon. He passes out again, but when he comes to, he sees Alina. She says he's finally awake. He sits up, then asks how long he was out. She tells him it's been 3 hours. Then he notices that his hair has gotten really long, and even changed color. Ina then jumps onto his face. She starts saying how she thought it was going to be bad. He asks her what happened. She tells him that he went through some sort of metamorphosis, and his body adapted itself to the sudden increase in energy. Sung-hoon says it was risky, but it was worth since the rings around his heart increased to 8. He wonders if it was due to pumping his stats into luck. Alina congratulates him for skipping tier 7 entirely. Then Sung-hoon thinks about how his hair is similar to his past lives. He says his body must have tried to look like his memory, but now his senses are sharper too. If he were to compare his previous senses, now it feels like he's seeing in 4K. A basic punch of his arm breaks the sound barrier, and shatters the wall. He's hella surprised by this. Alina is happy though. Sung-hoon says he'll need time to get it under control, then uses detect on his own body to see how much it's changed. Then he realizes his heart isn't human anymore. Now he's taken the dragon heart as his own. His status window shows us that he's now a draconic human. He says he heard a rumor about something like this happening after reaching an aura threshold. But he's cut off by Ina telling him the dwarfs are reaching out to them. He tells her to increase the resources they are providing them, so they can change the world. We see a month later, at HD Holdings, they are talking about how the dwarfs have been buying Korean stocks en masse. We see Park Dae-suk saying how Sung-hoon and the dwarfs have developed a way for anyone to use magic. Even a civilian, if they have enough money. Sung-hoon has opened a gateway to a new world. He tells his assistant to follow what stocks they are buying so they can ally with them. Since if they can't control him, they should at least follow him. Now that he's giving normal people a chance at magic, which will help him with the court of public opinion, so with him doing illegal dungeon raids, the normal civilians will side with Sung-hoon. We learn that the company Sung-hoon made with the dwarfs is called Unlimited Magico Factory, which their new app has many anti-monster skills, but comes with growing concerns from the Hunters Association. UMF handed over the combat golem schematics, making them the largest in the anti-monster field. At the Rothschild main house, we see Jessica saying in just the span of a month, they've risen to the most valuable company in the world, and they really should have allied with him. But the elders are dumb. It shows a flashback she had with her talking to one of the elders, and he wants them to eliminate Sung-hoon. She says they will fail, and he tells Jessica she's grown weak, so she won't be part of the operation. She tells him to reconsider since the whole family could be in danger. He tells her he respects her opinion, but she'll be given a different mission, and if they fail, she can deal with the aftermath. He gives her the ring of the head of the family. Then it cuts to Sung-hoon in a tier 4 dungeon. He says it's strange, since it's been over 720 hours since it spawned, but it manifested. He sees some giants, and he asks Ina to confirm. She confirms they are glacial giants, and Sung-hoon says they are strong, and if a noble class shows up it will be bad. If he uses nuclear fusion the states will hate it, Then he wonders if he should just seal the gate itself. He decides to do it, and begins to use a sealing spell, saying he's not sure how Akasha will respond. He says it's as he expected, and the gate has a ton of energy. Then he says that the glacial giants had the ability to erase their presence in the snow, and then on cue, one of them starts to attack him, and he says as expected. He blocks the attack, saying the giant should be embarrassed, and the giant is confused about how someone so small blocked his attack. Sung-hoon says their physical strength is comparable to lower-class dragons, however, his physique is that of a high draconic human, so he's on par with a high-class dragon. Sung-hoon punches the giant's head, causing the giant to receive a free haircut. Its lifeless booty drops to the floor, then Sung-hoon says it feels like he's fighting a child. Another one appears behind him, and attacks him, but we see Sung-hoon simply put his arm out to stop it. He calls him weak, then says that it's not even a warm-up for him. He spins, then hits the glacial giant in the stomach, causing it to vomit blood. Sung-hoon says with this, he could physically overpower all of the hunters on Earth. The monster slumps over like the last, then Sung-hoon says there were 3 of them, and we see the last one is afraid, and begins to shake. It runs away. Sung-hoon says it's unfortunate he can't let it go since a giant's body parts are good ingredients. Sung-hoon dashes toward the giant, giving it some devious backshots. The giant's body slumps into the ocean, then as it begins to sink, he uses retrieve on it. He says he could get a ton of money from selling their parts, then he heads back to the gate. He picks up the other corpses, so now it's time to seal it. He uses a skill called Tear of Space and Time, and the gate begins to close. We see he's earned an achievement, along with more inventory space. He then tells Ina to let him know of any irregularities. She says there's nothing so far. He tells her something will happen, but now he's curious if it'll be the same tier 4 or a different one that appears. She tells him that it's the same dungeon, and it's already appeared. Sung-hoon says as expected, closing it doesn't do anything. He asks her how many tier 4s there are, and she says 7, then says where they are. Sung-hoon says they need more prep, but they'll be back. At the magic tower, we see him creating something again, another cube, but this time it's blue. It's interdimensional magic, and he says that the current science theory crafting has helped him a lot. Now he can shoot as many nukes as he wants without destroying stuff. He activates it, and we learn that the spell creates a reality based on a part of the current reality. It's pretty much just a parallel dimension. Ina tells him that in this dimension, her connection has been reduced. Then informs him the US government called them, and they need his help. He says they didn't call after the first T4 dungeon clear. Then he says he knows which they'll need help with, so tell them he accepts. At Yellowstone National Park, he sees that a slime king has come out of the dungeon, so he puts it into his inner dimension. Then he says it won't be too easy. Due to the slime being the size of a mountain, it could drain an entire region of water. But of course he has magic for it. He uses tier 8 magic called Ultimate Zero, shooting a beam at the slime king. It begins to give off a chilly effect, and we see steam being released all over. Sung-hoon says it's still alive. He places his hand on it and begins to search for the nucleus. Then he finds it 500 meters inward. He uses another spell called Seismic Strike, and shatters the nucleus, then exits the dimension. He says that since slimes are rare, it's a great chance to farm its materials, too. Then he takes the corpse, so now the state's request is made. Then he gets surrounded by hunters, and he wonders what's going on. We see the rank 1 from the state say it's not personal. Then it shows us that the Rothschild elders planned this, and they believe he is a tier 6 worst case. Poor guys don't even know. They say that their family should be able to fight him, and they are even planning to nuke him if they fail, but the only thing they can do is watch now. If they can't kill him, then the damage to their family will be unimaginable. Back to Sung-hoon, we see that his connection is cut off, and the mana from his reactors is cut off too. He can't even teleport. So they've prepped a lot to take him down, even using tier 3 death magic. We see some of them rushing at him. He leaps backward, but they bind him, then hit him with dark aura. We see the attack from the state's number 1 Desmond. who says this is what he's learned from the Death Knights. He realizes Sung-hoon wasn't in his attack, making him confused. Sung-hoon says that he asks Desmond what he gave up for his knowledge. Desmond says, unlike Sung-hoon's third-rate aura skills, they are real masters who have no ulterior motives. Sung-hoon says he's foolish, and doesn't even know what it means to serve death. Desmond yells at everyone to attack. All of the mages begin to use spells on him, and he just watches them. Desmond starts to rush in at him. Sung-hoon says if he fought them before the Dragon Heart, he would have been defeated. Their teamwork and cooperation is too much. He starts hitting them back, and says their calculations were off. He slams Desmond's face into the floor, saying they could have done it a month ago. Desmond struggles, but they realize he's more than a tier 5. The Rothschild, watching this, begin to panic, and realize they cannot win as it is, so they must use the nukes. They launch it, and we see it landing by Sung-hoon as he sees the sun. At the same time, in Seoul, we see a woman asking her dad if this is where they will live. The man is Jin-shook from Alpha Team. And his wife comes in saying someone sent them something, and he says it's probably a housewarming gift. An explosion follows from their apartment, then it shows Sangjin, who also explodes. In the streets, we see Dujin bleeding out on the road, then Jinshu, who is running, saying he needs to warn his teammates. It then jumps to the rainforest, with a gunshot being heard, then Yo catches the bullet wondering if monsters are using guns. Then a man says she's a dumbass like he heard. She says he looks familiar. We see he's the state's number 2. She recognizes him, then asks if he became an outlaw or something. He says no, but he's heard she has become Sung-hoon's woman. She instantly decks him, sending him to the next life. She says there's no point talking to enemies. We see they begin to surround her, and she says this will be rough. If Toko was here they could manage, but she isn't. Then she wonders if China called her back, knowing this would happen. She's hit with an explosion, and we see her flying backwards. Thunder wonders how she's so strong. He says it isn't personal, but he can't disobey. Yo says she cannot heal herself, wondering if it's the end. Thunder then says it's a waste to die, so become his subordinate, and he holds her face saying to serve him. And they've already done enough to send a message. She asks what he means, and he says other than her, the rest of Alpha Team are goners, and Sung-hoon is too. One of the men tells him they don't have time for this, and if she recovers, they will lose. We learn she hasn't killed anyone, just hurt them. Thunder says she's not used to killing so probably won't do it. Yo says that's right, and she should have practiced. Thunder tries to riz her up, but she says that's gross, and she chooses her own man. He pulls out a sword, saying this is a shame, but he'll send her off painlessly. As he goes to do it, we hear Sung-hoon saying to stop, and Thunder is scared. He asks him how he's here. Yo comments on his new appearance. He tells her she did well, and he's sorry for being late. Back to when he got nuked, Sung-hoon says they are crazy, but he creates a subspace in time. Everyone thinks time stopped, and Sung-hoon says he didn't do that, but created a pocket dimension. He also throws shade at their superiors. Ina also calls them pathetic. He decides to restrain all of the players, by putting a collar onto them. It forces them into the position of a slave. One of the men gets mad, calling him a yellow monkey while attacking him. Sung-hoon sighs, and the man begins to seize up, because he is unable to breathe. Sung-hoon tells him that he will be punished if he even thinks of attacking him. The man begins to pass out, and Desmond understands they cannot handle Sung-hoon, so they should listen to him. Sung-hoon tells Desmond they should talk. He hopes he has the knowledge he desires. Desmond says he doesn't know much, he just followed orders. But that he isn't the only target. We see Sung-hoon is shocked, and back to the present, he says if it wasn't for Desmond, it could have been bad, since Yo was 1 second from death. Yo calls out to him, and Thunder begins to bark. Sung-hoon says this is annoying. Not only did they attack him, but those around him too. He says he should have established a power dynamic long ago, and that he will declare war on anyone present. Until he wipes them out there will be no peace. He casts extreme gravity on everyone, causing them to be crushed into the ground, killing them. He looks over, and says Thunder isn't the rank 2 for nothing. We see that Thunder's leg is broken, and Sung-hoon says he'll take his walking privilege. Thunder looks up at him, begging for mercy. Sung-hoon says that he might have spared him if he asked before attacking those around him, but he doesn't like loose ends. Then he begins to use a brain-hacking skill on him. Thunder pleads, saying he can give him intel, but Sung-hoon fingers his brain, saying he doesn't need him, and we see a glowing light from him. Yo watches while being zoned out. Sung-hoon starts to recall the info he just learned, saying he learned nothing valuable. Yo asks if he's okay. He tells her she did well, then recovers her mana. She asks if the rest of the team is safe. He tells her yes, so go back for now, and Ina will explain it. Then he teleports her away. Sung-hoon says he'll gather everything he can info-wise, but he needs to hear what the states have to say about this. Then asks Ina where the president is, since he'll ask him in person. Short little image of all the Alpha Squad. At Washington, D.C., we see that they are telling the president to let the Rothschild family know there will be punishment for nuking Yellowstone. Donald Trump says things are looking grim, then asks if the dungeon in Yellowstone was destroyed. One of his advisors say yes, and that Sung-hoon is dead, but the man himself says that's Cap. They are scared, and he says hello to Trump. They pull guns on him, saying not to move. They begin to cast spells on him, but he looks over, and Ina repels the man, saying to stay out of his way. One of the men tells him violence here will not be tolerated, as it's the White House. Sung-hoon says he seems to be misunderstanding. Trump says they should just talk about it, then asks what he wants. Sung-hoon begins to release mana, saying he didn't come here to talk, rather to declare war on the president. Trump says that they used the nuke for the slime, he just happened to be there. Sung-hoon says he hopes that's true. Trump says he's struggling to breath, then Sung-hoon claps, saying this is as far as he'll go. He says it seems like the president is a puppet, without anything valuable. Trump asks what he means, and Sung-hoon explains how the Rothschild family seems to be controlling everything here, but it doesn't seem like they were aware. Because if they were he'd have killed everyone in this room. Trump asks what he's planning now, and Sung-hoon says he is going to eliminate the Rothschild and their conspirators. If the government tries to protect anyone, he will take it as an act of war from them. Then he teleports out. The people inside of the room say they cannot just sit here. Since the Rothschild are a pillar of their country, they must help. Trump tells them to shut up, and that Sung-hoon is no longer a human, and his killing intent is scarier than the Rothschild. One of them says if they end up beating him, they won't let it slide. Trump says my boy ain't gonna trip. At the Pentagon we hear about a commander being killed, and he was frozen to death in his office. The director of the CIA was also found dead. Sung-hoon also bombed the Rothschild mercenary camp. We see a man calling out to Desmond, who apologizes for doing this. We learn the man is the rank 3 Hunter Titan. He asks why he's doing this, but Desmond says he only does as he's ordered, and that is to kill anyone related to the Rothschild family. As Titan asks questions, the man who barked at Sung-hoon comes in and finishes the job, saying it's all that stupid family's fault. At the meeting with the elders, they say their gamble was a failure. They have no choice but to use their trump card. One of them says he will deal with him, and the rest should focus on survival. He tells them that if they hear of his death, do not seek revenge, and let him live on in their memory. He leaves the room, and we see Sung-hoon above a house, saying he can't sense anyone inside. Ina says they've searched the memories they've collected, and the head of the family is here. He tells her he trusts her intel, and it's time for the final stage. Inside the main house, he says nobody is here still, then asks Ina if there's anything on their sensor. She says they have anti-magic devices here, so they should find and destroy the magic circle. Sung-hoon says they need to change methods, and then tells her what to look for. Ina senses something, then says there's a strong dark magic below them. He decides to just make a hole through the floor to get down, creating a hole in the ground itself. He wonders what they have planned for him. He says they shouldn't disappoint him. We see the leader of the family looking at a mountain of corpses, saying they are summoning a demon. He says 1,000 lives is quite cheap. They start to trash talk each other like old friends, then a bloody tornado appears, and wings emerge from it. A being begins to descend, and laughs menacingly while introducing themselves as Yosmer. The elder and butler just cringe, as they watch the demon throwing it back. It says it can grant any wish. The elder asks if he has enough power to boast. Yosmer says he does, and for them to pick what they want. They still watch his cringe poses. Then Sung-hoon crashes through the ceiling. The elder says here he is. Then tells Yosmer he wants Sung-hoon dead. Yosmer covers his mouth due to the dust. Then Sung-hoon calls the elder a rat, asking if he's ready to fight. The elder calls him rude, saying he should have just used the door. Sung-hoon says he got lost, and there should have been someone to guide him. Yosmer says it's basic manners to knock before entering, but he'll take care of him for trespassing. Sung-hoon recognizes him, then calls out to him. Yosmer says he doesn't look familiar, then begins to look into his soul to see if he knows. Then he calls out to Kratraus, asking why he's here. Ina asks if he knows him. Sung-hoon says he's met him 3 times. Ina says that checks out with his memory. Sung-hoon says he wasn't easy, and he was a tier 9 at the time. Yosmer says he wasn't using all of his power either, and it was always a bad summon. The elder cuts him off, saying he didn't summon him to chat. Yosmer gets pissed, then says 1,000 bodies isn't enough. Alfred then says it's a contract under the god of death's name, so he can't refuse. Yosmer asks why a pawn is speaking to him, and goes to eat him, but the elder says that's enough. Then asks if he's saying he cannot win, to which Yosmer says yes, unless he can empower himself more. Ina asks if they should just attack him while he explains. Sung-hoon says it won't work. He understands what they said, and starts to think about how they were just pretending to be neutral. Sung-hoon says it's good that Yosmer was summoned. Since he knows him personally, he can use it to his advantage. The elder gives him exactly what he wanted, which was more souls. Yosmer says he can finally humiliate Sung-hoon. The old man says he paid in advance, now it's his turn to do the job. It cuts to a normal view of the Rothschild house. Then it suddenly explodes. We see Yosmer saying his mana is overwhelming. Then he uses demonic energy, creating another explosion. Sung-hoon avoids it, saying he's just trying to brute force everything. He's greeted with another attack, but he uses a barrier this time to block it. We see it hit his barrier, then begins to disperse a cloud. Sung-hoon begins to cough up blood, telling Ina to heal him. He says fighting against the demons is a pain, because even if you block it, you get hit with negative effects. He says without the ability to nullify curses and poison, he would die, but Ina begins to heal it. Yosmer asks how his power feels, saying it's just his warm-up, so he won't even be a challenge, then trash talks how he's only tier 8. Sung-hoon says he can only say things like that after beating him. It's not only power that determines who wins. Yosmer gets angry, asking why he won't just listen. Then he sees Sung-hoon's wand. He says it's more mana than he's ever witnessed. Sung-hoon says there's something called electricity in this world, so he'll show him what real power is. He casts a spell called Sword of Purification, which summons a giant sword above Yosmer. He sees this, then it collides with him. He tries to block it. The sword begins to crack, then explodes onto his defense. Yosmer says he acknowledges the amount of mana is crazy, but a tier 8 cannot use mana so efficiently. As he's saying all of this, he instantly gets his arm cut off, which surprises him. Sung-hoon says that he can overcome it with sheer mana. Then asks if he can survive 100 of those swords. Yosmer asks how he can summon so many of those at once. Then they begin to rain down on him. He does his best to defend against the attack, but it starts to shred apart his barrier. Yosmer laughs, saying he might lose at this rate, so he will be making some sacrifices. He uses another skill called Dark Fog and begins to use a manifestation skill, knocking Sung-hoon back. He says he was waiting for this, then he closes the gap instantly, saying he has another trick for this, and Yosmer recognizes it as having a Rigma's energy. Then he gets punched in the stomach by this, and Sung-hoon explains how the metal acts as a purifier, which is extremely effective, versus those who use dark mana. Yosmer gets hit again by Sung-hoon, and says he cannot lose as he breaks apart. He changes dimensions while being just ahead. Sung-hoon realizes he managed to manifest into his true form, and Yosmer says now he's in the demonic realm, so his action is futile, and it will be the end of him now. Sung-hoon says he's sorry for looking down on him, but it's unfortunate that he has a weapon that can break down a whole dimension. He then summons the Great Extinction Cannon. GEC Sung-hoon says if he can survive this, it is his victory. Yosmer says damn, then the shot echoes throughout the dimension, cracking it. We see a helicopter witnessing the landscape above the Rothschild Manor, and it's absolutely destroyed. It's made on the news, and Elish claps her hands, saying it's amazing he beat Yosmer with just strength, but then she calls the elder dumb, saying she warned him. We learn she's the one who gave them the ability to summon demons. She's talking to the CIA, telling them that selling knowledge isn't a bad thing, and they cannot be blamed. They should worry about the demons instead. They ask what she means, then she tells them that the dimension has gotten bigger thanks to the fight, so demons will flood through it. Just like how they came here with the undead, the demons shall do the same. They ask her about the demons. She tells them they lust after blood and flesh, and live for corruption, which are things humans are weak against. Chuck comes in, and Harrison says he's late, and they need his help. Chuck asks what he wants him to do, saying that Elish can do it better. Harrison says that it's his business, and to mobilize their hunters. Chuck says that he should just use an official channel. But Harrison says they can't do that since a war might break out. And they need to eliminate anyone that is on the Rothschild side, since they must avoid war with Sung-hoon. We learn it's what the president wants. Chuck agrees to do it, then asks about Jessica. Elish says that her god is interested in Jessica. Harrison says she is sticking her nose into human affairs. She says it's just a small request, and it shouldn't cause them any problems. Harrison says to leave Jessica out of whatever their plans are. Then Chuck asks if it's okay to have Elish here. He tells her that half of the government is filled with vampires, so it's fine, but the prio is for nobody to come into conflict with Sung-hoon. Speaking of, it takes us back to him, and we see that multiple Korean corporations are lining up to work with him. The HD group was the first one to do it, but everyone was desperate to get into contact with him. The biggest change was with the states. Trump requested a meeting between the two of them. The states didn't wish for expansion, and they gave him gifts. They acknowledged his diplomatic rights, and his territory as an official nation. Nobody else has been given this right since the foundation of Israel. All of this has been achieved by his power alone. At the United Nations, we learn that countries worldwide have been begging to contact him. Since he's been recognized as a powerful figure, the world will start to flow differently, since an individual with power equal to the superpower now exists in their world. Now, the world has realized he can overwhelm a whole nation. Finally, everyone in the team except Yo has retired. He was sad to see them off, but it makes sense, since their families were in danger. Ina says they'd have prospered more if they kept following him. He tells her their family's safety is on the line, and they probably realized they were nowhere near strong enough to follow footsteps. They also realize they aren't strong enough, but they should just let them go. Then he asks where Yo is. Ina says she's in Africa. He says she's glad she stayed. We see at a cape in Africa. Ina has informed her of Alpha Team dissolving, then asks if she's okay. Yo says it's not like she can't see them anymore, and she needs to get stronger now. Ina tells her she needs to be above or a master, and it's possible for her. Yo says it's too much, and those types of peoples are only born a few centuries. Ina says she has the talent for it. Then gives her some cringe statistics, but says she could definitely ascend. The ground starts shaking, and Yo says this is why she's here. Ina tells her it's a field boss named Abaddon. Yo says good, then we see a monster appear from the ocean. Ina tells her that it's heading in their direction, then Yo says bet and leaps toward it. Then smacks it straight in the head. Sung-hoon says she's pretty amazing, Ina says her talent wasn't found even in his past life. He tells her yeah, and that makes her scary. We see her brawling with Abaddon, and how she's enjoying it. Sung-hoon says he thought she'd hit a slump after almost dying, but it was a needless work. It jumps to England, and we see a city on fire, and some soldiers wonder where their reinforcements are. We see they are fighting mermen, and just getting absolutely jungle-diffed. One of the soldiers say if they aren't sending reinforcements, they should have allowed them to retreat. Then he looks up to see an ugly shark dude who munches him. Another soldier sees this, then screams in fear, but quickly covers her mouth. She prays they don't come to her, but Sharkman hears it, and attacks where she is hiding. She manages to escape, but it catches up to her instantly, and we see it took her arm with it, along with biting a mick chunk out of her arm. She wonders if she should have shot herself as she falls to the floor. They begin to swarm her, and she apologizes to her mother. We hear Ina saying something about targeting mermen, and they all freeze. Sung-hoon descends, then begins to shatter them into pieces, and calls them man-eating tuna. The soldier girl begins to heal, and Sung-hoon says England is in a bad spot. Ina says that it's because of Brexit. Then the girl realizes her arm is back. Sung-hoon tells her that he took care of all the monsters, so she can relax now. She recognizes him, and he tells her to retreat with her squad. She says everyone but her is dead, but he flies off, and she's confused by what he meant. Then she sees them all being revived. They are also equally as confused, and she says she thought it was a rumor that he could revive people. Then Sung-hoon goes further into the sea, and finds a portal saying this is where they are swarming out of. Then he says now he understands why the English government had a hard time finding it. It was 700 meters under the sea. Then he sees the monsters doing something weird, wondering if it's some type of ritual. The entrance of the portal begins to enlarge, and Sung-hoon is confused. Then he sees on the other end a giant eye. He says they must be trying to increase the size so the boss can escape, but he won't let them just do that. He uses a spell to freeze all of the enemies, and we see from the ocean a massive iceberg forms. Sung-hoon says he froze half of the North Sea with this, but realizes it didn't work as the boss just breaks through the ice. The boss says his attempt was just a setback. Sung-hoon recognizes it as a godly entity, saying it's on the verge of godhood, but seeing how the government's drones are watching him, they must be trying to watch. He hopes they don't get too afraid of what comes next. The government sees the godly entity, and says how it's 1,000 times stronger than a tier 3 boss. They say they aren't sure if he can defeat it, even with all of the hunters in England helping him. Then Boris says they need to tell the Queen to seek refuge in the States. The whale monster then attacks Sung-hoon, but he dodges it after having his barrier broken by it. He realizes where the shot is being sent to and how it ended up wiping out the entire city of Grimsby, Lincolnshire. Boris says that they need to evacuate as many citizens as possible, and now all they can do is pray Sung-hoon beats it. Sung-hoon realizes it wasn't aiming at him to begin with, and the whale says he will kill as many humans as he's kill fish people things. Then it tells him it still has 500,000 to go. Sung-hoon sees another attack, then uses space distortion to stop it, but he couldn't. He barely changed its direction and the attack flies over the city of London. Mr. Whale says that it seems he cannot abandon his protective instinct for his own kind, then asks if he can succeed in the end. Ina tells him that they cannot defend against the attack, then Sung-hoon tells her they just need to change its angle. He fires 3 more shots, which all get dispersed, then he creates a subspace around Whale. But it instantly shatters the realm, causing Sung-hoon to cough up blood due to the recoil of it breaking out forcefully. Sung-hoon says he underestimated the enemy. The whale compliments him for making his own dimension, saying he could definitely become an obstacle. But he will die here before causing future problems. Its eye begins to glow, then Sung-hoon realizes what's about to happen, so he does his best to block the attack, but begins to bleed from his eyes and nose. He starts to get shaken by the whale's vibrations, saying he needs to focus on mana recovery, and he needs to hurry up if he wants to revive the dead. He says he can only revive people within 10 minutes. So he has to finish this within that time frame. He first needs to remove his presence, and he drops into the sea. He then tells Ina to give him all of the magic tower's mana. The whale wonders if Sung-hoon is dead, saying he was strong, but too weak physically. But now, since he's gone, it's time to finish what he came here for. Ina says she's hiding his mana usage, then Sung-hoon says he'll continue to hide his presence. He begins to summon an obelisk, which shoots out of the ocean. Surprising the whale, who wonders what it is, Sung-hoon then repeats this 5 more times, creating a pentagram. The whale wonders where Sung-hoon is since he's doing this. Then each of the obelisks begin to emanate a purple aura, and the whale saying it will destroy them. It begins to use an attack, but realizes that its power is dissipating. Sung-hoon says that it's too late, and they are absorbing his power. Whale asks if he think a human spell can prove to be any harm. Then we see a massive magic circle form above the whale. Sung-hoon says he made this to destroy a demigod. He says he fought many in his past life, and that many gods are beginning to intervene in this world too. Whale says this is impossible, but Sung-hoon has been preparing to fight many gods, even the AD. The obelisks have absorbed enough power now they will explode, which we see creates a massive shockwave across the planet. Then it cuts to Sung-hoon shaking hands with Boris, and along with wiping out the enemies, he secured a location in England for the sirens to live, since like the dwarfs, they've picked Sung-hoon as their representative. 3 days later, we see Yo is still brawling with Abaddon. Sung-hoon then looks at his stats, saying that the director is being stingy by not giving him experience. And once he hits tier 9, he will forcefully take the XP as up. It cuts to Alaska. We see Desmond telling them to not be afraid of its size, giant or not it will bleed. They are brawling with the mobs, and Joe wonders why they can't take the weekend. One of the giants die, then Desmond warns everyone they are S rank or higher. They can fight with brute force since they have numbers, but the next wave is coming, and they can't fight much longer due to mana. He then tells everyone to retreat, and not to risk their lives for this. Joe asks if it's okay to do this, and Desmond tells him Sung-hoon said they don't need to risk their lives. The giants pursue them, then one of them throws their spear. It flies towards Desmond's back, and it lands behind him, injuring everyone around. He asks if they are alright, and Joe says he hates backshots. The giant gets close, asking if they thought they could run from him, and Desmond realizes this is bad, telling everyone to do their best to survive. The giants say their king wants them, so don't kill them. Desmond asks if they are meant to think they are lucky, and the giant says they just need their body and head intact. He can call it lucky if he wants. Desmond says they act very human-like, so if they reach civilization, it'll be a disaster. We see a beam come out from the side, absolutely scrunking on one of the giants. Desmond wonders what's going on. They wonder what happened to it. Then we hear Yarim asking what they are doing here, saying to get out. Desmond recognizes who she is, saying he never would have imagined this happening, then tells his boys it's time to dip. Yarim says she heard the states were working for Sung-hoon. She says after working for him, she has gotten much stronger since then. Then she wonders if it's okay to leave this dungeon alone. Then she spots one of them on top of a cliff preparing something. A mana wave bursts toward her, then she is afflicted with fear. The monster speaks to her, saying the natives aren't half bad, but he will let her go since he has matters to attend to. She quickly takes this time run away, saying she cannot fight it, saying it's insane she keeps running into those types of monsters. Then it cuts back to Yo taking a selfie on her phone, atop Abaddon's corpse. Sung-hoon says the skill she used at the end wasn't in her file. He wonders why she always goes out of his expectations, saying that is scary as hell. Iana says that he should be careful. He says it seems like she's having fun. She says it feels like she pulled an SSR character when she teaches Yo. She gets a warning, then says another tier 4 dungeon is manifesting. We see a massive explosion on the Earth's surface for the 12th time this series, and Sung-hoon looks at it. Then it shows Yarim saying it's a dungeon manifestation. We see it's from the giants in Alaska, and Desmond says if they were any later, it would have been bad, so they should go back and look for the highest mountain. It cuts again, and now we have 12 hours before the manifestation. we see Sung Hoon is preparing with all of the drones. He and Ina talk about the states being greedy, and he wonders why it's the only one to manifest so far. Ina says that Yarim saw the field boss herself. He says they'll hear it from her directly, then she flies up to him, and asks when he got here. He asks about the boss, then she tells him she couldn't measure how powerful it was on her own. He says if she couldn't gauge its power they can assume they can't beat it with sheer numbers. Yarim says it was close in power to the Dimension Devourers. He asks if he can read her memory just to see it, and she says yes. He says it definitely seems like the boss ascended and did it himself. She asks what he will do, and he tells her the same as usual, and it should be better than with the dwarfs, since Earth is home ground. At the space station, we see some Seuss dude pointing something out, and they watch as a spaceship warps into reality. They relay to the CIA that there is a massive object above Alaska, and it's around 12 kilometers long. They realize it's probably Sung Hoon's and how he promised to sell them the second one he makes. Ina lets Sung Hoon know that it's arrived, and he says it's nuts how they can teleport a ship from Mars to Earth instantly. Yarim sees this and is surprised. Ina says that due to the jamming effect they cannot pinpoint the boss's location, but the scouts have marked the locations they couldn't scout. He says they won't know the details, but there's something definitely there. He says it's quite a large area, but without anyone being there they should be safe to destroy it. Ina tells him the cannon is ready to fire. Then we see the first shot is fired, and it starts to descend to Earth, but just vanishes as it approaches the location. Sung Hoon says due to how easily it blocked their attack, it'll be problematic this time around. Then asks Ina what's up. She says she's lacking information, however a mysterious phenomenon has occurred. Ina says that a powerful mental energy is taking shape, and they are doing spiritual fusion. Sung Hoon says he wanted to take an easy victory, but it looks like something is coming out now. Ina says that the ship can beat it. Sung Hoon tells her to pilot it as it's a good chance to limit test. Yo then sees something, and Yarim asks what's wrong. She tells them there's someone in the sky. Then they look up, and Sung Hoon says it's fighting against their ship right now. Then he looks closer to see what she meant, and we see the frost giant Yarim saw, and he's surprised Yo saw it before him. The giant says he came to see who opposed him, but the woman he let flee yesterday brought her boys. Sung Hoon realizes that it's another demigod, but he's on a whole different level. It's the king of the frost giants. The king says it's impressive that he's a human with that much mana. Then looks up to their ship firing their attack onto him. It lands directly, and Sung Hoon says this is their chance. Then he begins to command mana like he used to do in the earlier parts of the video, saying that he will ascend into the heavenly form, and will remove the limitation of his race. And his will shall reach God himself. It's called ascension magic. Then we see a massive blue light from him, as the spell is called mystification. Sung Hoon says now he's on equal footing, so he can fight the king now. The king calls it annoying, says this is annoying. The summon from earlier is brawling with the ship, but tells his boy to back off as he'll deal with it. He stretches his hand out, and begins to use a spell, but Sung Hoon hits him with Bright Star. The king looks over to see the attack, and Sung Hoon takes this chance to get close. He tells Yo and Yarim to stay back, and rushes at it. We see rings in the sky, then followed by sound as their fight is breaking the sound barrier. They collide with fists, they lock forearms like a DBZ fight. Then the king says that it's crazy to see a tier 8 with more man than an ancient dragon, but how long can he maintain this? He knocks Sung Hoon back, causing him to crash into a cliff, then kicks him further in. Sung Hoon tries to block the blow, and wonders if he needs to use his trump card already. He then uses his conceptualization, which is decomposition. A giant orb appears to disintegrate the surroundings. Yo watches the fight, then asks Yarim if she thinks he's being pushed back. Yarim says she cannot see the fight as it's too fast. The king looks down at his hand, seeing it bleeding. He says it's incredible that a mortal reached the 8th tier, and has absolute authority over aura. Sung Hoon says it's a skill he cannot afford to use like that, and that his combat capability is higher than expected. He sees the ship is still fighting, and says he needs to change the momentum of the battle. But seeing how it's smart, A trap won't work on it. The king says he will respond with his own authority now, and tells him to behold his power. Sung-hoon's breath begins to instantly freeze, and we learn the king's authority is called Absolute Zero. Sung-hoon uses 100 shields to black it up. We see it's beginning to push him back, so he uses 6 bright stars. They all hit the king, exploding all around him. Sung-hoon says that the temperature is being disregarded due to the king's conceptualization, and if he didn't use mystification, he'd be dead. The king takes this chance to get behind him, saying it's foolish to turn your eyes away from an enemy. Then he hammer fists Sung-hoon toward the floor. He crashes straight into it, then is greeted by a follow-up attack. Yo says it won't do, and she thinks they should help him. The king watches Sung-hoon, then Sung-hoon teleports above him. The king activates an anti-teleportation field, and Sung-hoon realizes it wants a battle of attrition. He wonders what to do, since he only has 10 minutes left. Yarim then activates Fire Spirit, and launches an attack at the king. It turns around to see it, then blocks the attack, saying she's ignoring his gift that he gave her, of letting her flee. Sung-hoon wonders why she did it, since she won't do any damage to a demigod. Then the king looks down at his hand, and realizes it's melting. Then he avoids the attack. Sung-hoon wonders how she hurt him. Then he wonders if Erigma helped her due to her assistance with the dwarfs. But says it doesn't matter, since there's a chance. Sung-hoon begins to use his decomp skill again. The king turns around and begins to collide attacks with Sung-hoon. Then Yo wonders if this is it. A minute ago we see after their conversation of Sung-hoon being pushed back, she tells Yarim to try and stop the king even if it's just a minute. Yarim says if it's an ambush, it might be possible, and we learn she indeed has received something from Erigma. Yo watches as Yarim gets ready, then she explains how conceptualization is as strong as the user's conviction, so she begins to empty her mind and focus it all onto one attack. Then we see after Yarim hurt the king, Yo says this is her chance. Sung-hoon and the king begin to collide attacks. Yo says for the 3rd time it's her chance. The king says that regenerating his body isn't an issue. Yo says the conceptualization she achieved after beating Abaddon will work. It's a skill called Void Strike, and we see Sung-hoon's attack hitting the king, and he's confused since he's sure he lost the trade. The king also wonders what happens as he turns into dust. Sung-hoon wonders if Yo did this, saying he knew she acquired something new, but this is way beyond her expectation, since she's a mortal who can damage a demigod. The king begins to regan, and Sung-hoon says he can't let him heal, and he'll seal him away after grinding him into pieces. He uses a mass dimension cube, saying a demigod can't escape this. Then Yo drops to her knees saying it's over. We see her just drooling blood, and then we hear Yarim telling her to wake up. At the undead's headquarters, we see Calypso asking Jessica if she's decided, since if she rejects humanity, she'll belong to his god. She says she knows, and he'd allow her to do much for her family. Calypso says of course, he is wise and benevolent, and says that it'll prioritize the god's will, so if she okay with that. She says yes, and she heard it from Elish. Calypso asks what race she wants. She says vampire. He tries to get here to be a skeleton. She says no. Then it cuts back to the magic tower. Sung-hoon gets Ina to get a report on Alaska. She tells him that the ship took out the rest of the giants, and the ship has gotten many positive responses from the government. Sung-hoon says there's nothing better than weapon trading. Now there are only 3 tier 4 dungeons left: Draconids, Kraken and some plant people. We learn a Kraken has stopped the Atlantic Ocean supply chains, and he says that the sirens can manage that. Then Ina starts to listen to Yo's phone call, and we see that her mother has been arrested, and asked for Yo to be her guardian. She runs off to the police station, and Sung-hoon says he can't do anything about this. Ina tells him it seems many groups who are aiming for Yo's power seem to be targeting her mother. Then she tells him about how Yo's mother used to beg her for money to start business, but how her mother scammed her every time. But it seems like one of her groups were backed by the mafia. Sung-hoon asks how they aren't afraid of Yo, and at this point I don't understand why it's important if she's fighting demigods. Ina says this is why she's showing him this video, since he lacks empathy. He asks what she means, and Ina says that Yo is a normal woman in her 20s, and that her bodying humans is a crime, and only something he would do. He can't argue with that, then says if only she asked him for help. He says that a scammed business is difficult to revive, so throw it away, and he'll invest into her mother's business, just enough to keep it afloat. And he'll take care of the scammers, since they went after his people. At the group's headquarters, one of the receptionists sees Sung-hoon is here, and tells him to get out, and he wonders if people are trying to look like Sung-hoon these days. Sung-hoon says even if he's weak he's still awakened. And he sees a CCTV in every corner, saying it was good to use a disguise, but he doesn't have one. The receptionist tells him to move and tries to grab him, but Sung-hoon avoids it, saying he has something important to do here. Then snaps his fingers, shattering all of the glass on the floor. The other people inside the building wonder what's going on, and we see the representative is a man named Park Kwon-sung. Kwon-sung tells his men to pull up the video of the intruder, then we see it's super pixelated. He tells his men to block the entrance and prepare for battle. He says it can't be Sung-hoon since he has no reason to be here. He says to contact the police chief and senator, then Sung-hoon says it's just light and electric shock since he can't go around killing people as he pleases. They all run to the entrance to greet him. He wonders why a mafia group has so many hunters. And one of the assault team members, Chulbong, says he's dumb to be here alone. Then he equips his armor. Sung-hoon says before they fight, he should analyze how many crimes he's committed, then casts a spell on the man. Everyone in the room begins to get a number above their head, and wonder what's going on. Sung-hoon says it's the number of misdeeds they've committed. Chul says he doesn't care about that, then runs in. Sung-hoon says based on their points they must have all killed at least 10 people. He continues to dodge all of Chul's attacks. He starts telling him his crimes that he's committed, then punches him in the face, sending him straight into the floor. Chul is confused, and Sung-hoon says he's unredeemable, and time to cleanse the world of him, then zaps the man. The others begin to panic since Chul got one shot. One of them says it's the real Sung-hoon, but they call him dumb. Sung-hoon prepares more spells, saying he can't let trash like them live. But they decide to spam him with bullets since it might be the real Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon says right, but he won't die from these attacks. Then he marks anyone with over a 70 on their points, then uses a homing arrow skill to clean them up. They start to be one-sidedly slaughtered, and Sung-hoon says to give people like this powers, the AD is irresponsible. He continues going up floor by floor, and eventually make it to the rooftop, and they wonder why Sung-hoon is here. He tells them they messed with a subordinate's family. Kwon-sung sees him, then Sung-hoon insta-claps the man beside Kwon-sung. Sung-hoon asks why he's cannibalized someone before, then Kwon-sung turns into a furry. He uses one of his skills to attack Sung-hoon, but it doesn't even scratch his defense. This confuses Kwon-sung, but it's too late as he looks down to Sung-hoon has prepares how own attack, then he gets blasted. Sung-hoon says he will annihilate everyone related to this group. On the news they begin to cover the incident. They've confirmed multiple deaths and how all the survivors are saying Sung-hoon is behind it all. But the CCTV couldn't confirm that it was true. Some congressmen watching this begin to get angry at this, saying Sung-hoon is being arrogant. Then they ask the police chief what his plans are, to which he says they'll arrest him. Another guy says the politicians will back him up, and we see that multiple of the congressmen and politicians are talking about how much money he's earning from his new company, and how he should donate to them. Then they talk about going after his mother. One of the baldies says if he can submit Sung-hoon he can run for president. Then we hear Sung-hoon saying he won't let them go after her mom, but he's glad that all of the parasites are in the same place. They panic once they realize it's him, and ask how he got here, saying people were guarding the doors. He asks if they mean the beautiful ladies at the front door. They say no, the dudes. Sung-hoon says he took care of them since they committed enough crimes in their lifetime. Baldy asks who he thinks he is to get in here. Sung-hoon calls him fat, then begins to force coke the guy, saying to go after him is writing death. Another man tells Sung-hoon to stop, saying he can't do as he pleases, asking if he is trying to go against the government. Sung-hoon sighs, then says the man has a rating of 98, then asks how corrupt he is, then begins to read his memories. Sung-hoon says he saw him get hundreds of people to commit suicide. He continues to choke the man, then rips his head off. Then asks if the rest will beg for their lives. They say he's nothing but a murdered, and he pauses for a second, then says they are right, but the crimes they've committed cannot be judged by the laws they created. It cuts to some hotel in Africa, and we see the story being covered on the news as well, and how Sung-hoon is meant to be behind it. Yo is the one watching it. She wonders why they have the tiny mosaic over his face, then wonder if he did it because of her. Ina says yes. She says that's nice, but it's too flashy, and that she could have just done this herself. Then we hear Toko say that she should have just done it earlier. Then says if she didn't have to go to the Midland, she would have dealt with it for her. Yo asks what's wrong with following the law, and Toko calls her an idiot. Then she cracks a cold one for the boys, saying it's good to show off your strength, but it's not like him to make it big enough to be a headline, since he could have done it from the shadows. So he surely has a plan. He goes to the Blue House of Korea. Then Sung-hoon says it's time to get to the point. The president of Korea, Han Jung-soo, asks why he did all of this. Sung-hoon says they were all criminals, so he cleansed society. Jung-soo says that's just vigilantism, killing people off his own standards. What reason does he have for doing this? Sung-hoon says he has proof, and he doesn't kill people as he pleases. Then he explains how he uses a magic that can target someone's moral rating, and there is no error, as it's all done by the soul. And how the president's single digit is incredible, almost as if it's the definition of integrity itself. On the news, we see them talking about how the missing people have resurfaced, but they've been arrested due to the president's order, as it was discovered they were affiliated with the mafia and extorted clients. Ina says that letting the lower-rated criminals go was a good choice. Now the president has denied his involvement as he's a good man. Sung-hoon says they'll leave it to him, then asks if they'll make their move. She says yes, and he says that he cannot delay this to ensure the survival of humanity. Then the project called Operation Z begins. We see in New York, a massive thing appears in the sky. This is the same for London, Beijing, Tokyo. Then it shows us some evil men in Cambodia about to execute some people. Then we see the number above their head is revealed. They wonder what's going on. Then we see the obelisks have released golems called Silver Knights to kill those with high numbers. Some of them begin to shoot at the knight, and it says anyone with above a 70 will be subdued. At the CIA, we see them trying to figure out what the things are, and then they learn that Sung-hoon is making a global broadcast. Sung-hoon says that this is something to ensure their survival, and he would like to apologize for putting obelisks in their nation's airfields without consent, but they will help the defenseless against the dungeons and portals. They also prioritize recovery of a lawless zone. He has no intention to clash with the other nations, but he advises them to rethink if they want to challenge him. But the areas without a government will be under his jurisdiction. Harrison is pissed, as the world leaders begin to show their support for him. So now it will be hard to fight against him since he's controlling half of the world. Then Ina tells him that the obelisks are all up. He says they barely made it, and Ina tells him that some nations are protesting them. He tells her to back off a little, and buy time, as they'll thank them soon. Then asks how long they have. She says there are 9 seconds left until the prophecy. And it's the time that Arigma has told them about. Sung-hoon says her prophecies are never wrong, but, thankfully, the gods are on their side. She counts down, then it's time. A window appears, saying the world will now progress to the next stage. Ina reports that there is a rapid increase of mana on Earth. She tells him that the portals and dungeons are mass spawning. Sung-hoon says he thought he cleared enough, then asks if it isn't a problem this time. Ina says they don't know currently. The warnings continue to pile up. Then she says the spawn rates are up 3,000%. Sung-hoon says a monster wave will happen soon, and Ina says just like on Mars. Sung-hoon says they just need to protect their plant on Mars, and focus on defending on Earth. Then he tells her to send out Toko and Yo, and now Ina is in charge of strategy. He says he'll go fight too, then asks where is the closest. She says Japan. He tells her he'll go deal with it quickly, find out where he needs to go next. In Africa, we see a massive monster horde rushing toward the city. Yo says she's never seen this many before, then asks Ina if she just needs to beat all of the SS ranks. Ina says yes, then they'll vanish. Then tells her the boss is the giant orc. Yo says she's going to see how hard it really is, and she begins to prepare an attack. Some onlookers see this and start going wild, calling her crazy. She launches her attack, then asks who is crazy. We see it flying towards the boss, then it explodes, generating a massive shockwave. She says, as expected, it's not enough. We see the boss doesn't have even a scratch. But she's fought many orcs in VO. At the same time, the obelisks begin to open, and people wonder what is pouring out of them. We see the things flying away, then another explosion from where the orc is. Yo is on the floor, and says that using conceptualization is cheating. We see its sword stab into the ground, then she says she still won as it has a hole punched through its chest. The orc says it can't believe it lost to a woman. Yo says skill diff, then it falls over and dies. She looks over to see the silver knights exploding things. Ina says it's time to move on to the next area, as the smaller mobs can be dealt with by regular defenses. And not many people can go against the SS ranks. Then she starts to give Yo some mana potions. Yo chugs it, saying this is stressful. Ina says no time to complain, then teleports them both. At Washington, we see on the news they are talking about how they've taken massive damage. If it weren't for Sung Hoon, then they'd be dealing with catastrophic failure. Trump says Sung Hoon knew this would happen, and it's time to deploy their new units. We see they have Golden Knight golems that they've made from customizing Sung Hoon's golems, and using the undead's technology. Sung Hoon watches their golem, and says its performance is more than he expected, as expected from the strongest nation in the world. We hear a demon asking why it can't move, asking Sung Hoon who he is. Sung Hoon says that's not his concern, then seals the demon. The demon says this is impossible, and gets warped into a portal. Sung Hoon says that most demons leave their main body in the demonic realm, that's why they are so easy to deal with. He says it's the 58th demon he's caught, then asks Ina about the situation. She says they've dealt with all of the SS ranks in Korea. She explains who eliminated what, and how they've managed to avoid disaster for now. Sung Hoon says they are doing better than he thought, especially Yaram. Ina says that her attribute has proven effective against the monsters. Sung Hoon says this is going better than he thought, then Ina tells him Alina wants to visit. She enters the room, then Sung Hoon asks what she's here for. She says that she wants to construct a temple for her race. He says she has no need to ask, then asks if she needs anything else. She says it's not just a temple for worship, she wants to use dimension magic to summon God's authority. He asks why she needs it. She says that they've looked everywhere, but they barely found their survivor's kind, since there's only a few. Her race's future is doomed unless they receive help from their god. Sung Hoon says that makes sense, as they need help to nurture hatchlings. He tells her he understands, and she needs a tribute. She says yes, they need a high-quality one, then asks for his help. He says, of course, he is just the thing. She asks what he needs for compensation. He tells her the world will benefit her too, asking if she wants to begin now. In the Siren's Ocean we see a giant magic circle, and Alina is in her fish form. She begins to sing while infusing her mana into the circle. Sung Hoon explains how it's an exclusive siren magic. Even he wouldn't be able to learn it, though it would be possible if he changed his physique to become a siren. The circle activates, and he says it's more than they needed, as the goddess herself descended. The goddess says that the world isn't suited for Alina, and if she wants to, she can send her to a world to enjoy happiness. Alina says that they are under a magical contract, so it would be difficult. She just wants her to listen to their request. The goddess says she doesn't appreciate the binding contract to Sung Hoon, and she will compensate him if she grants Alina freedom. Sung Hoon wonders why she's talking to him, and she asks what he wants. Sung Hoon says he'll respect her free will, while losing Alina is a huge loss. A god's wrath is scary, but that Alina is his main researcher. The goddess tells Alina this is good, but Alina looks at Sung-hoon and smiles. The goddess goes to ask her something, but she interrupts her saying, she doesn't want to break her contract. She says she understands, and she cannot force her. But she will allow her to increase the number of her kind. Sung-hoon says good job, and he'll give her all the funds she wants. The goddess extends her arms, then the ocean begins to move rapidly. Sung-hoon says her power is increasing. The ISS starts to report how they are spotting a giant woman in the clouds. They say they cannot believe what they are witnessing. Calypso even says that he feels it, the power of a god. Elish says it's an unwelcomed rival due to the presence of the goddess. She amplified the mana on Earth. She hopes it doesn't become an opposing entity. Calypso says the end is almost near, so they won't have time to spread their beliefs, and now countless humans will be reborn as their believers. They can't lose this opportunity. The goddess leaves, and Alina turns back into human form, beginning to descend. She lands, then Sung-hoon asks if it's over. Alina says yes, it's a perfect environment for her race. Sung-hoon says he's read about this place once in a book before. It's great to see things have gone their way. He then asks why she didn't accept the offer to migrate to a safer world. Alina says it's a secret, then leaves. Sung-hoon is curious, but decides not to dig in any further, then says a goddess's power is definitely something to behold. While the dimension didn't change, Earth really did. He says now there are 4 gods here on Earth, but he isn't sure what type of god Angra Mainyu is, Anusha's god. In India, the Temple of Fire, we hear that another god has descended. And it's talking to Anusha. It says to spread his word to increase the believers, as soon a world-changing event will strike the earth. Anusha asks if she can really do it. The god says a great sorcerer is with humanity, so don't be afraid and guide the light. Anusha says she'll do just that, and a week later on the news, they say the future of humanity has arrived, and teleportation is now a thing. Sung-hoon says as expected from the States after allying with the undead, Mama Hoon says that the world is changing so quickly, like they are in a movie. Then asks which of the girls are his girlfriend, saying he should let his mother know. Sung-hoon wonders why they came during their off day, saying it's making it difficult. Toko is cooking in the kitchen. She says that Yo goofed by challenging her to cooking. Yo says that cooking is about being authentic, and it's about who is going to be eating it. Since he's Korean, she made him Korean food. Sung-hoon says he isn't good with spicy food, and his mother says it's her first time eating something so good. Sung-hoon wonders how this all happened, but since his mom is enjoying it, then it should be fine. He sees sushi, and that Alina brought him some. She says she learned how to make it. Another message appears saying the world has stabilized, and Tier 5 dungeons will now spawn. It must be in reaction to the cannibalism she committed. It cuts to Desmond and Joe talking about the changes. Desmond says that this is going by too quickly, almost like failed pacing. In Japan we see their hunter is also confused. Then it cuts to Jessica looking out her window, saying the manifestation is accelerating, asking if Sung-hoon can deal with this too. Then it jumps again to the CIA. We see them wondering what to do, since they didn't get enough time to stabilize. He wonders what the hell the Akasha system wants. Back to Sung-hoon's tower, Ina says the dungeons have been found. He tells her to bring it up on screen, while Toko and Yo devour some food. Ina says one has spawned on the North Pole, while the other is on the South. They've also confirmed the type of monsters coming out of the dungeons. He asks her what it is, as being descend from the portals. Yo and Toko are in awe, and we see they are angels. Sung-hoon asks which god it belongs to. Ina says she isn't sure, as there are too many gods that symbolize with armor and wings. Yo says if they are angels then wouldn't they be on the human side? Sung-hoon says that's a misunderstanding, and they are akin to battle machines who only follow their god's will, similar to ants and their queens. Toko says she isn't Christian so she doesn't care too much. Yo suggests talking to them first. Sung-hoon says that they need to find out which god they serve first, and it's giving him a headache. It could get complicated quickly. He asks her about the South Pole, and she shows him footage of the South Pole, as winged creatures fly out of it, too. Some people witness this, and we see that it is demons. One of them meets eyes with one, and it flies over, saying it shall extract information from their brains. The man gets afraid, then we see it going to eat him, but Toko says that's far enough. The demon is surprised by her approaching him, asking how she did it. She says he doesn't need to know, then stomps the floor, and punches him in the stomach. The demon says it's impossible. Toko says she was worried to find out how strong they are, but this is nothing. Sung-hoon says it collapsed its insides, and it's crude. She says he's hate, and he says he couldn't help it. They seem to be affecting teleportation coordinates. But it was amazing. She beat it with a single hit, then asks if she did the reverse rotation of her technique. She asks how he knew that, and it feels like her hard work was stolen now. He seals the demon, saying he'll extract the dungeon's interior from this guy. They should deal with the monsters outside first. At their mothership it's ready for anti-demonic countermeasure. Sung-hoon says to blast it, then Ina begins to count down the attack. She locks in the coordinates and prepares the attack, then lets it rip. But it is blocked by a black barrier. Sung-hoon is surprised, since it broke 2 layers, but got stuck on the 3rd. He says there's no way the ship was found while in stealth mode, so it must have been found when it fired. Ina says it might have a precognitive ability. Sung-hoon says to just overpower it with mana, and he'll use some of his as well. They fire once more with all of the mana this time. We see it broke through the barrier, and cracked a yellow orb thing. We hear a woman saying it's impossible, all of her bodyguards died in one hit, wondering where the attack came from. She is the Demon King's daughter, Kuriel. She says that was cowardly, then uses a skill called Far Sight, then sees the ship in space. She says she'll destroy it, then flies at it, yelling for it to die. Then she launches an attack at it, but it misses. She then gets punched in the face, and tumbles in the air. She wonders who is ambushing her, then sees Yo and them. Yo is waving at her, then Toko teleports above her. Kuriel looks up confused, then gets drop-kicked. She crashes into the floor, and then gets covered in debris. Toko looks down as Kuriel breaks out of the debris, and Toko asks if she's the leader of the demons. Kuriel begins to fire a beam from her mouth, but gets punched and it interrupts her spell. As she's reeling from the hit, she looks over angrily, wondering where the attack is from, saying it's annoying. She sees it's Yo, then fires an attack at her, saying she'll end her first. Yo watches the attack gets close, then we see it gets dissipated. Toko was the one to block it. Yo says as expected she can always rely on her. Now it's her time to hit back with a few jabs. Kuriel starts to get hit, and saying it's crazy she cannot avoid the attack, or even see it. Then she starts to realize its conceptualization. She says if it's based on an attack that never misses, she can deal with it. She uses a spell called Dark Wall, and Yo says she's using energy to make it hard to locate her. Then wonders if she did it to counter her. Toko says she'll develop a similar technique as it'll come in handy when fighting her. Yo says she'll just get close then. We see Kuriel got behind her, and Yo says it's obvious she'd do that. Kuriel attacks, but we see that Yo dodged it. Then says now it's her turn. She punches Kuriel, shattering her shield in a single hit. Kuriel is surprised she used Holy Attribute, then they collide energies. Toko says she should stay out of it. Sung-hoon asks why she's just watching. Yo says he surprised her, then asks about the dungeon. Sung-hoon says the ones that spawned at the entrance are all taken care of. The one Yo is fighting is the last one. Then he asks if she thinks Yo can solo it. Toko says she has some advantages, but Kuriel is strong too, but given time Yo will win. He asks if he should help, and pulls something out. She asks what it is. He tells her that it's a 9th circle crystal for magical engineering. She asks what he means, then he says she knows of Wukong right, how he was tricked to wear a headband. We see Kuriel scream, then tells Yo to die. While blasting her, there's a ton of smoke, but Yo begins to emerge from it. She punches Kuriel in the stomach, causing her to fall over. Kuriel asks if her dark wall finally broke, and is confused how Yo can overwhelm her when she's just a human. On top of that, she is even regenerating. Since even she can't do something like that. Yo thinks about how if she didn't receive training from Sung-hoon, she couldn't have dreamed of fighting a demon. She asks Kuriel to give up, but Kuriel says it isn't over yet, and she didn't want to use this, but has no choice. She tells her to behold her true power. She begins to grow scales all over, and Sung-hoon says a scary amount of mana is flooding from her heart. She's on a completely different level than she was before. Kuriel says she acknowledges her power. Yo tries to defend as she's about to come. But we see her arm get ripped off, as she barely avoids the attack. She says she almost couldn't react. Kuriel says she'll rip her apart. Yo grabs her arm, then heals it. Kuriel flies over her again, and Yo says she can't tank needless hits anymore. Kuriel stops in the air, then readies herself. Yo tells her to come already, then Kuriel screams and charges straight at her again. As she begins to fly to her, Sung-hoon says it's his chance and throws the headband to Kuriel. She wonders what it is, then we see a massive light. Yo says if he was gonna help, he should have done it from the start. Kuriel lands behind her, and we see that the band is wrapped around her horn. Sung-hoon says she's cute, and it revealed her true form. She is younger than he thought. Kuriel asks what he did to her. But when she tries to fight back, it shocks her horn, and she screams that it hurts. She asks what the headband is, saying to take it off. He tells her that it's for absolute submission. If she tries to disobey him, it will cause her extreme pain. He tells her to start with her name. She starts saying she won't tell him, but then says her name is Kuriel. They think she's cute, and Yo asks what he's doing, and he says he thought one of them would die, so he decided to step in. She then watches Kuriel getting zapped by the ring, and Sung-hoon says they'll treat her well if she cooperates, then asks what kind of demon she is. She says she's half demon, then Sung-hoon asks what her parents are. Kuriel gets zapped again, saying her dad is a demonic draconian, and her mother is the succubus queen. Sung-hoon realizes that he's a king-level demon, then says he can expect a lot from her parents, and since they value bloodline, maybe she is the key to stopping the dungeon. He asks her why don't they become friends. It jumps a bit to them at the center of the gate and Sung-hoon's hand gets zapped. Kuriel said her father saw to the entrance, so there's no chance to close it. He says he senses draconic magic. Ina says that the dimension encompassing the entrance is powerful. They can try to close it, but it's far too inefficient. Sung-hoon says that he doesn't specialize in space and time magic. Then he wonders if he should go public with his knowledge to collaborate on a large scale. Kuriel says that's strange for a mage to do. He says he used to be like that, but he changed his mind, as it can help him lead to new heights. She's impressed that he's aiming even higher than where he is, saying that a reincarnated being like himself is holding the world together on its own. Yo asks what she's talking about reincarnation. Then Kuriel goes to tell her, but Sung-hoon stops her by covering her mouth. Toko saves the day by asking why he kept Kuriel alive, saying she'll cause trouble since she's a demon. Kuriel calls her a bitch. Sung-hoon cuts off the rest of her rant, saying that demons are loyal, despite wanting to kill things for fun. Kuriel's horn starts to hurt again, and Sung-hoon tells her to calm down and suppress her killing intent. Yo says that he's scary. Toko agrees. At the same time in Seoul, an angel floats above the sky, saying to listen to it. The humans see this, so does Ina, and then back to Sung-hoon. He says since they became a team, he wants everyone to get along. Kuriel says she has no right to refuse. He says good, he just wants them to work as a team, and if she can restrain herself he'll let her do whatever she wants. Ina then informs him the angels are moving, and she's confirmed sightings in many densely populated areas around the world. The angels say their Lord promised them salvation, and the ones who worship will enjoy glory after their mortal lives run out. Sung-hoon says that astral sound, and he explains how normal people will be impressed by it. Kuriel is surprised angels are here, then Poksina starts to search through the database for the god of war Kratraus that the angel mentioned, but can't find it. She does say that the holiness is really high though. Sung-hoon says it's going to be a problem, since if the title of war is in the god's name it won't stay peaceful for long. He asks Kuriel if she recognizes the name. He says since it's a god neither he nor her knows it must be a minor god. But he lacks information. He asks her if demons came here because their world was destroyed. She says yes, and her father and mother used their power to find the most stable dimension. Sung-hoon says if the demons did it, there's no reason the angels wouldn't do it, while it's unlikely it is possible. He says he dislikes demons, but he hates angels even more. Kuriel looks excited, asking if they'll be fighting the angels, since they taste good. Yo calls her gross for eating angels, then Toko wonders if they should kill her. Sung-hoon holds her back from being an ankle biter. Then Ina tells Sung-hoon a Tier 4 dungeon appeared on Mars, and the Agrams need help. Sung-hoon says oh, and then he says he'll go deal with it, so tell the government to be careful of the angels. At Mars we see the Agrams holding their own as they fight some weird beings that eat them. The Agrams get happy that Sung-hoon is here, saying they need their king's help. He asks the situation, to which the Agrams tell him there's too many enemies. And they are being eaten. Sung-hoon is surprised that they are being eaten, and Ina says that the monsters hold the Agrams' physiques. She verifies the enemy race as Zocgrenades, saying it's just like the Dimension Devourer they fought against. He says 47 did say they'd fight again. He tells her to warn everyone to stay alert. Then Ina says there's a disruption at the entrance. Something is coming. She tells him there's a powerful energy, and he says that's a good thing since once the leader comes out he'll fire the Great Extinction Cannon. She says alright, and begins to summon the stuff needed to pull this off. Something jumps over his head, then we see it land. It says it recalls 47 fighting him, and this must be his dimension. Sung-hoon says if they remember him, then they should know these attacks are meaningless, as he blocks their hit. We see it get broken in half, as Kuriel says they need to speedrun these guys. Then she fires a beam from her mouth, breaking the Dimension Devourer into pieces. Sung-hoon watches, as Kuriel asks how they like her breath. He asks if she knows anything about them. She says the Zocgrenades eat every other race. They have no magic power, only supernatural abilities, but they can use the abilities of those they devour. She's heard this from her father. They've ruined many dimensions. Sung-hoon says no, he thought about it, they used multiple things when he fought them in the dwarf dimension. Then asks how many there are. It seems endless. Ina says there are 3 entrances. At this rate they'll be overwhelmed, so they need to thin down their numbers before it happens. He tells her not to worry, large AoE spells are his forte. He then opens a gate, which surprises Kuriel. Yo is also surprised, but Toko says he always goes beyond her expectations. We see beyond the gate he summoned is a massive star, specifically its core. He says it's not a fire made by magic. It's one of the ultimate spells that opens a gate to summon the core of a star. The enemies begin to yell, as they turn to dust, and the battlefield explodes all over. Ina says 98% of them have been wiped out, and the obelisk and defense systems will deal with the rest. He asks about the dungeon entrance, and she says it's hard to tell right now. Kuriel asks why he didn't do it beforehand, since she got sunburned for being near it. He says it's the best attack he had. We see the second wave of obelisks have finally arrived. Then he feels an energy from the entrance, saying it's coming out, and it's stronger than 47. He wonders if it consumed everything else before coming out. Then he tells Ina to prepare the extinction cannons. She does so and fires them at the being. As it flies closer and close toward it, we see that it blocks the attack with relative ease, and the attack distorts. Sung-hoon recognizes it as spatial distortion. Then it fires 3 attacks back, which break the obelisks, exploding them all. Ina cries, saying her defense is gone, and Sung-hoon says she should worry about the actual attack instead. Kuriel asks what the plan is now, since it's better at spatial control than he is. He thinks about how it defended the attack. It would be hard to beat it with force, and it has enough power to break the obelisk. Yo calls out to him, asking what the plan is now, and they begin to be attacked. She sees this. As it gets closer, Sung-hoon deflects it. She watches in awe, saying if he was any later they'd be dead. He thinks about how she can hit anything, then says maybe they got this. They make fun of him for being in his own world. Then we see Yo's eyes glowing, and she begins to use her conceptualization. She readies her fist, then says that it will hit no matter what. Then she punches, and it begins to pass through the boss's barrier, which confuses it. Yo says she hit it, but there's not even a scratch. The boss says it's meaningless since it does so little damage. The boss begins to float with giant rings above it, and Sung-hoon asks how it felt to hit it. She says she can do it, but can't take it down. She compares it to poking an elephant with a needle. He tells her that just hitting it is good enough, and she asks his plan. He says that he will provide what she's lacking. Ina informs them of a surge in the boss's core, and that it's readying an attack. Sung-hoon says it's fine, then tells Yo to do it again, this time with his power. He tells her that he'll give her all of the power she needs. He begins to infuse her with his mana. She gasps, then Toko comments on what's happening. Sung-hoon tells Yo what he did, then asks her how it feels to have the power of a 9th tier. She begins to overflow with power, then Sung-hoon tells her to blast him, but gets surprised by how his mana transfer hasn't stopped. She continues to absorb his mana. He says he didn't expect her physique to have ascended this far, but the problem is that she's unconscious. This was the perfect chance for her to go even further beyond. Ina tells him that it's about to attack, then he tells Ina to buy him time until Yo wakes up. The boss says it's time to witness its true power, then fires a glacial breath at them. As it gets close, Ina gets the mothership to warp, and it jumps into the path of the attack. She tells Sung-hoon the shields will go down in 3 seconds. Sung-hoon says she's crazy for using the ship to buy time. Then the ship explodes, and she transfers the remains of the ship to space. Floating in her own consciousness, Sung-hoon tells Yo to wake up. She hears his voice and sees a blue orb. He asks if she's awake. She says yes, but still slumped out, then asks what the blue marble thing is, then asks where she is. He reminds her what just happened, then she begins to say she's hungry, then begins to eat the marble. We see an explosion of energy that knocks even Sung-hoon back. He asks what she did, so does Ina. Toko comments on what's above her head, then we see she has a halo. Sung-hoon says she's on par with a demigod now. Yo is finally awake, then says she feels as if she was reborn. The boss asks what she did to achieve this, but Yo ignores it, saying it's time to do this for real now. She says she can do anything with this power. The boss says it's no problem, then launches another attack. Yo says a moment ago it was intimidating, but now a ton of martial arts are flowing into her head. She uses something called the art of time and space, first form apocalypse. It creates a massive planet-sized attack, which scares the boss, then explodes all over. Quickly Ina gives a follow-up, saying the boss got deleted, but that Mars also took substantial damage and is on the verge of shattering, but they'll use nanomachines to repair it and scatter the debris into the atmosphere. He says that's good enough, and to keep an eye on Yo and her growth from now on. Sung-hoon says he knew she had talent, but this is absurd. She might even reach the strength of a martial god. He says not yet, but that the power he gave her was just a consumable. Yo starts to fall out of the sky. Sung-hoon, realizing she can't move, casts levitation onto her. She asks what happened, saying that she barely remembers anything. At the same time she returned to normal, a small crack occurred in the dimension. We see that it's now 2% from its final phase, so it begins to search for the final piece. It searches all throughout the planet, then selects Yarim as the heroine, then says that Yo is being watched over by the martial god. It mentions how Jessica has earned hella favor from the god of death, and a being that shouldn't exist, the Sorcerer King. We see a giant being floating above the message prompts. It's presumably the AD, which says the final test is close. Then we get a 2-year time skip. On Earth, since the Battle of Mars, the dynamic of the globe has changed. The god Ahura Mazda, or rather a god claiming to be Ahur, has begun to give its powers to believers, which grew or ran into a superpower larger than the states. Since a god has decided to give its power to beliefs without restraint, It was bound to happen. It even halted the angles of Kratraus' expansion as well. The regions clashed endless to expand their power. The angels began to construct a holy temple at the North Pole, and the demons in the south haven't done much, but they have an infinite lifespan, so they cannot be left alone. Since the Zarkanade, Tier 4 dungeons began to spawn like crazy, and Sung-hoon's become sick of it. We see a battle ensuing, and Sung-hoon diving through the midst of it. The enemies say it's just one man, and they need to use a life force to increase the power of their magic nullification field. We see some other creatures imprisoned. Sung-hoon says a magic of that level cannot stop him. Since he doesn't use just magic, he insta-kills one of them, then descends with void steps. They wonder how he's doing it, saying he must be a demigod to use his powers here. Sung-hoon gets close, saying he has no point to explain, then punches a hole through the enemy, clearing the dungeon. He says it was a good idea to learn martial arts. The dungeon begins to shift. Ina then says they are being forcefully expelled from the dungeon. He says the boss is dead, but is it not the end? He returns back to Mars. Then Ina says it's a dungeon manifestation now. She doesn't understand why it's doing this when the boss was cleared. Sung-hoon wonders what Akasha is up to, but says at least they can terraform Mars sooner. Then heads back to Earth. At his magic tower he watches something, asking if she's doing this on purpose. We see Kuriel with his mother. Then he asks Ina about what he got her to check out. She says there are 3 locations. She pulls up 3 other planets. Sung-hoon says it makes sense that they'd spawn on the other planets too, then asks if there are anything on par with the Zarkanades yet. She says no, and the same for no 5th tier dungeons. Then he asks about intelligent life forms. She says there is a single race. We see it's on Mercury. Ina says they are called Kolben. They are aware that their dimensions collapsed, but they have high magical knowledge that is much different to theirs. He asks what the threat level is, and she says they aren't one, then moves on to Jupiter. He's confused what can live there. Then we see something that is in the form of a world tree. Ina explains how the world tree on Jupiter is terraforming the planet, and it'll take 1,200 hours to be inhabitable by humans. He asks if the elves are there, to which she says yes, they are managing the world tree. Sung-hoon says he should assume Jupiter is under influence of some god, but since elves are generally neutral, they shouldn't be a problem. Ina asks if it will be okay, since there's a high chance they'll expand after the planet becomes habitable. He says it's fine, and if it looks like they will cause a problem, he will send you over, since no barrier works against her. She says alright, then tells him the Dragonborn are on Saturn. He says that's troublesome since they are usually aggressive. They might become quite the enemy. Ina says they are progressing very slowly, and have almost no politics. He says they are capable of interstellar travel, so don't let your guard down. We see one of them spotted the drone, then destroys it. Sung-hoon says to keep eyes on them, since they have a habit to submit the strong. She says they could become a powerful asset. He thinks about it, then she says the lab is contacting them. They are informed something is complete, so come right away. Sung-hoon says he doesn't know what they've finished, but he's curious to see what they have completed as well. Alina apologizes, saying she was too excited, but it's something Sung-hoon's been waiting for. Alina says the nuclear fusion reactor is ready, then he heads over to see it himself, saying well done. She says that it was the least she could do. He says her timing is great since he needed an urgent increase in power, and it's refreshing to hear that she finished it. She says his feeling is on par with a prophecy. Sung-hoon says with his ability to convert energy into mana, with a reactor that can create infinite energy, he can gain an infinite amount of power. He says he's past the level of his previous life, so it's uncharted territory now. Ina connects to the reactor, saying she's waiting to sync with Master. He says it's all up to her, and he approves the sync. Ina says that his heart will be directly connected to the reactor, and now it's synchronizing with the dragon heart. So prepare for the recoil. A massive energy surge happens around Sung-hoon. Ina says that the 9 circles are changing their form, and the 10th circle, called the Infinity, has formed. Sung-hoon says he hopes this doesn't send him straight to heaven. He tells himself to focus. He begins to feel his consciousness expanding. He says he can feel the entirety of the universe now. And that it's really in shambles. He says at this rate the dimension will collapse and they will all disappear together. We see he gets a hidden quest and Akasha is summoning him, but it gives him the option to accept or not. Sung-hoon is surprised, but due to his suspicions he clicks yes, saying he wants to see what it wants, and he teleports. His feet land on something, and he begins to look around. He wonders what he's standing on, since it's neither ground or water. Another message congratulates him on the hidden requirement. Confetti begins to flow around him, and he turns around as Akasha says it's been waiting to meet him. He sees his mother and is confused. Akasha says thanks to him the energy needed to repair the dimension has been gathered. To reward him for getting first place he was called here. Sung-hoon asks if it's really Akasha. It says correct. Then he barks at it for tracking the form of his mother. It says this is a human he has great trust in, then wonders if it really made a mistake. Then it turns into Yo and looks just as dumb as her. He says to forget it, then asks why it's doing this. Akasha says it's the god of systems and preservation. He must have known this, or well assumed he would since he's been gathering data up until now. Its task was to proceed with the mission. It's received it from the primordial source. Sung-hoon says it's part of the gods of creation. Sung-hoon says that with the power it's demonstrated then it must have realized it sooner. Sung-hoon asks when it all ends. Akasha says the climax is near, and the energy has been gathered to repair the dimension. Then says his reward is in the box. Sung-hoon asks for a face change since it's bothering him. Akasha says since he's put all his points into luck, it's really befitting of him. We see it's a box of random lucky titles. Sung-hoon asks if the box is why he received the blessing of infinite. Akasha says his luck stat is the highest amongst all dimensions it's visited. It's the first time seeing someone reach the top with just luck. And that it vastly underestimated the value of the knowledge of his previous life. Sung-hoon asks if it's saying luck is the only reason he's here. Akasha says it's the hardest stat to gauge, but it's the only stat that will impact everything he does. He must have felt that as if everything went off without a hitch. Perhaps it was due to his luck. Sung-hoon asks if it wants him to leave after taking the box. Akasha says that its task if so maintain the stability of the dimension, and too much interference won't be taken kindly by others. However, the Sorcerer King is a being who leapt through the dimension itself, but it tells him to get his stat of luck to 1000 before opening the box. Sung-hoon asks if there's a reason. It says that it cannot tell him, but the choice is his. Sung-hoon starts to increase its luck, saying that a word from a god of that caliber is the law itself, so he'll trust what it says. Sung-hoon looks up, and says it feels like it's using Yo's face to mock him. But he has no reason to not believe it. At 1000 luck we see he's the first person to do so. Now the law of the universe flows through him, and the number 2 in luck is enraged. Sung-hoon looks at the new windows appearing, wondering if the other stats have similar effects to this. Akasha says yes, but it's impossible to obtain. There were many people who put all their points into a single stat, but they all perished. So he's the only special case. Most died before level 100, as reality is harder than fiction. He asks if he should open the box now. Akasha says yes, and it's a random box that would spit out a single pebble if a normal human opened it. Whatever comes out will solely depend on his stats, which is why he needed luck. Sung-hoon says that being a god must be a pain, since it has to consider so many restrictions. Akasha says it's a simple service for what he's done, then wonders what'll come out of the box. Sung-hoon opens the box, and another message says his luck is changing the law of the universe. A bright light appears from the box, and Akasha smirks. Another message appears saying he's achieved the end of knowledge, and he's received an SSS rank title. Akasha says it's a reward benefiting him. We learn A can access the universe's record, or well Akasha's record, and he's learning a skill called Akasha Dive. Sung-hoon asks if it's sure about giving this skill to him. Akasha says that if it's him then he can enter godhood with his newfound knowledge. It's just a result of his luck. But it only matters if he can survive this. Sung-hoon asks if it means the final phase. Akasha says yes, and to repair the dimension, and he should know he has pieced multiple shards of different dimensions, meaning multiple dimensions are intertwined. So surely Sung-hoon knows the problems this poses. Sung-hoon says the Zocranade, Akasha says yes, they are constantly finding new prey, they are harder to subdue with each try. And numerous dimensions and demigods have been devoured by them, so it's curious what'll happen to this one. Akasha fades away, saying that they'll enter in 50 days, and the time with Sung-hoon is over. But it wishes for Sung-hoon to survive. Akasha finally fades out. Sung-hoon says to wait, but he snaps back to reality and is confused. Alina calls out to him, and asks if it worked or not. He asks how long he's been out. She says a few seconds. He tells her he needs time to think. Sung-hoon says time changed, but thankfully his body is fine, and his heart is stable. But now the final phase will be starting. He's unsure what it'll be like, so he needs to prepare for it. He calls out to Ina, telling her to begin a countdown for 1,200 hours. She begins, then asks what it's for. He says that it'll start the last battle, so contact everyone. He tells Alina to follow him too. We see her follow him, then it jumps to an hour later. He's informed everyone on what is going on, how he met with the AD, so they just need to prepare. Everyone is an asset to the battle, but Yo will be the biggest wild card. If it's her, she can step into the realm of a demigod at least. He tells Alina to take care of things, and he's already contacted the dwarfs. She says the dwarfs have a lot of prep to get this done in 50 days. He tells her they technically have 5,000 days since Mars factories operate at a rate of 1 to 100. He leaves her, then says he should get ready as well. He tells Ina that he returned Curiel to the Hell Gate, so he'll be off. Then he activates the Akasha dive. We get another time skip. Now the time is up. It's time for the final battle. At the Blue House, we see that a man is informing the president that Sung-hoon's info is accurate. Now all of the civilians have been evacuated to an underground shelter. The president thinks about how there's nothing they can do, except trust in Sung-hoon. We see Trump saying they cannot contact Sung-hoon. And they all conclude they should just pray. At the asteroid belt, we see a ton of warnings begin to appear. It says that an extremely dense gravity field has appeared around the exoplanet Ceres, a distortion of space. Zocranade supercluster fusion detected, and there are 250 million detected. The number is still increasing. Ina says starting now she'll take charge of the situation. We see that she's playing control center, and begins to track the enemy movement. Yo asks where Sung-hoon is. Ina says he'll be here in 24 hours. Ina says their goal is to survive until he arrives. Toko says holding them off for that long won't be easy, so why don't they kill the big one to save time? Yarim says they shouldn't risk Earth. Ina tells them to focus on the battle. Despite the lesser ones, those are the beings that rival the tier 4 dungeon boss. And they'll prepare for the bombardment from the other races. Yarim says good thinking, because normal people would just be eaten and make them stronger. Ina says it's as she says, the battle against the Zocranades are for hunters who have ascended, along with their AI weaponries. Thankfully they have 4 ascended humans on their side. We see that Jessica is also there on their side, and Ina says she didn't think she'd ascend without Sung-hoon's help. Jessica says it's not like Sung-hoon to participate in this battle. Ina says no worry, it's all according to his plan. Now the plan will begin. She calls for the fleet of motherships to warp, then we see them do exactly that. Close to where the Zocranades are coming from, the ships warp in. Ina says all ships aim at them, and prepare for launch, once they enter their strike range to begin bombardment, and for the Ascended to do as they want and, but don't forget they have to last the whole day. Yo says no problem, the Zocranades enter their range, then Ina yells fire, the fleet of ships all launch their attacks, as the enemies begin to fly and they are all hit by the beams, creating massive explosions across the battlefield. Ina launches a mech. We see that it's not just one but multiple. They all begin to fly into the battlefield. Behind one of the ships we see a blue beam, followed by a massive spiritual version of Yo. She gathers energy into her palm, then yeets it into their backline. The timer begins to count down. from 22 hours, to 19 hours, to 15 hours with Toko going to town, 10 and we see Yarim munching. Then finally the timer hits 1 and Yo asks how long it's been. She says that she's reaching her mental limit. Jessica appears, saying it's crazy Yo soloed half of them alone. Maybe it was thanks to her they lasted this long. They get told to dodge, then get hit with a massive energy beam. We see it breaking the ships, but the group has all been protected by a barrier. We hear Kuriel saying that it was close, and that she brought her dad, so be thankful. We see he's a big-ass dragon. Kuriel says with her dad around they stand no chance. He tells her that he's not sure about that, and perhaps it's too late, but with his power he cannot do anything. Since he doesn't want to increase their power if they eat him, he might need to self-destruct. Yo says to shut up with the morale killing, then asks how long they have left. Ina says 56 minutes. Toko is surprised they have to hold out for an hour, and the final boss laughs saying that it can't wait to eat them. But first, then it says it found something. Yo is surprised, then the boss says it senses the planet with billions of organisms. The boss instantly vanished. Yo is surprised something that big can do that. Toko yells to them that it teleported, and it's going after Earth. Yo empowers herself into her giant spiritual form again. They realize she is going to use her conceptualization. Then she punches, begging for it to reach. It lands on the boss's back cleanly, then is followed by a massive explosion. Kuriel says she's gotten stronger again. Her dad says it's crazy that she's this strong, but she lacked power. Yo screams no, and the boss begins to put the earth into its mouth, saying it'll evolve him like crazy. It bites down onto the planet, and begins to glow with a purple aura. They rest all watch in absolute horror, as the earth has been eaten. Then we see the purple light fall into a white room with Sung-hoon. The final boss asks where it is, then Sung-hoon welcomes it. It says it's confused since it just ate his planet. Sung-hoon says it's a parallel universe within their shared consciousness. The boss says to explain like he's 5. Sung-hoon says there isn't much to explain, he just created a rift around Earth, then the boss fell into it, and it went smoothly since the boss went straight for Earth. It says no way, since its ability to sense danger is on par with the gods. Sung-hoon says even the gods don't know everything, but that he's built different. He has access to all the knowledge in the universe. The boss recognizes him as the Akasha record, then begins to bare its teeth into a pretty lame-looking form. Sung-hoon says that's its true form. It cannot use any of its abilities here, so for a being that grows stronger by eating, then this is a bad battle. The boss says the same applies to him. Sung-hoon says yes, but he created it, so it works in his favor. The boss says he's making a mistake to assume he has the upper hand, as it's a collective entity of the will to devour, which has accumulated for a millennia. And that it isn't just a single entity. Sung-hoon says he knows, and he'll demonstrate to him what the Sorcerer King is truly capable of. They begin to surround him, and we see him in the middle of a horde, but lightning strikes. Then it cuts 4 months into the future, skipping the entire fight. LMAO after the situation was resolved, their dimension recovered quickly. The elves on Jupiter and the Dragonborn on Saturn established communication with Earth. The elves specifically caused an uproar due to their mythical charm. The cult of death became the #1 religion, and anyone associated with Sung-hoon changed a lot. Yo became the rank 1 hunter. We see her bearing a dragon, and then the interviewers get her permission to ask a question. She gives it to them, then they ask her if it's true she's dating Sung-hoon. She says she won't confirm or deny it. Sung-hoon spits his drink out, saying she's spreading rumors again. She says he's probably watching this currently, and he says don't feel too bad about it, then wonders what to do. We see a status window congratulating him on his job, saying he can become a god, asking if he wants to accept. His mom says dinner is ready, and he says it sounds cool, but he wants to live peacefully for a little longer.